Mr. Manaka. Mr. Manaka, are you there? Can you hear me?
Good morning and welcome to the DP World Wonders Stadium in Corlett Drive in Johannesburg. It's a sunny DP World Wonders. It's beautiful. There's been a bit of rain and overcast conditions over the past few days, but this morning the sun has just broke through the clouds. There's still some haze and cloud around from where we're sitting. We're sitting on the 4th level of the media center, quite high. With me is my fellow commentator, Bali Shlope. Bali, welcome to you, and it's really wonderful and it's an absolute pleasure to be working with you today.
Morning, Hussein. It's good to see you after a while. How have you been?
Yeah, I've been wonderful. Thank you very much. Been a busy off-season, winter for me. I've been doing a lot of traveling and not too much commentary, I must say, over the last few months, but that's why it's always a pleasure to be back. And at the moment, the players are just walking onto the field. In fact, they are on the field. The fielders getting to their fielding positions, and the two batters out there, the batters who will be taking guard. What has happened so far as the toss goes, is the Northwest, the Eastvaal Renault Northwest Dragons have won the toss, and they've elected to have a bowl this morning.
I think it's a wise choice. Make use of the pitch as much as you can. Beautiful sunny day. Make the most of whatever you've got. The morning dew and the weather.
That'd be interesting. I think we will probably see how it plays out, and I think the decision at the toss generally will get vindicated or not in the next hour or two. We'll see how it goes. But we'll talk about it from our side. And at the moment, it's Ruan de Swart who's running in. He's bowling to Joshua Richards, who's the right-handed batter on strike. Dominic Hendricks, his skipper, the Lion skipper, is at the non-striker's end. So Ruan de Swart is bowling from the golf course end of Wonder Stadium, and of course the other end where Joshua Richards is batting now is the Corlett Drive end. He has 3 slips.
It starts off with the beautiful delivery there.
Beautiful delivery indeed, just outside of some. So there's 4 slips in fact. Another one, this one is even better. He's just challenging Joshua Richards in that channel outside off stump, and Hendricks, his skipper, takes a little stroll down the wicket. There's the experience coming through from the skipper. A bit of a stroll, having a little word with him. Just guiding him about play only the deliveries you need to. It's important little phase as an opening batter to leave as many deliveries as you can outside that off stump, particularly with 4 slips in play.
There's no need for you to play it, don't play it.
Exactly. Bali, let's talk a little bit about the teams today. And let's start with the home side. The DP World Lions, skipper Dominic Hendricks, Joshua Richards, Wandile Makwetu, Mitsitsa Letswani, Mitchell van Buren, Connor Esterhuizen, Delano Potgieter, Bjorn Fortuin, Baye Swanepoel, Luto Sepambla, and Sia Plaiki. Those are the 11 playing today. This one is defended.
Very long betting lineup. That's all I can say at this point in time. Would be interesting to see how Wandile fits into the team, having been brought back today. Richard has had one or two innings that I've seen him play, and I think he'll go into it.
Yeah, according to the list we've been given, it looks like, and the scoreboard's not up yet, but it does look like Makwetu is into bat at 3, or penciled into bat at 3.
Solid defense shot there.
And coming back to your early conversation about the toss and whether it's a good decision or not, I do know from experience here, and I'm just recalling a lot of last season's games. Even when the pitch has a tinge of green and it looks like a lot of grass and softness and maybe some moisture in the pitch, the Lions have always tended to go with that positive approach of batting first and getting a total on the board, even though they know that's the end of the first over, no runs scored yet. They tended to always wanted to bat for some. I have a hunch, and I obviously don't know this for sure, but I feel that if Lions are wrong, there's a chance that maybe mistaken. We'll maybe have a chat with Lions skipper, or maybe that's what we go at some stage in the 4 days and see. But I know from experience last year, on occasions, when they played home games and the pitch was green, a bit of moisture around, overcast conditions, they've still gone and decided to bat first.
Mr. Manag kupuluki saya kan eh.
Let's get runs on the board and then the other thing about when the pitch is a bit softer, there's a bit of moisture on the surface. Initially that first morning you root and you get some indentations, little divots getting created. And as those get harder and quicker, over the second and third day the pitch gets quicker, it can become a little more difficult to bat later on.
Come on, Lions! Let's go,
there's Alfred Matoa. He's the tall, lanky right arm quick who's going to be bowling from the corner driver. He's got a huge number 53 on his back and he's bowling to Tom Hendricks. He's also got, he's got 3 slips and it looks like there's a small little gap there, and then there's a 5th slip or maybe a gully comes from around the wicket.
Very good first delivery. Now Alfred has been around. Remember seeing him early in his career. The Titans at some point move on to the Free State. And here he surfaces in the Northwest.
Where is he originally from? I know I remember him really when I saw a lot of him, it was at the Titans. So he played, and I think he did quite well for the Titans.
As far as I can remember.
Beautiful drive. This is a gorgeous straight drive. A little bit on the full side from Matoa.
Shut up!
And it just leans into it. Nice little push. Straight drive. Minimal effort. Very uncomplicated is Dom Hendricks, but I don't think full or short will latch onto it. This is nice little pushy straight drive to open his account and the lines account as well.
As a batsman, it gives you confidence when you can just play your shots and just ease into it with the beautiful carpet grass here. Anything beyond the field that does go for 4 here, like I thought.
Absolutely, you get good value for your shots. There's no two ways about that. That's a much better quality. The length is better. He's pulled it back a touch. It's just straightened up the pitch as well. So if Matoa, with his height, just settle into a nice length, you feel that it could create a few problems up front. There's just a little spiciness around, a bit of moisture in the pitch.
Let's go,
I'm pretty sure
Lions!
the tinge of green before resetting.
Just going back to the conversation about Alfred. I know he's a young man from Johannesburg, someone that been around the game, was earned his stripes. Earlier in his career played a lot of short format cricket. And yeah, now you find him playing for the Dragons in the longer format.
He does have a rather unique action. Stoppy as he bowls, and then at the last minute just that, almost as if he's slinging the ball like a catapult. But, I've seen him also at times when he was playing at the Titans. I've seen him really running and hit the that hard and rush batters, so he does have the ability to crank it up. Over bowled, that's 2 overs
Come on, Lions!
completed.
Let's go, Lions!
So quite interesting talking about Alfred's action. I think over the years he's slowed it a bit as he approaches the wicket and he's changed his bowling action. He's just refined it a bit. But earlier in his career he had a very high arm. And now it's no longer that high. I like the rhythm that he has.
Yeah, he looked in that first over, looked like he's just bowling within himself. He's just finding his range, and that's so important. When you've got the new ball in hand, you just want to make sure you find your range and slowly start picking up pace. Oh, it's got him. The Swart has bowled a foolish delivery, and Josh Richards has just checked the drive this ball straight back to the bowler. It's a caught-in ball. I must say initially from where we are having a look at it, I thought he hit it into the ground, but no, it wasn't, because the Swart caught the ball and threw it straight up and celebrated. And forlorn, Joshua Richards will head back to the pavilion. Let's have a look at this.
Joshua Richards, unfortunately, getting a leading edge, hitting it straight back to the bowler, and it does the rest. That is one Swart having a good start, 4 for 1. Joshua Richards departs without scoring, having faced us 6 balls. So far, good start for the Dragons there.
Yeah, excellent start. I think, just have a look at that dismissal. It looks to me like Joshua Richards' head just tipping over a little bit to the offside. It was a straightish delivery and he overbalanced a bit, and as a result chipped the ball straight back to the bowler. So yeah, he'll be disappointed with that. And in comes Wandile Makwetu. So he's come in, Makwetu's come in for Reza Hendricks. He's replaced Reza Hendricks in the previous starting 11. So he'll walk in at 3, and it's early doors. And as a number 3 batter, I can tell you, you're generally hoping that your opening pair can bat for an hour at least, just to see off the new ball and get through the opening bowlers and things ease a bit. But it's not to be for Makwetu when he comes. I believe he's been injured, and because he hasn't played the first 3 games for the Lions, so hasn't been in the mix. But he's back now, and he's going to be facing the Swart.
Just to get a bit of game time, I know that he's been playing a bit of club cricket on Sundays for Soweto.
Yeah, the Swart is it's a lovely time to be bowling. As an opening bowler, you've got new cherry in your hand, few slips, nice greenish tinge on the pitch, ideal. And fast bowlers want to try and see if they can nip a few out early.
Very, very good first ball to just bowl to the batsman that just walked in.
You know, often I'll kind of pull out statistics and try and find first-class career records, but it can be quite deceiving because in South Africa you have your Division 1 and Division 2, and you have your Division 1 records and then Division 2 records, and the first class records are kind of a merger of the two. The Swat he's in, it's a good delivery, and well played as well by Makwetu, who's getting into line nicely. A lot of batters tend to get into middle and maybe off stump. You just get right in line with the ball, particularly when it's nipping around. And so sometimes when you tend to dig the stats up and you look at first class, some players have played Division 2 and they've played B section, and those stats are also considered first class, and it's kind of the current first class stats are a merger of the two. So it's nice to find that purely is beaten, whether it's the outside or inside edge, but it was a foolish delivery, and Makwetu had a drive at that one, slightly on the loose side. But, that ball is nipping around, and let's have a look. I feel that this may have nipped back and perhaps gone past the inside edge. Yes, I think it's the inside edge.
Definitely the inside edge.
Beautiful delivery. So he swung a few away, and I think that's why Makwetu had a drive at that time, because he probably thought it's swinging away, and it's up there, let me have a drive through the covers. But yeah, you want to just tighten up around that off stump.
Also looking at that big gap between a point.
Three overs bowled, 4 for 1.
Talking about that big gap that's between points and mid-off, Makwetu was looking just to push the ball into the gap, hopefully get the full complement of runs. But yeah, now it's third over to come, fourth over to come. That is with Motoa coming back in. So far, so good.
Bali, let's talk about the Eastvaal Renault Northwest Dragons, and let's talk about their team, the changes. It's been 2 changes. 2 players are in. Yanaman Malan is in, and so is Tlatuka Tobile. He's a seamer, so he is in, and the 2 players who are out for this game is Renault van Tonder and Jade de Klerk. This one is the shortest delivery, pulled away, and he's a man back on a deep backward square leg, so he'll feel this ball, will allow Tom Hendricks to come back for a couple. So those are the 2 changes. It's good to see Yanuman Malan in the side, and so I'm going to read out the team. We've been given the team list, so the scoreboards are up, so forgive us for reading the team list not in batting order, but I'm going to just read the team out. It's Dian Forrester, Onke Inyaku, Akili Klute, Alfred Matoa, Yanaman Malan, Nasibe Ngope, Mikael Prince, Ruan de Swat, Ruben Herman, Bian Libber, and Tubile Tlatuka. So that's the 11. And as I said, Renault van Tonder and Jade de Klerk are the 2 players who are not in the side today. They're out. Jade de Klerk, of course, is left-arm orthodox spinner.
And definitely a straight swap for each player. A batting player for a batting player, a bowling player for a bowling player. Pretty simple.
Yeah, exactly. Malan is in for van Tonder, and Tlatuka is in for de Klerk. Going with the extra seamer, it seems.
Or hoping to utilize the bounce and the pace in there and the high felt.
Have you watched many of the fixtures so far? Particularly these 2 teams. I mean, I've been kind of flipping between YouTube channels, and you're watching 3 or 4 games all at once, and that's never easy. But it's wonderful, isn't it, to have the access to all the games live? It's just fantastic.
The beauty of these cricket games now being on YouTube or being on these channels is that one gets to have an idea, you get to profile the players, you have an idea of what you are seeing even if when they get called up to any national setup, that I've seen this oak because of such platforms and such channels.
Absolutely. So 4 overs bowled, 6 for 1 are the Lions. It's a good start from the Eastvaal Northwest Dragons. Pick up that early wicket, and if they can get another 1 or 2 here before lunch, I reckon it will vindicate their decision to bowl first. Having said that, the Lions do have, and you pointed that out early, Mbali, is that they have a long batting lineup, don't they? So many times we've seen the DP World Lions on the back foot. We saw it in the final, not the previous last year, the season before that. We saw that they were in deep trouble, and somehow they find a way. The middle order, lower middle order have come in and pulled them out of trouble and get big scores. So that's kind of been a pattern with the Lions. Lots of batting depth, all-rounders. And let's have a look at the games so far that have been played. I know the Dragons have played the Tuskers, and that's the game in Potchefstroom. They won that one by 8 wickets. The Dragons then played the Titans. Lovely straight drive, beautiful. It's a fullish delivery, slightly over pitched, nice and straight. And this is a beautiful straight drive from Makwetu.
Spoke about him getting into line earlier, as early as the first ball. This doesn't look like a person that just walked into the team this morning.
Yeah, I mean, you know, if you can present the full face of the bat and play in the V, as they tend to say, talk to most great players over the years, always say, like, play in the V early on when you come in. And, you know, it's nice to see that he's not tried to overhit that ball, not tried to do too much, just a gentle little push straight back down the ground. 4 more runs. Followed up by a good leave. Nice and tight. So Dragons have played 3 games. They played the Tuskers in Potchefstroom. They beat them by 8 wickets. Then they played the Titans, also in Potch, and they beat the Titans by 196 runs. And their last game was against Western Province, and they lost by 8 wickets. So they've played 3, won 2, lost 1.
With the Lions also having played the 3 games, Lions winning against Western Province in the first game by an innings and 134 runs. Following that up,
They
lost.
They followed the next game after that was the Dolphins.
Yeah.
So then they played. They played 2 away games. One was in Cape Town, it's Western Province, as you say. They won that one by an innings and 134 runs. Then against the Dolphins in Durban.
Played a draw against the Dolphins.
That was a draw, correct.
And following up with a win. So this is their first home game actually for the season, if I stand to be corrected.
I must say this last game against the Titans was an absolute, real riveting game to watch. It was fantastic cricket. It was just action all the way. Even though it didn't go the full 4 days, I think it finished on the morning of the 4th game, but it was real riveting stuff, particularly on the afternoon of day 3. Some real quality cricket being played by both sides. Lions won that comfortably by 9 wickets. So I mean, they're on the roll. They're leading. And the logs as they stand at the moment, DP World Lions are, after 3 games, everybody's played 3 at the moment. They're sitting right at the top with 60 points, 60.02 points. And then right behind them is other Dragons, the Eastvaal Renault Dragons. They are sitting on 57 points. So they're not too far behind. So this is a big game. I mean, it's really clash of the 2 top teams, and whoever, of course, wins here will go to the top. So that's the 5th over the bowl, 11 for 1.
It's definitely a big game. I know it's quite early in the season, talking about the first 2 teams in the log. So going toe to toe, if you look at how they've played, both played 3. one with the Lions having won the 2 and playing 1 a tie, and the Dragons having won 2 and losing 1. And you look at the points difference just by 3 points. So there isn't really much with these two teams, much of a difference between these two teams. Alfred Mutoa will continue from the Colette Drive end. So far, bowling very well. Yet to get a wicket.
Another beautiful straight drive by Makwetu Matoa. Again on the full side, slightly over pitching this one. And he just leans into this. There's Mandela Makwetu in a beautiful drive down the ground for 4.
Very sweet from the bat all the way to the boundary. A couple of those will have a batsman that's in with his full eye in the next few minutes.
Yeah, it's really the area you want to be scoring as an opening batter, don't you? I mean, like, you know, you don't want to be chasing wide deliveries. If you wait for the bowlers to come full and straight and you pump them down the ground, it's really will give him loads of confidence, those 2 drives down the ground. Looking at that field, there's 3 slips and then a small little gap, and then there's another slip or gully. There's a point, there's a shortish cover, and go to the onside, mid-on, mid-wicket, or short mid-wicket, who's quite square, and then there's a fine leg. They are playing on the strip as we're looking at the pitch. They're very close to the scoreboard. And I know there's been a drop-in pitch that's kind of in the middle there that's been laid recently. Got him. He's pushed at the ball outside the off stump as Makwetu. He's made the cardinal error of playing at the ball that he probably should be leaving, or maybe he looked a little tentative. We'll have a look at the line. Was it too wide to play, or did he have to play it this one? And if he did have to play it, it just looked like he was a touch on the tentative side. Opened the blade a little bit. Let's have a look. That's a good delivery nonetheless from Matoa. Yes, that's too wide. You don't want to be defending wide deliveries. You're defending your stumps, and definitely a touch on the wide side that. And he's guided it nicely into the slip cordon, and that's a beautiful catch, mind you. Good little catch low down to his left-hand side. We'll find out who took that catch. But that certainly was good hands. And he's backed his bowler up. Lions now 15 for 1. Makwetu goes for 9.
Yeah, did not really have to play that delivery. It was a bit further away from the stumps. Could have left it as it did with the previous deliveries. Fortunately, opened the blade too much. Ends up at the slips. But well bowled for Alfred Mutoa.
No, it's good bowling. So a little bit of away shape on that, and you can see the tentativeness and the way that Makwetu played that. It really was missing off stump by a long way, but you've got to give credit to the bowler as well. It's not easy up front for the top order batters when the ball's nibbling around. But, that's unfortunately the role of your opening batters. And the batter coming to the crease now is going to be Mitch van Buren.
Yeah, skipper's now coming in. Comes in quite early. Was hoping would have come in after at least an hour, but he needs to go do the job right now. Both these gentlemen have led these teams in this format that are currently in. Dominic Hendricks has played skipper. Now Mitch van Buren walks in at 15 for 2.
Yeah, testing times. So you would think now that the Dragons will be pretty pleased about the decision made at the toss. Matoa. Good delivery and well played, nice and solid.
looking at the very first 25 minutes so far, you look at the bowlers that have opened the bowling, they aren't trying to do too much. They're just trying to bowl and place the ball in good areas, and so far it's worked.
Yeah, they've been relatively, I mean, it does look like they're not trying to do, as you say, too much. So again, good delivery, ball just snaps back, touch. And I think with as a bowler in these conditions, the new ball, what you really want to be doing is every ball finding a way to ask a question of the batter. If you can ask a question of the batter, every delivery around about the top of off stump, batter needs to, in his mind, be thinking to himself, do I play, do I leave? And every ball, because of the angle you're bowling at from over the wicket, the ball nips away a little bit. You can challenge the outside edge. If the ball carries on straight, you challenge the inside edge. Get a single down to fine leg. Final ball of the over will Van Buren. Lions now 16 for 2 after 6.
That nudge around the corner just gets him off the mark. You know, when you walk in as a batsman, the first thing that you think of, I just need to get off the mark.
So I look at Dominic Hendricks as a really prolific run scorer at this level. First class cricket in 4-day domestic cricket in South Africa. 99 matches, 168 innings. I'm talking just Division 1 career records. I'm not going to even consider all first class, but just Division 1.
This is his 100th first class match, was it?
Dom has been around the block for a while. Very consistent.
So if I look at Division 1, he's got, he's playing his 100th Division 1 game, 168 innings, 5,430 runs, highest of 197 against the Titans in Benoni in 2018, 2019, and 900s, 29 50s, and an average of 34.36. That's pretty prolific. Solid batter, and what an ideal senior player also for all the younger players to build their innings around, to play around, bat around. Huge calming effect as well. Good influence on all the other young batters around him. So a real asset in any team. Tom Hendricks.
Most definitely, his calm aura also helps in the youngsters that have come in to settle in.
The jacaranda trees, as we sit here, while we look over the golf course, to our right hand side, which is in an easterly direction, it's really a beautiful view from here. There's just trees all over the place, beautiful, lush green trees, jacaranda season. My son was telling me yesterday, and I was just chatting on the phone, and I was showing him a picture of all the jacarandas in our area, and he's going like, the teachers used to always say, when the jacarandas bloom, it's too late to start studying. you missed the boat, it's too late.
Hopefully it's not late for him.
Oh yeah. Yeah, another good leave outside of stump, good area from Rwanda Swat. And I've been looking over the golf course, you know, it's stunning, isn't it? And then we go westerly, that's where the sun normally dips in the evening behind that western pavilion or the memorial stand. Wonders, there's a lot of work going on. I spoke earlier about the the little drop-in pitch that was kind of initially planted down below us here in a little pen, almost like you can imagine a baking tray, and then it was just recently transplanted. Oh, he's going to go at this one and does the scary. It looks like he does a short, wide delivery. Dom Hendricks had a little swipe at it, and he'll be regretting this because he's toe edged this ball straight to point, and another good diving catch low to his right hand side. And my word, Lions now in a spot of bother. There we go, short and wide, and he's just had to go at that, but that's a good catch. That's a good catch. Low down, so 2 good catches taken here so far. 3 in fact. There was the court and ball, which was the first one, then the second one it slipped, and now one. We'll need to just try and see, follow up with our scorers and see if we can find who have taken those 3 catches.
Kyle Prince, the second one.
So far, very good catches taken. Dom Hendricks being unfortunate there, chasing one that was a bit wide. Getting the toe end of the bat, and Point doing the rest. This brings in the new batsman in the form of Richard Suletsane. Very good young man that has played for South Africa's under-19 side at the World Cup. Slowly but surely getting into the groove here at the Lions. This will be a big tester for him.
Yeah, indeed. He's in early today. He's been coming in a little bit late in the past few games, but this time he's in quite early. 7 overs in on a juicy pitch at the Wanderers, and a bit of work to do here. They've got their tails up at the moment, have the Eastvaal Northwest Dragons. DP World Lions will have to try and see if they can weather the storm, get through. First goal, I reckon, Mbali, is to just get through to the drinks break, because we can get through to the drinks break, dig that box, and then play for the next hour to lunch. Matoa, he's in. That ended that over.
So far, it's been a very good toss to win for the Dragons captain. Can't complain about anything. 35 minutes into the match, you've got 3 batsmen at the pavilion. So far, your leading bowlers, your opening pair has taken the most important wickets. The top 3 is out.
So let's have a look at that scorecard, and I think we'll just give you an indication particularly of who took those catches. The first to fall was Joshua Richards, without scoring of 7 balls, caught and bowl Rwanda Swat, good caught and bowl, sharp opportunity straight back to him. The second was Wandile Makwetu, caught Mikael Prince at slip low diving catch as well. The bowling of Alfred Matoa, he went for 9 of 13. And then just in the last ball of the previous Rwanda Swat over, it was the skipper Dominic Hendricks. We were just speaking and waxing lyrical about his record, and he does have a fantastic record, but it's a big blow for the Lions because he's really kind of been their glue that's held the innings together for this past season or two. And he went for 6 of 18 deliveries, caught by Dean Forrest, a beautiful diving catch to low to his left hand side of the bowling of at point, bowling through under Swat.
Forrest.
Oh, that's a good take by the keeper to his diving to his left hand side or nipping back of the seam. So very watchful is Van Buren at the moment. 2 new batters at the crease. That's exactly what you want as a bowling unit. You do want 2 new batters in, and that's what they've got.
So far, I've been seeing the batsmen doing lots of gardening this morning.
Tell you one thing at a stadium like the Wanderers, especially when it's there isn't a big crowd and lots of noise around. That sound of the bat
Sweet. Very sweet.
That leather on willow, what a sound. I mean, you just hear that cracking sound of the bat. It's fantastic. Oh, there's another good delivery. There's a little defensive push by Van Buren, and fortunately for him, he plays it with soft hands, so the ball trickles down and drops in front of the man at fourth or fifth slip. I think we'll just call him Gully for now, and then ball just drops short. But good bowling. Matoa is challenging both edges at the moment. There's a little ball that swung back in. He's getting the ball to nibble around. I must say, he got the delivery he got. Makwetu was swung away, and this one swung in, so he's doing a little bit of both. Good control from him as well. Good opening partnership from the bowlers.
Most definitely making the most of it. Bowling from the other end, you've got Ruan, who's very solid so far, having taken the 2 wickets, just going for 5 runs off the 4 overs that is bowled so far. Just going back to the sound of the cricket bat, every time you hear it, you look for the ball in the boundary.
Yeah, I mein, Ruan de Swat is. I'll just talk a little bit about his bowling. He does have 48 Division 1 4-day series record wickets, 48 wickets, an average of just under 30. A best of 5 for 52 against the Warriors 2024-25 season. So 35 wicket hauls. And so he's certainly an established player in the side, good all-rounder as well, certainly can hold a bat.
Talking about Ruan de Swat, first saw him playing at the Coca-Cola Kayamatola Week in 2016, where he made the South Africa under-19 team. The very same year, he had made the South Africa under-18 rugby side. So a very talented young man.
Talented athlete. I mean, he did play the 2 test matches in New Zealand, didn't he, for the Proteas. So, a pushy drive, slightly uppish. Just pushing at that ball a little is Saletswane. I want to be careful, especially on a pitch that's a little juicy first morning, nibbling around. You've got 4 slips behind you. And he's just seen few of his colleagues, top order batters, dismissed in similar fashion. Ruan de Swat also averages 47.46 with the bat in 34 Division 1 matches. Beautiful ball, this one from de Swat. So, and he did play in those 2 test matches in New Zealand when the Proteas were pretty depleted. And they went with then kind of a depleted team down under to New Zealand. Didn't fare too well there, the Proteas in general. There's a good delivery. I mean, that one is just challenging again, asking questions round about fourth stump.
A very good all-rounder, this one. Can hold the ball, can hold the bat.
Oh, that's a gem. Absolute pearl of a delivery. Yeah, as a batter, batting here at the DP World Wonder Stadium on the first morning, you've got to be very tight. Really got to know your game well. You've got to play off stump. Anything missing, you can see there. So that's one. I mean, that's probably an unplayable delivery. A really difficult one to contend with. As a batter, you've got to be so tight. He'll be relieved to see that over out. Will Saletswane still to get off the mark. 9 overs bowled, 17 for 3 other DP World lines.
So far, it's been a very tight morning by the Dragons, giving nothing away. Everything that was in the air, they've taken it, creating chances for themselves, The opening pair has been going at it. This will be the 10th over between the two. So far, Rwanda Swart having bowled his 5, and Alfred Mutua now going for his 5th over.
Yeah, it's a great start, isn't it? Let's talk about Matoa and his career records. He comes running away from us. He's bowled a really handy few overs here, picking up the wicket of Makwetu, caught that slip. Look at his Division 1 record. He's got 89 wickets in CSA 4-day series Division 1. At an average of 30.56. 5 for 55 is his best. 2 5-wicket hauls. And that's a handy record. So huge, lots of experience. And he's bowling really with good control this morning. Taking both these bowlers have been really using the conditions well. I mean, so often you'll see bowlers come on a pitch where there's a little bit of assistance, there's maybe some grass, tinge of green, and at the wonders we know there's good bounce on offer, so you'll get good bounce and carry, and bowlers tend to overdo it. They get a little carried away sometimes and tend to want to hit the deck, and they bowl a touch on the short side, and that's the length that he's just bowled now. That length you just feel, if you want the edges, you just want to get a little bit fuller than that, because if you hit that 6-meter length, it's not a bad length, but generally on a pitch where it's nibbling around and it's a touch on the soft side, you just want to be a touch fuller, maybe that 5-meter flirt. Almost you want the batter to think it's there to drive. It's a nice juicy little drive, and there we go. That's the length I'm talking about. It's a little too short, just a touch on the short side. Get it a touch fuller, young man. Encourage him to drive, make him feel like it's a half volley. You don't mind conceding a few drives down the ground. You don't mind conceding a cover drive early on when the ball's nibbling around. As a captain, you almost want to encourage the bowler. Like, listen, I don't mind you getting driven through the covers on the odd occasion, but keep encouraging the drive because I've got 4 slips there for you. Oh, what a diving catch to his left-hand side. Beautiful take, because that ball swung in and there was a little bit of something. It probably was thigh pad, because umpire is definitely not being convinced by the appeal. Let's have a look. Yeah, there was a little bit of something, probably the pad or top half of the pad, or maybe thigh pad down the leg side. But that's certainly a good take by Ruben Herman down the leg side. And Mbali's just left. He's going to go make himself a cup of coffee and maybe grab a sandwich or two. And I'm joined by, watch this delivery, which is defended. I'm joined by Aslam Kota, my colleague. We haven't commentated in a long time, Aslam. It's good to be back.
Yeah, good morning to all our viewers. And yeah, it is good to be back, sitting alongside you. We've done it together for some 18 years, so it does feel a little odd that for the last 2, maybe 3 years we haven't shared the microphone. I see Hashim Amla under us here taking a walk, maybe looking to get in line with the pitch and to see if there is any swing on offer. I must say there's good bounce. There hasn't been too much of movement, but both Rwanda Swart and Matao have really kept a very good line, a testing line. They've made the batsman play this morning, and I think that's been the key. So Rwanda Swart produced a wonderful delivery, and early on the first wicket that fell was that of Josh Richards. Maybe a little bottom hand, a little too tight, or tight-handed bottom hand. and played it straight back to Doswal. So that was the first wicket that fell. And then the second one was that of Makwetu. This time he fell to Matawa, and a very good catch by Mikhail Prince at third slip, diving forward to his right at third slip, picking up that catch. That's the first ball he's really tested the pitch with, the bouncer, and it's a rather wayward one. And then of course it was Dominic Hendricks, a very short wide ball outside the off stump, and instead of actually cutting down on it, he played a steer towards that third slip, or the third slip area, or was it at point? And there was a very good catch taken there by Dion Forrester. So 3 down in the first 35 minutes, a fabulous morning, a profitable morning for Doswal and Matawa. They won the toss, elected to bat on what Hussein and I saw even from this distance, which is 5 stories up here at the Wanderers. A very green tinged pitch. And the one thing I must say about Doswal, he's obviously enjoying himself on the surface, because he wouldn't experience too much of this kind of bounce back in Potchefstroom. So really bowling magnificently. He's really tested the batsman. There's 4 slips now in position, and a forward short fielder at short point, or a short cover. So now really looking to put the pressure on as well is Vian Libber. I thought for a while that the fielder at mid-wicket, saving the 1 run, was perhaps wasted, to really run the point home that we are ruling the roost early in the morning. He's forced the drive. That length is a perfect length, drawing the batsman into the drives just slightly wide outside the off stump. This has really been a fabulous spell to watch this morning. Finishes his 6th spell, 2 for 5, and well deserved. Hussein, the question to ask you is, you read out all of his stats now. We know he's also played 2 test matches in New Zealand. I think it was early last year. And here he is, an opening bowler. He's a very capable batsman. So today he would be a bowling all-rounder. I think most times in his career he'd probably be a batting all-rounder. But that's the value of Rohan Doswal in this team. And he certainly delivered for his captain this morning. So Alfred Matawa, I think the first, the dismissal of Makwetu, and I know Hussein's primarily a batsman. I'm not too sure about Mbali. But we tend to look at the batsman's mistake and fail to see what the bowler did. And I think he was very much deserved of that wicket that fell. It was close to that off stump. He drew the batsman on length. There was nothing else that Makwetu could do. Ball just riding off almost the shoulder height of the bat, and a very good catch taken by Prince at third slip. So both bowlers were saying on a complete high here, because both of them now bowling to 4 slips. Strikes him on the pad, angling down the leg side. 2 umpires on the field. Anu Jacobs is that square leg, and Waldo Lateghan is the standing umpire. Rudy Birkenstock is the third official, or the match official. Beautiful sunshine over Wanderers. It didn't look too encouraging this morning. Overhead there's lots of light cloud about. There's chances of rain sometime after 3 o'clock. Hopefully it stays away from the Wanderers, so we can get not just a full day but a full game, because this is the top of the table clash. Early season yet, 4th match only of the 4-day series, but a very important one for both teams, and for the visitors to maybe stamp their mark in the competition before they go for the long break.
Yeah, it's been a good start for them, hasn't it? I mean, the Northwest Dragons, they won their first 2 games. They were disappointed with their last fixture against Western Province, because, up until the end of day 3, they were very much in a situation where you felt maybe 3 results were possible. But, I mean, they probably didn't think they were going to lose that game. a lot of credit to Western Province. They played really well there all round. So good performance from them, and of course, as you say, top of the table clash. After this game, there's a lot of 4-day games around the country at the moment, but after this game, I think there's Warriors play Titans at the moment. That's the other game, and then Western Province, where are they playing? I'll just have a look at the fixtures, but there's 3 games on at the moment. But after this, there's a bit of a break from the 4-day competition, because then the T20 series starts.
Western Province are playing at home against the Dolphins.
Ooh, that's
Another
another
beautiful delivery from
Yeah.
Matawa. You have to say that even though it's been a short spell of just 6 overs, 1 for 11, he's not had a fair share of luck. He's beaten the bat. So yeah, you were saying that, and just an important point to make, that Western Province needed that win quite desperately at
Oh
home.
yeah, because they lost 2 out of 2. Yeah.
Correct.
Titans have lost 3 out of 3. They'll certainly want to try and see if they can fight their way back into this competition, because they lose another one, then they're really in some spot of bother. So at the moment, the other game's going on. Western Province against the Dolphins. That's at Newlands. Then Mutiram Tuskers against Gold Rush Poland. That's at St. George's. No, it can't be at St. George's Park. I'm just looking at the scorecard and it says St. George's Park. That's not possible, is it? None of those, none of them play at St. George's Park, because that's the Warriors' home ground. So the scorecard there is not correct, of course. And then Momentum Multiply Titans play the Day for Bet Warriors. That's at Supersport Park up the road, Centurion, and of course this particular game here is at the DP World, the beautiful, wonderful DP World Wonders Stadium, where we're just sitting in. It's got a bird's eye view on the proceedings.
Swart almost gets the edge.
Oh.
It's the first one that really swayed away from the bat. Captain really demanding much out of the Swart. He's certainly got his tail up. Why not into his 7th over of the morning? It's still coolish out on the field. And that's a perfect length. Really, he's drawn him into the drive. Pity it's just not hit the outside edge. Sanat Swane really has a lot of responsibility on his shoulders. Coming in with a score at 17 for 3. And it's not been an easy period. Mitch van Buren is the batsman on the opposite side, and he's just got 1 to his name. So it's all about just trying to survive and get through to lunch without losing any further wickets, and that may be the plan. There haven't been too many loose deliveries. There were a few overpitch deliveries which Makwetu dealt with quite nicely. 2 straight drives on the onside that went for 4, and those are the only boundaries that have been scored. Was it Dominic Hendricks that also got 1 through the covers early on in his innings? In fact, he got off the mark with a boundary he did. Beautiful. Just teasing length. A little forward on the front foot and then back of the length. Really got the batsman thinking very hard here. Where do you even get a run?
It's not easy at the moment. He's really bowling a fantastic line and challenging the edge almost every single delivery here, beating the outside edge, forcing batters, and creating that doubt in their mind. So far, well, there's a short cover that's come into place. Well defended, 13 overs bowled, 17 for 3. Van Buren on 1, Sanat Swane still to get off the mark.
Yeah, so some of the changes to the two teams this morning. I'm curious about the Reza Hendricks being left out. Wandile Makwetu replacing him. Also batting at one down. And then as far as the Dragons are concerned, Topile Lanku, I'm just hoping to get that name right in a moment, and Janeman Malan, two batsmen in, for Van Tonde and Jade de Klerk, who have been left out for this fixture. So there indeed is the first change of bowling here from the collar drive end. Anke Nyaku. He's coming in at one dot, right arm fast, 31 years old. He's a proper all-rounder, this fellow. I think that's one of the features of not just the game in South Africa, but around the world, a number of all-rounders that now occupy first-class cricket. First beautiful delivery to start with, gets the ball to jag back. The first one we've seen, exaggerated movement this morning, and it's clearly beaten Van Buren, not just for pace, but even the swing.
Yeah, good first delivery. On the money. Touch on the high side. That's the one thing Empire would probably have considered. There's always a little bit of extra bounce at the Wanderers. But really challenging ball first up. A little bit of shape back into the right-hander. I just wonder, you know, I saw Mateo bowl a lot of in-swingers. He's got the height, nice and tall, and I see Nyaku as well, bowling the balls, shaping back into the right-hander. I see a few balls hitting batters on the thigh pad, some clipping the pad down, keepers taking 2 diving catches to his left-hand side. Don't see a lot of aggression when it comes to field placings, and I know you can sometimes attack. This is a good delivery, but very well played by Van Buren. He just pushes the soft hands into the covers and takes off quickly for a single. So those are the type of little runs that Lions will just want to try and keep rotating the strike, just so that the bowlers can't line up one batter at one end. So good little rotation of strike single there. But I just find sometimes, like when the ball's nibbling around and there is that little bit of spongy bounce, short legs, such a useful position. And I know, you know, we played over the years, you get a little short leg in there. One thing it does is it puts a lot of doubt in batters' minds. You've got somebody in your eyesight, another little gentle push into the covers from Tseletswane, and he's off the mark this time. At the moment, you see there's a man he's at kind of a mid-wicket, squarish mid-wicket. He's maybe there catching, but possibly there for the single as well. You come in under the helmet and it just gives you that little inside edge off the pad, loops up, gives the bowler that extra opportunity for a wicket, especially now early on.
Getting good movement is Anke Nyaku. That misfield allows him to run through for the third single of the over. So I hear you, because when I just came on air now, 15 minutes back, I did say that I felt for a while that the field at a floating mid-wicket was rather wasted, because there was nothing going in that area. The ball was going through quite nicely. There weren't too many opportunities to play on the front foot to get the batsman in or the fielder in at short leg somewhere. And I see now that the fourth slip has actually just moved a little wider, so he's literally a fifth slip or maybe a fine gully. Getting the ball to move in both directions in Nyaku, and that's very impressive in the way he has started. Even though he's conceded those 3 runs, I reckon it's been a very good over to start with. It's so important to support the opening bowlers who've made the inroads and to make sure that you stay in the game.
Good point. I mean, I think that really important. The 2 opening bowlers have started brilliantly. It's exactly what the captain and coach would have wanted up front, picking up 3 early wickets. Haven't conceded many runs. They've basically challenged batters every single delivery, almost every single delivery. Now the change bowlers are key, because if they allow the pressure to be released, then all the hard work, or a lot of the hard work, is going to be undone. So the change bowlers here, Nyaku, as well as Dean Forrester, who now has the ball in hand, is at the top of his run up, and he's going to be bowling from the golf course and replacing Ruan de Swart. Extremely important, these 2 change bowlers, how well they bowl. Can they maintain the pressure? And maybe even pick up another wicket or 2 here before lunch, because we haven't even got to the first drinks break yet, have we? Not yet.
Almost there.
Almost
3 minutes
there,
to go, yeah. Yeah, I think what I must say is that I watched an interview with Craig Alexander, I think it was sometime last week, and he's a very young coach, out of the system. That's well fielded. It's a half stop, but that's kept the batsman guessing. And in fact, in the end, a good stop, no run. Had that passed him, that would have gone through for 4. And he was talking about just trying to get a different mindset. All of the coaches do obviously have their own format, their own style, their own philosophies. And he says there's been a good buy-in. And I think we can judge that by how they played the last season and how they've started this particular season. Well led by Vian Libber. And it's good to see that these minnow provinces still attract some of the bigger names and then produce good cricket as well. And I think that's a good sign for South African cricket overall. I'd like to see a lot more of that happen to the teams in Division 2 as well. Van Buren, who's not been in the best of form, has an opportunity to really dig in here at the Wanderers today and make sure he makes a compelling contribution.
Aslam, I think he did get 100 in one of the matches. I'm just going to check the scorecard.
You may be right.
I think he may have got 100 this season in one of the matches. I'll see if I can find that scorecard for you. Feisty little player is Mitch van Buren.
I think you're right. He has got 1 century. We see the current season's stats. It will certainly be showing in there, reflected there.
Yeah, I got 126 in Cape Town against Western Province. So
Yeah, that's when they scored.
oh, they got a big score. I think 552 for 9. Mitch van Buren 126, and Connor Estes in 175. Yeah, so
it is time for drinks. 20 for 3 after 65 minutes of play, and it's not been an easy passage of play for the DP World Lions. They were sent into bed by Vian Libber this morning. I'm sure there was no hesitation in asking the home team to bat to get use of this wondrous pitch. Not just a tinge of green. There's a lot more than just a tinge of green on the surface, and they've used it well. More so for the fact that they've picked up the 3 wickets. But of the 3 that have fallen, I thought that the one was perhaps a bad stroke from the captain, Dominic Hendricks, who generally doesn't play that type of loose strokes. Eventually he was out for 6 of 18, he'd won 4 in that. But there are those impressive figures. Ruan de Swart, 7 overs. And he's taken 2 for 5. And then Matoa, a good support act, also bowling 6 overs, picking up 1 for 11. And among those 2, they've picked up the 3 wickets that have fallen.
And then the batters, Makwetu, 9 of 13, Hendrik, 6 of the skipper, 6 of 18. And Joshua Richards was first to go without scoring.
Lions certainly have had some very good scores. Dominic Hendricks has been pretty consistent. Joshua Richards, I think, got to a 90. Mitchell van Buren, as we've just mentioned, has got 100 to his name. Connor Esterhuizen in fantastic form, 175, followed that up with 203. Delano Potgieter, one of the most underrated cricketers playing first-class cricket in South Africa. A magnificent 169 in that match where they totally dominated the Titans. Bjorn Fortuin can always be counted for. Beyers Swanepoel, a fabulous all-rounder. And then Sipamla and Plaiki make up the lineup. So they certainly do bat deep, as Bali mentioned earlier. And now it's all about trying to weather this early storm. Storm under not a cloudless sky, but a beautiful sunshine. Bathed with sunshine is the Wanderers. Hashim Amla has actually just taken his second walk around the ground.
I think it's his third or fourth.
Is it third or
He's done a
fourth?
few laps.
Yeah.
He's getting his paces in, I think.
10,000 steps for the day?
Steps.
Why not?
Done a few tawafs.
He's done a few tawafs. Yeah. Circumambulating the hallowed turf at the Wanderers. And so Craig Alexander, interesting personality, young coach, and he's got the buy-in. He's certainly doing a very good job there. He says there's fantastic synergy with the university, because remember they also use those facilities. And there's a whole rebuilding process happening within the Potch cricketing community as well. So instead of getting these imported players playing in first-class cricket, there's this whole big course to develop local players to come through. I don't think previous coaches have actually looked at it that way. They've always looked around to see who they can poach from the rest of the country, from around the country. But he's looking within the Northwest region to produce cricketers. And I think it will augur well in the long term. So a really good start for him as well. So Anke Nyaku, who's had a very good start, will open proceedings after the first tea or first drinks break this morning. He's hit him on the pin, and LBW. Was he caught behind? In fact, he may have been caught behind. So Saletswane, unfortunately, beautifully, I think he was worked over in the first over against Nyaku, and he's just produced another classic delivery. We'll get another look at that. Bali has just joined me. Maybe with his better eyesight, he'd be able to tell me. Or is it still Hussein? Hussein?
No, I'm still here. I think he was caught at slip. It looked to me like that was an edge caught at slip. And, but we'll have a better look at it. Here we go. Oh, no, we didn't. May well have been.
Yeah, rather disappointed, and so he should be, because he did all of the hard work, 20 deliveries, just the one run to his name. Probably felt that he's just seen it through to that first drinks break, and then gets a wonderful delivery. Here's another replay. Yeah, I think it's gone straight to the keeper.
I think he's caught behind.
Yeah.
It's nicked off. It's caught behind. He just had a little nibble at that one. And that's a good bit of bowling by Onke Nyaku. You mentioned in the previous over, Islam, that he was swinging the ball both ways, so causing a few problems. And it's Saletswane there. Unfortunately, has to depart. Yeah, it's scored by Ruben Herman, the bowling of Onke Nyaku. So It's definitely caught behind. So Lions now in a spot of bother, and they've got a man walking to the crease who's got back-to-back centuries in the last 2 matches. In fact, he got a 200 in the previous match and got a big 175 in the match against Western Province. So he's coming off a run of good form. It's corner Esterhuizen, and allows the first ball to go through to the keeper. So straight after the drinks break, the Eastvaal Northwest Dragons strike, and Lions, DP World Lions now lose their 4th wicket. Just 20 on the board.
Yeah, I find this so interesting. You're saying the field hasn't changed for all 3 of the bowlers. Nyako comes in and he now has got the ball to jag back into the batsman and leaving the batter as well. And generally you tend to think that captains will place a field for an in-swing bowler and an outswing or a leg cutter. But he's kept such a tidy line that Jan Libbe hasn't even given it a second thought, I think. And all 4 of the bowlers, in fact, so far have been very impressive in their disciplines.
I have to say, I mean, you know, if you look at the Dragons and the way they've performed this season, and look at the Lions, the 2 top teams so far, and it's certainly not an overall reflection. But I tell you what, we've spoken, I think, on commentary also at the national level when we commentated for internationals. We've spoken over the last probably 8 or 10 years since the retirement of Jacques Callis, that there haven't been any real all-rounder, genuine, fast bowling all-rounder who's picked their hand up and come through. Of course, Jan Mulder now has done really well. This one's down the leg side. Herman's been really good, by the way, with those takes down the leg side. It's been quick. But here we have a situation where, and I'm talking generally in the Proteas setup, it hasn't really been that Lions all-rounder who's come in, just pick his hand up. Apart from Mulder, that is, and then of course we're looking at spinning all-rounders, which I think is the future, particularly concerning the amount of cricket that we're playing on the subcontinent these days. Young Seniran Mutasamy, I mean, he's a lovely little left arm all-rounder who certainly can bat and score 100. So Proteas now starting to develop a few more all-rounders and give them opportunities at the highest level, and that's really great to see. But if I look at this level now, let's just have a look at these 2 teams here. I mean, the Lions, Aslam, they've got Bayes Swanepoel, proper all-round, Delano Potgieter, who's a genuine all-rounder. So there you have two proper all-rounders, and then if you then look at this Dragon side, you've got Dean Forrester, who's an all-rounder, and then the bowler who opened the bowling now, Ruan de Swat, he's averaging 48 Division 1. So, you know, 2 young players here, four players here who can bat and bowl, and you could probably consider all-rounders. So that's a good sign, I think, for the future of South African cricket. That's really good to see.
I think basically we've just been waxing about the positives in South African cricket, because we've had a huge number of retirements at international level. There's lots of jockeying for positions, and the national coach has also been very keen to look at guys who have been performing at provincial level. And now that he's in charge, Shukri Conrad is in charge of the team, of the white ball teams as well at national level. He has this real deep insight, or needs to have this deep insight into exactly what the players are doing. And you guys were chatting about the coaches talking to the national coach just to stay in touch with how the chaps are performing. And I think all of that type of communication is absolutely vital, because Shukri Conrad now in his travels doesn't get too much of a time and a chance to watch the players, but having been part of the high performance center for a good 7 or 8 years, has clearly had a very good look at the young guns coming through. And now that they're performing at provincial level, he almost has a good idea as to what these guys are capable of. And we've seen him make some bold decisions since he's taken over at national level. It's a very good delivery, but I must say that was a bit of a tentative push by Van Buren. It wasn't a good solid front foot push, and the ball just scooting off the edge. So they retain the slips in position just out of your picture. And then there's a backward point and a short catching cover, a shortish mid wicket or shortish mid on, and then a long leg for that possible short delivery. There haven't been too many. They've kept fantastic disciplines. They again just using the Wanderers pitch to great effect. Bounce and movement. Generally on a flatter pitch, that type of short delivery is put away. At the Wanderers, you need to be a real good thinker, a good lever, and your defense has to be impeccable. And there's certainly a very different form of defense on a pitch that offers so much of bounce. Two very experienced batters out in the middle. At 20 for 4, the only question remains now for the remaining 40 minutes, Hussein, is whether these two can actually hang in there till lunch and not give any further advantage.
And they certainly have the experience, both Conor Esterhuizen as well as Van Buren. Certainly have lots of experience. And so if they can get the team through to lunch, that would be a nice little box to tick. Just slowly shift the momentum. But at the moment, it's really about absorbing pressure, isn't it? I think, how can they just get through to the next break? So many great opening batters who've opened at the highest level. Sunil Gavaskar comes to mind. In one of his famous quotes, he's quoted as saying that the first morning of a match, his mindset was to just give it to the bowlers. It was like, that first hour belongs to the bowlers. I'm giving it to them. Because so often batters come with the mindset of trying to see if they can score runs, and it's good to have the positive attitude, but when the conditions are not in your favor or seem to favor the bowlers, particularly the quick bowlers, seamer-friendly conditions, little juicy, little spicy wicket, some moisture around, new ball, fresh bowlers, full of energy. Well, you just want to, as you said earlier, Aslam, leave as many deliveries as you can. The Wanderers certainly is one of those pitches where you can leave on length. So even a ball that's flying straight over the top of off stump or middle stump, if it's short enough in length, you can be leaving and allowing those balls to fly over the top of the stumps. And I'll tell you what, if you're a good lever here at the Wanderers, if you can allow those balls, if you allow those balls over the top of the stumps to fly through to the keeper and you leave on length, you can, even though the conditions favor the bowlers, you can make life quite difficult for bowlers, because then you force them to come fuller.
Correct.
And when they come fuller, that's the little punch down the ground. You force them to come too straight. And when they get too straight, you can work them through the onside, where they generally are less fielders. So batters who play smart cricket, and the Lions captain Dom Hendricks is certainly one of them, which is one of the reasons why he scored so many runs here. So he's a way to play here at the Wanderers. You just got to be smart about it.
In the meanwhile, on Kenyaku, 4 dot balls in this 18th over, a probing line and length. He's made Esterhuizen block it, everyone, all of them right on the money, on the stumps. So far they have maintained an impeccable discipline, have all 4 bowlers. That's worth a try. Slightly short, wide outside the off stump to see if the batsman goes for it, but Esterhuizen not suckered into that particular stroke. Had they been 20 for no, he would have probably gone for that short delivery outside the off stump, but now it's all about consolidating. And you raise an interesting point about Gavaskar's approach, Hussein. because that was very much in vogue throughout Test cricket's history and first-class cricket's history around the world. They'll end the 18th over, 20 for 4.
And of
But
course,
modern-
listen, cricket's changed a lot. And now,
I was about to come to that. I was about to come to that
baseball
because
and so forth. Yeah.
selectors are now basically looking for batters who can get on with it. So if you're an opener in the ilk of Gavaskar and the like, you may not make the team because
Well-
openers who get runs, it doesn't matter who they're playing against. If they're willing to take the chance, like Ben Duckett and company, they'll get the nod ahead of what you would see as an accomplished opener.
I think a lot depends. I mean, yes and no. I mean, I'll kind of I think that depends a lot on the conditions. I think if you're playing in India or you're playing in flat conditions where, you know, I think in South Africa is probably statistically the most difficult place in the world to open the batting. To be a top order batter in South Africa is really, really difficult. And I think if you come out with that mindset of trying to play flashy shots and playing baseball cricket early on, I don't think you're going to last long, to be honest. It's really difficult. So, you know, I think it depends a lot on the conditions. So yes, you can play baseball cricket when you're playing on flat decks, but when the ball's nibbling around, juicy conditions in the morning, bounce, seam movement, lateral movement, you've got to get through the first morning. And then it flattens out. I think you can start to be a lot more positive as you go. It doesn't mean, and I'm certainly not saying that one needs to go into a shell and be negative about the way you're batting. I think your body language, your intensity, your running between the wickets, your energy still has to be positive, even though you're leaving well. You can leave positively, you can defend positively. So I think, but a lot does depend on the conditions. I mean, let's not forget, Gavaskar has 10,000 test runs, and a lot of his runs, there's another probing delivery, played as well, but a lot of his runs were scored against the great mighty West Indian side of the 70s. So, but I take your point. I think cricket has changed, particularly with the advent of T20 cricket these days. There's a lot of batters are looking to adopt a more positive approach now up front and taking bowlers on and looking to dominate and dictate. But we've seen that backfire as well, haven't we? I mean, we've seen the England side and trying to play their baseball style of cricket, and we've seen that backfire too. So it really does depend on circumstances, conditions, so forth.
In fact, that series against India was quite compelling because in the end it was you almost felt that Brandon McCullum and even Stokes were maybe eating their words, that that approach didn't work for them. And India were able to fight back and draw the series. So there are times where I think they do have a bit of introspection, but they don't want to stop the attacking style of play. That's the final message that the team and the players have. Forrester is bowling equally brilliantly. He's following up with Unkenyaku, who has been doing on the other end. And the two openers in Rwanda Swart and Alfred Matau, between them picking up the 3 wickets that have fallen. Nyaku has come and pick up the 4th. So it's been a compelling morning's play, I must say. And the question you have to ask is, can the Northwest team, the Dragons, maintain this kind of strength and advantage that they've gained in this session? I haven't really seen a wide overpitch delivery. There may have been 1 or 2 in the early overs which went for 4, but I must say that all of them have been exceptional. Do we know who the bowling coach is at Bali? Any idea? Because so far his charges are delivering the goods. With just over half an hour to go here on the first morning at the DP World Wanderers Stadium, the home team being set into bat found themselves at 1 for 4, 2 for 15, 3 for 17, 4 for 20, and it's still 4 for 20, and that happened in the that wicket fell in on the first ball of the 16th over. So there hasn't been a run scored. Esterhuizen has yet to get off the mark, and there's just one team in the ascendancy here so far, and that's been the visiting team. They've been exceptional, as we mentioned earlier, they've made 2 changes. Janeman Malan has come into the team. Tobile Slanka has also been included. And then Van Tonde and de Klerk have been left out. Yeah, very, very watchful, both Van Buren and Esterhuizen, taking absolutely no chances. You get the feeling with 1 or 2 of those pitches on balls pitched on a full length that they would in general take advantage of it, but they've been so watchful. I won't say tentative because they obviously have a plan out there. Good sunshine over this pitch, it will help. There'll be a break over lunchtime as well. It's been a coolish morning at the Wanderers, so there won't be much in the behavior of the pitch, and that takes the outside edge. It's soft hands, and that's really been the plan. So Esterhuizen very carefully watching that onto the bat, allows the soft hands onto it, ball skids through to the slip corner.
It's good delivery. He's getting lovely shape through the air. The 3 slips you can see there. They're waiting to pounce. What's happening out in Rawalpindi at the moment? Some international cricket going out there. The Proteas playing Pakistan. Second test match. Pakistan scored 333 and South Africa now 76 for 2. Markham's on 32. And Rickleton on 14. No, Markham was out on 32, Rickleton 14s. 2 batters at the crease, Stubbs and Zozi, 18 and 10, 76 for 2. Yeah, Markham and Rickleton are the 2 batters who've been dismissed.
I think the feature of this morning's play was Maharaj picking up all 5 wickets, 5 for 17, after being 295 for 5 overnight, 333 all out. So a fantastic performance by the South Africans. It's just a good thing they didn't allow the Pakistanis to run away. 2 established batsmen in the middle, both falling, in fact, falling to Maharaj, and then picked up the lower 3, and 7 wickets for him in the match. So a welcome return into the test side and making his presence felt in a real big way. And now it's up to the batters to make good of what the bowlers have done. And as Hussein has just mentioned, 2 wickets down. Interesting to see that Tristan Stubbs still retained his place in the team and in fact asked to bat in at 1 down.
Morning, Aslam.
Good morning, Bali. Hlatuka Tobile, have I got it right now?
Hlatuka Tobile.
Right.
Most definitely.
Yeah. Now, I'll tell you why I wasn't getting it right, because my handwriting is so small that I couldn't read it. So I had to re-look at the name, and I got it right. End of the over, the 20th, 20 for 4. And that's 4 overs without the runs being scored. Here's a gentleman who scored more than a bucket full of runs in his international career. One of the true greats of South African cricket, Hashim Amla.
Continues his work about, like you said earlier, getting in the 10,000 steps. And hopefully thinking of a plan, thinking of an idea with a side in a spot of bother at 24-4. After 20 overs, this is definitely one of their slowest starts of the season.
Well, last week it took the performance of Björn Hendricks to make sure that he's, as captain, that his team stayed in this competition in some way, and at home picked up a great win against the Titans. He in fact decimated them with 4 wickets falling in that first session. And I think that really set the tone for the Western Province in that particular match. Never really allowed the Titans to catch up. And then the Titans didn't have it too easy last week against the Lions in that 3rd innings, their 2nd.
So far, Dean Forrester bowling very well, using the shape of the ball. There's plenty of movement this morning, and the Dragons have made sure they make use of the ball, make use of the pitch, and make use of the playing conditions here at the beautiful DP World Wanderers. It is, of course, the CSA 4-day series Division 1.
This time he does get that little open-faced stroke just wide of the field at backward point, and finally picks up a single there. I'm also interested in Dean Forrester. He's got a beautiful, forceful approach as he runs in, and then his left shoulder actually falls away, so he's almost face on when he delivers. And I think in doing that, you actually lose the zip when you need to really follow through with your front arm and the back arm following through. How old is this fellow? Because if he's doing it for a while now, he's 25. So still a work in progress, I reckon.
Most definitely, still so much he can offer, still early in his career.
So Esterhuizen now, yet to get off the mark. More importantly, he's bowled a very tidy line. He hasn't allowed the batters to get away. This is his 4th over now, and you can see he's just gone for a single. So, having just mentioned his action, at the same time he'll be saying, "I've done a pretty good job here." What are you talking about?
Most definitely, the Dragons have given nothing away this morning. You look at the fielding positions; they've kept them the 3 slips and a gully or point. Just a short cover.
You know, and I did say earlier that they're not tentative. They're just not going for any of those strokes which is going to find the outside edge. And I don't know if that last delivery, if we can maybe get a replay on that, was a good idea, because it was so close to that off stump. And unless he knows his off stump a lot better than the two of us here, some 120 meters away from him. But again, that just tells you that Forrester's bowling well. Here's a good picture on his, as he starts his run up. Yeah, and he does get the ball to move away, even with that open-faced style of his. That will finish the 21st over, 21-4-4. First run scored in 5 overs.
And that just was one. It's quite interesting how many runs could have gone between slip and the gully area, but so far the fielders that have been placed there, looking at your 3rd and 4th slip, have done the job. Surely many runs could have gone around in that area. So far they're bowling with one line and in one channel, a channel of uncertainty, but so far they've done very well. It has kept the batsmen guessing, and also we see the Northwest Dragons coach also taking a walk. Must be a very pleased man this morning.
Oh, there's a lovely looking drive. It's a block through to that mid-on area. And that's the power of Mitchell van Buren's game when he does play. Beautifully timed 4 runs. A welcome boundary for Van Buren and the Lions. Sure, they'll be very keen to get out of the 20s now.
Most definitely also hoping that these two will see us through lunch, or see them through till lunch.
Yeah, 25 tough minutes to go. And I must say, with this thick outfield, with a bit of rain that we've had in the last week, and maybe even earlier in the week, I think maybe over the weekend, some of the matches were actually washed out here in the Johannesburg area, club matches. So that and a very good covering of grass on that pitch means that the ball will stay new for a lot longer. I'd like to have another look at the pitch a lot closer to see if there have been any indentations. Well, was this really rolled in very hard with the grass holding things together, or will there be indentations? But I must say that the pitch has played pretty true, typical as it would on the first day. And no out-and-out apacement here to see whether the ball has actually had a bit of a tennis ball type of a bounce. But in general, they've kept him on that back of the length, good length, throughout the 21 overs. And that's why we haven't got much to see. I think there was one delivery that Luan Swat really banged it in to see what he gets out of the pitch, and it was perhaps just the lone bouncer that we saw, or that we've seen so far in in this whole passage of play on the opening morning of this match?
So far, the bowlers have been spot on bowling in that line.
Persisting with that ball running away, coming wide of the crease to try and sucker the batsman. Generally what tends to happen is bowlers who actually bowl the inducker, if they use the crease, the width of the crease intelligently, it almost shifts the eye and the head of the batter, expecting the ball to maybe hit the same length, and suddenly the angle changes, and if the batsman's not trapped LBW, he's certainly going to be clean bowled. So Nyaku working away beautifully, and he must really be enjoying himself today because he's getting the ball to move in both directions.
And from where we're sitting, you can see the away movement, whether it's coming in or going out. I think we're very fortunate to get to see the ball swing. Bird's eye view.
Now I'm particularly impressed because you don't see many swing bowlers around. You know, genuine swing bowlers, the Fani de Villiers, the Merrick Pringles of the world. And obviously there have been so many more, but I'm just saying that, so it's fun to watch, it's good to watch. Ah, beautiful delivery, he's deserved it. He's cleaned up Van Buren after being struck for 4. He's hit the right length, so he's suckered him into this one. The first few that ran after being hit for the boundary of that foolish length delivery, 3 of the outswingers, and then brings back one back in sharply, picks up the wicket, and that is a prize wicket to pick up right now. Van Buren looked pretty solid. Wonderful length, beaten neck and crop, and much deserved wicket for Nyaku, perhaps the best of the morning.
So far, I think that's the delivery of the morning. A beautiful ball, kept a bit low, went straight in. It was probably thought it was going to swing out, but this one continued straight on and crashed into the back of off stump. And as you can see, Mitch van Buren, who had been there for the longest time, having faced 52 balls, only managing to score just 8 runs so far. The Lions are in a spot of bother this morning. Very unusual situation to find themselves in before lunch, having your number 7 batsman walking in. But like we said earlier, the Lions can bat very long. Have got a very, very long batting lineup.
Well, I must say that this sustained pressure for this 1 hour and 40 minutes has been absolutely brilliant. And the fact that the bowlers have all supported each other means that the team find themselves in this wonderful ascendancy, 25 for 5, in complete control of the proceedings this morning. They wouldn't want any of these batters to actually settle in. But here is the pair that certainly turned things around. A record partnership of over 300 for the 7th wicket in all of South African cricket. And can they do something, pull something out of the bag? This is certainly not the 3rd innings of the match. This certainly is the first morning of play, and the left-handed Delano Potgieter now comes to the crease. He has come in many situations like this before, one particularly in the final two years ago, where he really played a magnificent hand there. But we'll get a look at that dismissal after we see Potgieter settle in now. But it was the end of the over actually, so Esterhuizen will be facing Forrester. We'll get back into that dismissal after this, because what we saw there was a double step across. Standing on middle guard, watch his feet, he gets in line already, and that tells you how much the ball has moved. What a great delivery that was. He'll go back, Mitchell van Buren, and ask himself, what did I do wrong? And I think he'll acknowledge at the end of the day that that was the ball of the morning.
Was definitely looked like he was caught in 2 minds, not knowing whether to go back to the ball or go front. It was too late.
Well, you know what they say, Bali, that a good delivery is one that keeps the batter guessing whether he must be on the back or the front foot. And if you can find the batsman somewhere in between, you got the better of him. And that was a perfect example. Really impressive, I must say, on Nyaku. He's picked up his 2nd. The Swat has got 2. Matawa has got 1. that of Wandile Makretu, and that was the first batsman out of the 5 wickets that have fallen that has been clean bowled. We were talking earlier about the fielding, and 4 catches out of 5 that have fallen early this morning. That's really what it's all about. We saw how the South Africans slipped up yesterday against Pakistan with at least a half a dozen catches that went to hand and dropped, and Pakistan found themselves in a very strong position, and that partnership of about 70 odd was the one where I think 3 in that period of that 70-run partnership, 3 catches were dropped. So it just shows how important it is, especially in the first innings, to take the catches. Oh, that's a good firm drive. It's the first real stroke of conviction there from Esterhuizen. He doesn't seem to be bothered. 24 balls, no run yet for him. He is the key wicket, but in the last match that they played, he didn't get any runs. In the match against, who did they play last? Was it Titans?
Titans.
The Seletswane match. Have I got it right? Sia Plaiki, of course, his game, that second innings where he picked up those 5 wickets and 7 in a match, just turned things around. Unlikely hero for the Lions, having been more of a journeyman, has played in a number of other provinces as well, and then came up here, played for South Africa under 19, debuted in 2023, and certainly his best day out, and that was the cause of a great win for the Lions. So that particular day, or match, Esterhuizen didn't get amongst the runs, but his team won.
A very solid batsman, this corner Esterhuizen, and a very good keeper too.
Over up, 25 for 5.
So 23rd over so far. They've been going at just 1 run and over. Very difficult circumstances that the Lions find themselves in. They just want to see out the next 20-25 minutes, make sure that they can try and save and make sure that they have no loss of wickets. It's been a tough morning so far for them. Looking at the decision taken by the captain of the Eastvaal Northwest Dragons to win the toss, send in the Lions. Surely he has been vindicated for making that decision this morning. Looking at the conditions, they've made the most of what the bowlers have given them, taking the 5 wickets. Onkenyaku continues
around the wicket to the left-handed post-hitter. It'd be good to watch now what sort of skill he uses to the left-hander. He has the skill of moving the ball in both directions. Now how does he probe against the left-hander? And that tells you a lot about the bowler's thinking, his experience, and when does he put it to good use. And that, I think, is a good indicator of the development of the player. Oh, beautiful delivery. It's so easy to hit those lengths at the Wanderers and not get punished because the ball does shoot through quite nicely.
That's why many players that come to the Highveld will tell you, I enjoy bowling here at the DP World Wanderers because the ball skids. If you put it in the right place, it's definitely going to be taken at chest level by the keeper.
I think he'll be aware of the fact that Nyaku can move the ball in both directions, so very watchful. The first leave was an exaggerated one, but just making sure that he got in line, watched it all the way through to into the keeper's hands, so you get to see which way the ball is also moving. A key aspect early on when you're the non-striker as well, to actually see how the ball behaves after it's pitched, so you know when you're out facing, you have a good idea. It's all part of applying yourself at the crease, as they say, not necessarily only when you're batting. when you're the non-striker, the type of things the little nuances to pick up.
Not a beautiful delivery, just coming into the left-hand batsman. Also now, just to think about it, I can only think of 4 boundaries that I can remember vividly this morning. There has been far less to give away this morning. Even the singles that have been, stolen within the field, can literally remember each and every run that has been scored. That's how tight the Northwest Dragons have been.
Oh, there's a good delivery. But just see how exaggerated is his foot movement, Delano Potgieter. So from here it would look like he's beaten. Obviously the oohs and ahs from behind the wicket will also prompt that type of thinking. But easy leaving there.
I guess caught in 2 minds, but very late.
3 slips and a gully in your picture. He's hit the beautiful length throughout here to the left-hander. So I must say, having followed up the previous over, he picked up the wicket. He's bowled another maiden. Impressive figure, 6 overs and 2 for 7. 25 for 5. What time is lunch? 12 o'clock. It's a 2-hour session, right?
It's a 2-hour session, 12 o'clock.
And so they've got 12 minutes to negotiate.
Very tough 12 minutes to negotiate, that is. Lions and a spot of bother. Very unfamiliar territory they find themselves in. Usually they ease themselves into the game, would have lost.
I'll tell you what, Alan Donald would have enjoyed the view we have from up here, and also obviously watching it on screen, how well these youngsters have bowled. Celebrated a birthday yesterday. I'm not too sure how young he is. The White Lightning.
He gets younger each and every year.
One of the great sights in world cricket, when Alan Donald ran into bowl. But all eyes are on Dion Forrester, still searching for a wicket. He's bowled beautifully. He's gone for just 1 run, and this is the beginning of his 6th over. And he's kept it there and thereabouts all the way through. So much so that I think Esterhuizen, who's now been there for close to 40 minutes, has perhaps just got a good idea of exactly what this young man is doing.
Perfect.
And can he do anything differently? That's the thing.
Yeah.
But this guy has picked it up. He's got no runs against me. He's really read what I'm doing. So what can Forrester do differently? That will perhaps induce a false stroke. Does he have it in him now? No, but it's a well pitched up delivery and just pushed to the fielder at mid-off.
Also well played. Good cricket all round. Well bowled, well played, well fielded.
It's turning out to be an interesting series so far. 3 games complete. These 2 teams occupying the top spot. Betting points, I must say, Eastvaal Renault Dragons have been exceptional with the bet, because they've picked up 15.04 betting bonus points, 10 with the bowling, so which means their consistency is in both departments, very much like the Lions. And then not surprised to see that Hollywood bets Dolphins, although they've only got 1 win and 2 draws. Their bonus point situation has been a healthy one as well, 15.22 in the batting and 8 for bowling. So so far no penalty runs, but the first 2, these 2 teams, only separated by 3 points. And then they'll go into that long break. And then cricket will continue, I think, in 4-day cricket will continue in February. Yeah.
We have a long summer of cricket coming up. Just now, the T20 series is coming up. After the T20 series, we have the SA20. From the SA20, we have the T20 World Cup, which will be happening out there. And then we're back to the 4-day series, the CSA domestic 4-day series here in South Africa. Really getting to enjoy 4-day cricket once again.
Yeah, the whole month of November, you can keep your eyes peeled here. Good bouncer. Wide called, maybe not so good.
Yeah.
So first extra, I think, on the board, 26 for 5.
Definitely above his head. Banged it in very, very short. Keeper had to stretch a bit to make sure that that doesn't go to the boundary. Not the tallest keeper I've seen.
There haven't been too many tall wicket keepers in world cricket, I must tell you. David Dyer in South Africa was pretty tall when he did keep wickets for Natal. Watch that movement from Esterhuizen. He is bothered by that length, I must tell you, because there's slight movement, that trigger movement which we haven't seen before. Looking to adopt that in the last 2 deliveries of that over. So end of the over, the 25th, 26 for 5. And looks like they're still getting at least another 2 overs. So yeah, domestic cricket, keep your eyes peeled to pitch vision, because there'll be lots of T20 cricket. The CSA T20 challenge on your screens from early in November for the entire month, and then of course there'll be time for those playoffs and the finals, and soon after that it will be the SA20 starting on Boxing Day. It's down the leg side. It's another good stop there from Herman. Hussein Manak was talking about being impressed with the way this guy has kept. I must say, generally, if you're a wicket keeper, you want to stand at the Wanderers because the ball comes through at a good height, good speed, and if you're a good athletic keeper, you can show it off a bit as well. So, but he has been pretty clean, pretty tidy, I must say. There were 2-3 difficult ones down the leg side, no doubt. That's what prompted the comment early on. The sun on their backs as they kneel down. That's a slow bouncer.
Yeah.
He just negotiated away to the onside by Potgieter to get himself off the mark. They've in fact run 3. Very vacant area. 2 fielders very close in, had to run to field that. So 3 runs easily taken. 29 for 5. Will we get beyond the 20s before lunch?
Well, we just have to keep our eyes peeled. But very big part of the area with us playing on this far side of the pitch, using this far side of the ground. So anything that goes that side near the golf course is definitely going to be a good couple of runs.
Who continues. This time they do have a fielder in the deep enough for them to have chase through for the single. So Esterhuizen, after 33 deliveries, finally off the mark with a signature on drive that he plays so well. Very quick hands he normally has, and you get to see that a lot more in white ball cricket. He finally gets off the mark. I'm going to make a note of that here because it speaks volumes of the young man's temperament. Slightly down the leg side. This is one player who has such a fine all-round game that he will exploit those areas, those free areas. So another single picked up.
We spoke about them getting to their 30s before lunch. Well, they've just made it, but it's still a long way to go before lunch. With plus minus and over left, Onkenyaku continues to run in, bowl beautifully, just hitting the right spots, make it very difficult for the batsman to score. And that's the story of the morning, that Dragons have given nothing to the Lions. very good stop off his own bowling that had 4 written all over. Beautiful straight drive. Sometimes you look at a batsman, beautiful shot, but does not go for any runs, and you just feel maybe you should get an extra run for the beautiful drive, but you need to make sure that they count.
Standing on an off-stump guard is Esterhuizen. And then down the leg side and neatly pushed away to that leg side boundary for 4. Effortless little stroke. So on Kenyaku maybe indicating that it's time for that lunch break into his 7th over. And 9 runs coming off this over, the most profitable one for the Lions. Maybe just tried for that Yorker length, leg side Yorker length delivery. And unfortunately he strays down the leg side, and Esterhuizen easily picks it up for 4. So welcome boundaries does certainly take the score to 35 now. And the first spinner to come into the attack, and that is the captain Wihan Libbe.
Yep.
Probably the last over before lunch will be taken.
So far it's been a beautiful morning for the Dragons. Gave nothing away. 35 for 5, the 26 overs. It hasn't been easy with the Lions having to navigate around this opening morning here at the DP World Wanderers.
It's been a dominant morning. I think this is possibly the most dominant passage of play, or period of play, or session of play that the Eastvaal Northwest Dragons have had in the season so far, and they'll take a lot of encouragement from it. So 2 close infielders, 1 slip, short leg. Number of fielders around the bat, saving 1, a shortish backward point or a wideish backward point, and then a deepish extra cover, a short extra cover, a deep mid off, deep mid on, out of your picture, also a shortish mid wicket. This one played straight back to Wihan Libbe.
As a batsman, he's probably counting down the balls. 4 more balls to come.
That's the one thing when you're facing seam bowling and you're trying to just consolidate and not commit yourself. When it comes to spin bowling, you need to certainly change your mindset, because spinners generally make you play. And as you saw there in the previous delivery, you look very close to maybe going to hand. Short leg has been moved more square, and now he's forward of square. And that's in fact where the previous delivery, where the ball was played in that area. And that's why they probably felt that there was a chance. I reckon Potgieter is the most capable of handling this spin bowling in this situation. He doesn't get suckered into that flighted delivery. Keep an eye on the umpires. Are their clocks in tandem with ours? Well,
Looks like
the one umpire's had a look at the other. It's all about him getting to the mark in time. The clock at the Wanderers shows us it's exactly 12, maybe even a half a minute past midday. So are they going till 10 past? Do we know?
Looks like they'll go past the midday, and we'll have a new bowler in the name of Akil Klute, a seamer. Akil Klute made his debut in the 2020-21 season. 2022 has played 16 matches so far. Has 32 wickets at an average of 39.25 and a run rate
Start with a wayward delivery. I see here it says right arm fast. Boland born, but had his first class debut for the Dolphins in 2021. And he's 24 years old, so yeah, it'll be good to watch him as well.
with the best figures of 5 for 27 rocks against the Warriors. So he's had 1 5-er so far in his career. High arm action as he runs in to deliver the ball. Very straight.
And if anything, I think part of the game plan must have been in the dressing room and pre-match chats with the bowlers, was that the bowlers generally must just try and keep on that teasing length at the Wanderers, and you'll get benefit from it. So apart from this delivery that's gone way down the leg side, they've all come in and just put it on the spot and have made run scoring so difficult. You were talking about the number of boundaries that have been scored. I think it's now, what, 4, maybe 5 out of the score of 35 for 5. Oh no, it's another one down the leg side. Maybe just out of rhythm more than anything else.
Can see from where we're sitting that he's a quick bowler. He just needs to get the line right. So far he's bowled on the leg stump, where the batsman does not even have to play, he just needs to let the ball go, knowing that.
I'd like to watch his front arm, where that finishes. Now that's a lot better. You saw it finishing outside of his left thigh on his follow through, and that generally means that you'll be bowling it a lot straighter. If it finishes in between your legs, or maybe even outside of your right leg on the follow through, it's going to follow that direction, leg stump and down the leg side. Watch that arm as it followed through. So much better delivery. Another one of those well played, but equally well fielded.
Definitely saved a couple of runs there. With that being said, end of the over, 28th over, 35 for 5. Corner Esterhuizen on 5 after 40 deliveries. Dilano Portreter on 4 after 15. Now talking about the action that you spoke about, after changing a bit, where you spoke about him, where he ends with the delivery, there was a change in the ball where he was bowling between off and middle, unlike in the past other deliveries that went wayward on the leg stump.
So Vian will continue. Flighted delivery hits him on the full. Was there perhaps bat? The captain indicating going down the leg side. The umpire completely uninterested.
Half-hearted appeal there.
Just for good measure, I'd like to maybe even think that I think that what should happen is silly middle, short cover should come into a silly position and force maybe the stroke onto the offside, or perhaps look for the batsman to go over the top as well, just tempt him with these flighted deliveries that Vian has delivered. That's the 4th one that has been exaggeratedly flighted. He's now notioning to the fielder at long leg to actually come in to what would be an inner circle in the white ball game. Is he anticipating a sweep shot, maybe a top edge? He's coming wide of the crease.
Ball is a bit quicker.
And I must say, this is not easy, because you're trying to just protect your wicket. You don't want to lose another wicket just a few balls before lunch. And those tempting deliveries, which are very straight as well, you've got to be so careful to not allow it to slip through. And well negotiated in the end by Delano Potgieter. looks like lunch is going to be taken at 10 past.
I guess I got it right. It's a 2-hour, 10-minute session.
Same. You want to take it? Give me a minute. One more over. Ruben, one more over. Give me one more over.
Where do you want to meet?
Just over to be bold. There we go again.
Sige na
Goes
siya,
back to
puro
his
ka na.
old habits.
No, front on view would have given us a better idea, but my guess is that sometimes what happens is you're looking at the spot, you're aiming at it, and it just doesn't come off. It's a lot better.
Beautiful delivery, straight. Was very quick.
Kenyaku and also Dion Forrester got the ball to certainly move a bit. Making a bit of a change now. Just 2 slips in the gully for Twitter. He's decided maybe with the ball going down the leg side there may be a chance of a little brush. So he's got a leg gully or a leg slip in position. Out of picture.
Very unorthodox for Jan to decide, let me get a leg slip, maybe we may get something, may make something out of this. Or yes, maybe he's playing a guessing game.
Well, I think what you've seen there is that Vian has been very quick to pick up the fact that he's having this bit of an issue down the leg side. So maybe by giving him some protection, that he'll straighten up, and the very next delivery was right on target. Sometimes it's not all about tactics, it's more about how to get the bowler just thinking and almost allowing him to play himself into the game. And it's all about confidence.
And also understanding your players.
Correct. Luba is 32 years old. Very experienced indeed. He's played some internationals as well for South Africa. He's obviously posted himself quite deep at Milan, so an easy single on offer, and gladly taken by Esterhuizen. A whole lot of changes to the field now for the left-hander hitter. He has to negotiate just 2 deliveries. So 3 slips in the gully in your picture, out of picture, backward point, cover, and then in fact, so we have a mid-off, mid-on, and then a mid-wicket. So very orthodox field for a right-arm seam bowler into the left-hander. Put around the wicket. Neat little drive, that's all that Delano Potgieter has to do. And it's beaten the fielder. Just a beautifully timed stroke to take the teams to lunch at 35 for 5. Certainly not a period of play that the Lions will have or will want to recall, but it's not over. And they've got 2 very established batsmen in the middle that have taken them through to lunch. There was one other flutter in the 5th wicket that fell, with Mitch van Peeren being a clean ball by Nyaku. But it has been a period of play which was totally dominated by the visiting Northwest Dragons team. And and they probably had, as I said earlier, the most profitable morning with the ball in the series so far. And they'll take a lot of encouragement out of this, and the key will be whether they can hang in there and continue to perform that way. I see for the last 10-15 minutes the captain decided that he's not going to overwork the likes of De Swart and Matau, and decided that he's going to go with himself and Akila Klute to end proceedings here. So 40 for 5 in fact it is at lunch, with Esterhuizen on 6 and Potgieter on 8.
Probably the highest partnership that we've had this morning with 15 runs. Started off with Dom Hendricks going for 6 after 18 deliveries. Josh Richards going out for a duck after facing 7 deliveries. Wandile Makwet, who was brought in this morning to replace Riza Hendricks, played 2 good on drives. Unfortunately fell for 9 in his 13 balls that he faced. Mitch van Buren also was unfortunate, caught not knowing to go for it or to play back, being bowled by a beautiful delivery from Ongenyaku. From his 53 deliveries, he went for 8 runs. And we had the likes of Richard Siletsane, who's finding his feet in 4-day cricket, going for 1 run after 21 deliveries. Now we look at the Eastvaal Northwest Dragons bowling Rwanda Desart Open proceedings, going for 7 overs, 6 maidens, 5 runs, and the 2 wickets that he claimed this morning. Fred Mutua bowling from the Collet Drive and had a beautiful morning also, bowling 6 overs, 3 maidens, 11 runs, and just 1 wicket. Ongenyaku, definitely one of the pick of the bowlers, 7 overs, 4 maidens, 16 runs for his 2 wickets. We had the likes of Jan Forrester, who supported 4 maidens, 2 runs in his 6 overs that were bowled. Björn Lever also in the last 10 minutes of the session, going for 2 maidens. Akili Klute also went for 5 runs in his 2 overs with 1 maiden. With that being said, it is time for lunch. We'll be back in 40 minutes.
Lights, the stage is set. Camera,
the shortest format, the biggest role.
action.
Lovely shot. Oh, bullseye. It's taken.
Izano Bukela Amanina Ishala Ikakamba. And remember, entry is free.
The Hollywood Bets Pro Series from 4 October to 15 March.
Remember those blissful long summer days? Bright smoke drifting across the stands. The hiss on the grass banks. And the thrill of getting your hero's autograph? Remember when we came together for more than just cricket? For the rivalries, the banter, and for those moments that brought us all to our feet.
Sensational catch. Right out of the stadium. What a shot that is.
Remember that feeling? It's back. Every team, every format, from the fire of the T20 Challenge to the battles of the One Day Cup, the intrigue of the 4-day series, and the brilliance of the Hollywood Bets Pro Series.
Boulder!
This season, it's time to make new memories. Book your ticket to the best of South African domestic action. Head to cricket.co.za for all the details. With hometown pride on the line. Ozanawe.
So tell me, these Proteas, are they talented?
Yeah.
Fierce.
Yeah.
Dynamic. Yeah. Do they have the passion?
That is an outstanding catch.
Yeah.
Is ambition a part of this team?
Yeah.
Do they look unstoppable?
Yeah.
Unbreakable?
Yeah.
Unafraid?
Yeah.
Will they win the Cricket World Cup?
Absolute class from Laura Volpa.
Oh, that's out of here!
Oh, just like that. This is thrilling.
It's a shambles.
This is unbelievable. This is fantasy cricket.
Join the charge. Support the Proteas women on their journey to World Cup glory.
Yeah,
and good afternoon from the DP World Wanderers Stadium, where the home team, the Lions, are taking on the visiting team, the Eastvaal Renault Dragons, who have had a most memorable first session, having picked up 5 wickets. 40 for 5 was the score at lunchtime on day 1, and Esterhuizen and Potgieter, both on 6 and 8 respectively, will now have to put in a rescue act of high proportions, of big proportions, if they're going to get their team into some semblance of comfortable, some semblance of control in this particular match. All of the bowlers have been in fantastic form. They've all really delivered the goods for Vian Libber, their captain. The catching has been good. The disciplines have been in place, and they've very rarely bowled a loose delivery in that entire session. 30 overs of it, in fact, 40 for 5, and we'll update you with the scorecard and how things did proceed as the morning play went on. So back with Rohan de Swart, who opened and was very impressive in his first spell. Well, 7 overs, picked up 2 for 5, that included 4 maidens. And he in fact started the slide with the initial wicket that fell, that of Josh Richards, and the Lions found themselves at 1 for 4 in the 3rd over, 2 for 15 in the 6th over, and then 17 for 3, 20 for 4, and 25 for 5. This partnership worth 15 runs is very important, and these two were able to shepherd them into some sort of safety as they went into lunch, not losing any further wickets. You have to say that the bowlers, their captain, the fielders, none of them, in fact all of them, have just put their best foot forward in this morning's play. There was beautiful sunshine at the start of play. An hour before there was still heavy cloud about, but it's been the perfect conditions to win the toss, and they've delivered the goods. Esterhuizen took all of 33 deliveries to get off the mark, but he hung in there with great amount of resolve and responsibility, and he was able to see lunch through with Delano Potgieter, the same pair of batters who put on their record partnership for the 7th wicket 2 matches back. Can they put on another rescue act here? Alongside me for this opening half hour or 45 minutes, Hussein Manak. And Hussein, how would you describe that first session that we watched this morning?
Yeah, good afternoon, and to all our viewers, thank you, Aslam. It was an interesting morning, particularly because the conditions favoured the bowlers, and the bowlers bowled well. Particularly the opening bowlers, good opening partnership, bowling partnership from the 2 frontline bowlers. They bowled in really good areas. They didn't bowl too many loose deliveries, and of course picked up the wickets. So they made life really difficult for the batters. But Lions batters also, I think, felt perhaps maybe one doesn't want to be too harsh, but perhaps maybe chasing a couple of wide deliveries. One has to be extremely tight in these conditions, not easy. Certainly a bowler's morning. But they've been rewarded, and of course the fact that that they did win the toss, Eastvaal Northwest Dragons, and they decided to bowl first, that decision's been vindicated. So that over from the Swart, there's another good one from him, 40 for 5. Esterhuizen is, you feel, really important cog in this Lions batting lineup now, especially since they've lost 5 of their top order. And of course, Potgieter is huge because he's been so successful. The other thing about Potgieter that is so important is that he's the left-hander, isn't he? So he just offers that makes life a little more difficult for the bowlers. They've got to adjust their lines and come, as most of them have, to the left-hander from around the wicket. Matoa opened the bowling this morning. He was good. Did bowl really well too. So yes, another little challenging spell, I reckon, for these two Lions batters.
Through the covers. Beautiful stroke. Over pitch delivery to start with from Matau, and Delano Potgieter is that type of a player that latches onto those, and a square drive of real accomplishment. 44 for 5.
Yeah, he does keep things simple, doesn't he? He just stands. When it's over pitch like this, he'll stand and hit through the line so easily. Makes it look really uncomplicated. Have a look at that. Beautiful drive. Putting that one away. Definitely a touch on the full side. But it is beginning to cloud over just a little bit. There's some sun in the distance when you look at the golf course, Aslam, but just where we are now, there's a little bit of a cloud hovering, and I just wonder whether that's a sign of things to come for the afternoon or not. It does cloud over. The bowlers may enjoy that.
So good to see that after the over pitch delivery that went for 4, the half volley, he's tightened up. He's just straightened up, which is what they've done for most of the morning. Number of deliveries beat the outside edge, and they kept it so straight. The pressure was relentless, and that's why we saw wickets falling in regular fashion. Oh, that's a beautiful drive. Gloriously played by Potgieter once again.
Exquisite. It does make it look so easy, but this is definitely another over-pitch delivery here from Alfred Matoa, coming from around the wicket. And if you're not getting that, well, he's getting a little bit of shape away from the left-hander, but yeah, if it's half volley, doesn't matter what the pitch is doing, can still be put away, as Potgieter did in style there.
Much better delivery, that one. Short of a length. Just grips and it goes through to the keeper at a good height. And again, well left. You can easily get suckered into suddenly playing strokes because you've hit 2 glorious boundaries and you look to go after the short one and top edge it or under edge it. So well left. And Potgieter, if he continues to play this way, just lessen the pressure and maybe get the field to spread. And that does end the first over after lunch. 48 for 5, 8 runs added since that lunch break. And as Hussein said, it's certainly been a session that featured excellent bowling from the visiting Dragons boys. They've been exceptional in the way they went about things. And I kept talking about being able to control and sustain that kind of relentless pressure. And that will be something that we'll look out for in this period after lunch. How much they can continue to just tighten the noose around the Lions batters. Swart in again. The other thing I like about the situation that they find themselves in, apart from Potgieter perhaps who's played a little more than Esterhuizen, but there's so much written about Esterhuizen, spoken about him, we've seen it for ourselves, rate him already from the time he was a young man. But these are the type of situations that you find yourselves in that really tests your mettle as a batsman. And can he wriggle his way out of this tight situation? Which I particularly will be keeping a very keen eye on, and I personally would hope that he actually comes through, because he certainly looks a fantastic prospect for higher level.
Okay.
I think the other feature about the way the Dragons' bowling attack have performed is that it doesn't look like they have a weak link in the setup. Straight drive, but straight to the fielder. The Swat and Alfred Mutawa really started magnificently this morning, and then Onke Nyaku came in and produced a superb spell, 2 for 16, and the ball of the day was the dismissal of Mitch van Buren, the only one of the 5 wickets that fell, clean bowled. And then Forrester bowled 6 overs, 2 maidens, and just conceded 2 runs. So a performance that we certainly waxed lyrical about during that session, and I'm sure for a while after lunch, unless of course Hussein, the tempo changes and these two put on a partnership of some significance. It's worth 23 runs out of the score, 48 for 5. They came together at 25 for 5.
Lots of experience at the crease for the Lions at the moment, and that's what they're going to need.
Also, the other thing is, I mean, I know that 2 boundaries were hit in the previous over just after lunch, but suddenly 2 slips in the gully, and then you've got 3 men on the offside saving 1 at backward point, cover and mid-off, or extra cover and mid-off. I wonder if we wouldn't still just stay with 3 slips in the gully. The ball's still pretty new, 30 overs old. Not much has been hit out of that piece of leather, I can tell you. End of the second over after lunch, and Rwanda Swat with a maiden.
A very good over. Nothing loose there. He's bowling good lines, good areas. Esterhuizen is trying to unsettle him. Just notice he's standing on off stump and advancing down the pitch. If he can, every opportunity to see if he can just put the Swat off and maybe force him to change his length and line a little. But the Swat has bowled a fantastic over there. Hasn't put anything wrong.
Down the leg side, clipped away, 4 runs. Dealing in boundaries is Delano Potgieter. He's really the type of a batsman that you can't continue to deliver the loose stuff, because he's such a fine all-round player. Offside, leg side, anything short, anything over-pitched, he is equally adept. And that's why he's such a useful all-rounder in the middle order. And then he's cool and calm. He's a calculated batsman. He never seems to be ruffled. Oh, beautiful delivery. Looks like Ruben Herman was already going up for the appeal. Did that hit anything on its way, Hussein?
Oh, certainly was a fantastic delivery.
Peter neck and crop, turned him square. Lift and bounce and movement, everything that you wanted. I think I sensed a bit of anger in that previous delivery, Hussein, being hit for 4 down the leg side. And you can't continue to leak runs, especially if you've had such a good session. You've had a good pep talk again at lunchtime. And you don't want to be failing your team with any of this loose stuff. So how can he finish this over now? Oh, well bowled. He certainly got him playing that stroke, forcing him into the stroke.
I just feel if Matau can keep enough deliveries in that area, there's a chance. I mean, you know, he's already beaten the edge twice here. And just be consistent in that area. Something will happen. He's enough in the wicket still. Ball is relatively newish, still 30 odd overs old. There's enough in the wicket here to create a few problems.
That's a very good ball. That was the previous delivery. The one that followed was short outside the off stump. And there's the final delivery of this over. Can he make it count, Alfred Matoa? That's a good finish to the over after having bowled that loose delivery down the leg side. 4 runs coming off it, 52 for 5. Maybe at tea time I'll take a jog downstairs and just observe, watch the pitch, have a look at the pitch to see if there are any indentations and exactly how much this pitch was rolled in pre-match, because it's obviously got to last for 4 days. It's in fact the third pitch to the main pitch that they use at the Wanderers for big matches. Nicely struck, but straight to the fielder.
It's also the third pitch from the scoreboard, so definitely a shortish boundary on that scoreboard side and really long boundary to the change room side. Very often when you get towards the one end of a square, you have a gentle slope as well.
Listen,
there you can see that's the first one to the far right.
Yeah.
Second one, and they're playing on the third one. And sometimes we'll have a gentle slope towards the scoreboard side on that end. And so sometimes, for example, in this instance, the swat will get a little bit extra movement away from the right-hander. Even a straightish delivery or one that looks straight may just go with the angle and the slope.
And what I'm tempted to say is that he's keeping it very tight. And the one thing you want to do is it's early after lunch, the batsman has to now get settled all over again, is to just try and maybe remove one of those fielders from the cover and tempt the drive. You talk about the fact that the swat may be getting a bit of away movement because of the slope. Maybe another reason to consider that for a while. Ball is still new, we both agree. And they are 5 down.
Yeah, wonderful bowling. And the other thing is I mean, why I do tend to agree with you is because the Swat hasn't bowled too many really bad balls. He's bowled in good areas. He hasn't offered any loose deliveries either side of the wicket. They've been really tight. So if you can kind of just get into the batter's head and maybe offer him that little juicy gap in the covers where he may feel, oh, if I just lean into this one and there's a nice big gap there, I can help myself to 4 runs. And then 3 slips in a gully may just be what you're looking for. And as you said, 52 for 5. It's not like the Lions are exactly at this point in time running away from a score perspective. So you don't mind just getting that extra slip. I mean, the last thing you'd want now is the thick edge flying through third slip.
If you keep a keen eye on Esterhuizen and his footwork, there's just this shimmy as his trigger movement slightly forward. I'm not sure what the reason behind that is, but we're saying, with the number of balls that have actually gone in that area, you talk about third slip, I would even just for now be happy to try a double gully, 2 slips, 2 gullies, because there's this angled bat that both or Esterhuizen, he's struck him in front. There's an appeal for LBW. The umpire, Arno Jacobs, unmoved.
And he's saying it's outside the line of off stump. I probably would be agreeing with him there. It's a tight call, very good appeal, hit him low down. But one does feel, I mean, look at this, that Esterhuizen may just have got outside the line of off stump. But it's marginal. It's marginal. It may have been umpire's call on off stump, and you can see the teapot there. He's wondering how did that not get given out, because Esterhuizen missed that one, hit him low. only thing that could have saved him would be the impact outside the line of off stump.
Arno Jacob's a very experienced umpire these days. A fine player in his time, magnificent player in fact. Played for the Dragons when the franchise system was formed and was a prolific batsman, no doubt. So knows the game in and out. And like, as you say, Hussein, very marginal, but on a very full length. And then if it was marginal, then you have to say that that was an excellent decision by the umpire. But these days you do have, although DRS is not being used in domestic cricket, but that does sometimes prove the umpire wrong. Ooh, beautiful delivery. It kept coming in towards it off stump. In the end, that exaggerated leave by Delano Potgieter getting far across to the offside meant that he judged it well in the end. Because if you hit in front, not offering a stroke, the umpire's finger invariably goes up. This morning the trees were swaying when we got here to the ground. We're saying there was a breeze about. It's pretty quiet. Most of the trees over on the golf course end are pretty still. 4 runs, thank you very much. Full toss and driven.
Oh, well, Matau's just dished up a juicy full toss now, and he's been guilty. I think in this over he got away with one of the deliveries as well, another foolish delivery that got hit straight to mid-on. So he's fortunate it hasn't been 2 boundaries yet. Previous over wasn't a bad one, but he drifted down, leg was clipped away. And the very first over after lunch, he bowled 2 half volleys outside off stump. So he has been guilty here of just bowling a number of 4 balls, as they call them. He hasn't quite found his range here after lunch. He bowled a good spell this morning with the new ball, but one senses that this may be his last over here unless he picks up a wicket. He just hasn't been consistent, particularly in these conditions. Batting team in the spot of bother. You have to keep the pressure going from both ends. And what a little speller like this does, he just takes the pressure.
Oh, that's well bowled. He's coming from wide outside the off stump. It's always going to be against the bowler. And umpire Lautergan says, no thank you.
Always going to be an issue of height here at the Wanderers, especially when it hits you on the back foot. Like that. Although, having said that, that was round about roll height or just above the roll. Wasn't a bad shout altogether. And that good delivery there by Matau to finish the over. I do feel like the Northwest Dragons now will want to try and get somebody at the other end who's just going to tighten things up. Because they have to maintain the pressure on these 2 batters. They allow them to get away. Both of these batters have shown this season how dangerous they can be if they get away. Dragons have got to keep them pinned down for as long as possible. And hopefully, with the pressure and the dot balls and landing enough balls in good areas, something will happen. Maybe a loose shot. Maybe a delivery that finds the outside edge. But this is a big partnership, one feels, in the context of this first innings.
We're 31 right now.
Ball in hand, you just want to make sure you find your way to slowly start picking up pace.
That's your live picture. The ball tucked away to the onside by the right-handed Esterhuizen. He'll pick up 2 more runs of Rohan de Swart. That'll take the partnership to 33. And that to me is always the big thing. We talk about fitness I talk about mental fitness in the longer format of the game, and also mental stamina to be able to sustain the type of performance that took you to lunch right on top at 40 for 5. And you talk about Matawa earlier, I mean, 6 overs unbroken, and bowled 3 maidens, picked up the 1 wicket for 11 runs. So he was pretty tidy, he was on the money, and immediately after lunch, you know, it's not as if he bowled like 2 spells or 5 overs each. So you feel he should be pretty fresh in his legs. What tends to happen also is when the pitch is giving you so much, you seem to overthink it, and you forget the disciplines that got you to 40 for 5, your team to 40 for 5. It's a good leave once again, Esterhuizen, just with that double step, making absolutely sure that he's got his off stump well covered. Very close shot in the previous over against Esterhuizen from Rwanda Swat, who I must say that apart from using the width on the batter's end, he's adjusted his short of a length line, a slightly fuller pitch delivery with great control. A la Craig Matthews, when he used to just almost regimentally run in and bowl like this. So Swat from his end certainly holding things together for his province.
There's been a drop in pitch that's kind of in the middle there.
More than doubled since lunch.
It's been laid recently.
Again, that double step across. And really it's the way to play at the Wanderers, because that way you get to judge the bounce of the ball and to make sure that you're committed, you are in line, and then whether you're defending or playing a forcing shot, that you are in a perfect position to do that. So a wonderful bit of batsmanship here from Esterhuizen, good bit of concentration. 70 balls for his 8 runs, but he's held things together for his team. Delano Potgieter as usual. Very adept at scoring runs all around the wicket. So change of bowling on Kenyaku was very impressive. 7 overs, 2 for 16. And that also contained, I think, 2, maybe 3 maidens. So he continues from around the wicket as well to Potgieter. What did you think of him, Sen? Because I was just saying on air with Mbali earlier that we don't see that many quality swing bowlers, and when you get conditions that are ideal for that, then to really see them come through with that type of skill. And I was really impressed with the way he's bowled the ball in both directions. We were talking about Mitch van Buren's dismissal. I'm sure we'll get to see those highlights shortly. They're packaging it for us.
I was impressed with the way he bowled. His first spell this morning, as you say, he swung the ball both ways. Control was very good. This is his 8th over and 2 for 16, so he has bowled nicely. Now this is an important spell for him, and in the context of the innings, particularly for the Dragons, because if you can bowl a tight spell here to back up the Swat at the other end, it's going to make life difficult for these 2 batters at the crease who have experience and pull lines out of trouble a number of times. Oh, that's a beautiful delivery.
It's a slow turnaround, a slow turn and a walk. Like, how much closer did I need to get to that? Because here's a batsman who's really threatening them the key protagonist in this partnership of 33, and how much he would have given for that outside edge. "31 years old." You were talking earlier about the two divisions that are classified as first class in South Africa. He's got a 200 to his name, 200, and obviously the one not out.
More, but I'm just saying
2 centuries and 750.
So it's fun to watch. It's good
So
to
a
watch.
handy player to have. Ah, beautiful deliveries deserved. Kenyaku. Well taken single. That's the other positive aspect of Potgieter's game. Because he's left-handed, there's nothing unorthodox about the way he plays, but the way he finds gaps, the way he times his shots, there's always this opportunity to turn the strike over, as you saw there. Esterhuizen surveys that leg side field. He is a fine puller, as we've seen in white ball cricket as well. Ooh. Oh, beautiful delivery, mate. Yeah, he's done it both in this over. He's beaten the left-hander and the right-hander with some absolute corkers.
Now, have a look at this ball shape back, and that's tied to off stump. See the oohs and the ahs, and they know that wasn't too far away from off stump. Probably say a good leave, but a little bit too close for comfort.
Wickets. Okay. So yes, a great start. The Dragons elected to bowl first, and this is how the wickets fell. Joshua Richards was the first to go. Rwanda Swat was the fielder, bowler, glad to take the return catch.
There's been a drop in.
And that set the cat amongst the pigeons. Certainly not the lions.
It's been laid recently.
And then Makwetu, having played well, drawn into the stroke, a beautiful delivery, Matoa. It wasn't that far outside the off stump. Perhaps that fourth stump drew him into the stroke. And then Dominic Hendricks
transplanted.
Short, wide outside the off
stump.
Oh,
he's got to go at this one and does the scary.
Forrester picked up a glorious catch diving to his left. So some quality fielding to go with the bowling.
And obviously they've been
and then Mitch van Buren batted pretty doggedly for 52 balls, received this. Ah, beautiful deliveries. We must talked about, I think, late into the day today. And that was the 5th wicket that fell. And that all happened before lunch. At lunch it was 40 for 5. And the score now 60 for 5. Partnership 35.
Okay, so there's been a change of bowling, and Tobile Tlatuka is into the attack. He'll get his first opportunity this morning. He started with a few good deliveries. Looks like he's getting a little bit of shape away from the right-hander as well. May have that little bit of a slope we spoke about earlier to assist him just get that ball to leave the right-handed corner Esterhuizen. He can just stay tight and maintain that pressure on the Lions batters. I see the point has gone out to the boundary. It's probably just to give young bowler who's come in just a little bit of protection in case he gets it a little wide.
Generating a bit of pace. Broad-shouldered, thick thighs. Esterhuizen gets nicely into position. There's a big gap there, obviously, with the fielder at on the point boundary, so an easy single to be taken. He's one of two players that have been brought into the team today. Tobile Hlatuka and Janeman Malan in for Van Tonder and de Klerk. Around the wicket to the left-handed Potgieter.
That's a good over to start. He's played just 4 first-class matches. 6 innings, and let's just see what he's done so far as wickets go. He's got 9 wickets, average of 22, best of 5 for 31. That's Eastern Cape Inyati against Easterns, 2023-24. Yeah, I don't see any stats for him in Division 1, Aslam, so I reckon it's probably his Division 1 debut.
I was just about to ask that would this be his debut match. So Ankenyaku continues from the Calder Drive end. That's the Unity stand end here at the great DB World Wanderers Stadium into the afternoon session. And so far it's been well negotiated by the pair of Esterhuizen and Potgieter. They've survived after a really treacherous morning where 5 wickets fell. Oh, that was an excellent delivery. And Esterhuizen just manages to edge this off the inside half of the bat to the leg side. Ankenyaku fell for a moment that he almost got through those defenses. Beautiful sunshine now. It's warmed up, certainly a lot more than this morning. Hussein was talking about the beautiful golf course. I was talking about the stillness in the trees, but I must say, if you are in the Johannesburg area, good straight drive for no run. If you are in the Johannesburg area, then it's jacaranda season. And whilst they say that Pretoria is the jacaranda city, I reckon there are more jacarandas in the Johannesburg area, and it's in full bloom with the rains about over the last week or so, and it doesn't last long. By the end of October, perhaps even in the middle of November, they all but disappear. There we go. And it's even a prettier picture after the rains, because suddenly those leaves all just blanket the road and the pavements, and it's a sight to see. A photographer's delight, no doubt. And that particular bunch that you're looking at is just over the behind the scoreboard. Thank you to the cameraman and our director, trying to add color to the already colorful proceedings out in the middle. That's, of course, if you are a Dragons fan. Utalana Potgieter, 2 slips in the gully for Nyaku. Then a backward point, a wideish cover. The captain is at mid-off. A deepish mid-on. The ball certainly does travel off the green here, so you need to be slightly deeper here. And then a conventional mid-wicket and a fielder at long leg. Nothing has gone in that direction for all of the morning's play, and there's no exaggeration. In fact, 40 overs of it. And 62 for 5. With Johanna Potgieter looking really comfortable at the crease. Hussein, it's time for me to leave you. with Mbali Lope.
Good afternoon, Hussein, and good afternoon to everyone that's joined us once again.
Good afternoon, and this partnership is beginning to take some shape now, isn't it? 38 runs it's worth now, and just digging the Lions out of a bit of a hole they were in at lunchtime. But these two experienced players have really come back and look like they're beginning to resurrect the innings. What have you thought of the way they've played so far?
So far, after lunch, been a positive start, except that one chance that the keeper dropped, but it's good to see them coming out of the shell.
Yeah, I'm not sure if that was an edge though. I mean, it looked like it was, but you know, you just don't know. I don't know. Beat the edge, but it was a wonderful delivery. I'm not sure. We don't want to put it down as a drop catch. We'll find out sooner or later.
Rather put it down as a drop catch.
No, I don't think the keeper is going to be too happy if it wasn't. Yeah, they're beginning to. I think these two bowlers now are just beginning to. Tatuka, who's making his Div 1 debut, I think, because we're not picking up some stats, but he's played for Border, Eastern Cape Inyati, and he's played a few first-class games there, but certainly looks like he's bowling with good control and pace here at the moment, swinging the ball away from the left-hander and the right-hander, so there's decent amount of control here. Miyako at the other end, also bowling nicely. That's a good single.
It's very important that you keep the score rotating in between. As you can see, after 40 overs, we've seen the two batsmen that are currently on the crease, Delano Potgieter and Connor Esterhuizen, slowly but surely resurrecting what's left of the Lions' innings. So far, going good. Partnership is starting to be a problematic partnership. But one thing that I've noticed also throughout the day, there's always been that away movement, or this movement off the pitch. As a bowler, you've got something to bowl into or bowl for.
Yeah, I think with the grass on the surface of the wicket, and it's reasonably kind of not too abrasive at the moment yet. That ball still looks like it's in good shape, so it will keep swinging for a while. Oh, another no ball from him. Ooh. And Esterhuizen tried to carve that over backward point, and he was trying to hit that for 6, but short delivery.
Yeah, wild swing and a miss.
Oh, second no ball from him, so I just wonder what's going on. He's struggling perhaps with his rhythm a little. I just want to settle down because it's critical for the Dragons that have started so well this morning and they don't let it slip here.
So far the bowling has been very tight, so you don't want to give away too many extras. Tobile Hlatuka, not much of experience when it comes to first division, having come from the border ranks and now obviously moving up north to the Northwest Dragons.
Beautiful delivery. That's a probing line and length, and that's where he'll probably want to keep bowling, stay in that area, keep asking questions, because as you said earlier, Bali, there is still something in the air, still some movement of the pitch as well. There we go, that's a good delivery.
Talking about the longer format of the game, for me, from what I've analyzed over the years, you just need to find the right spot and keep it there. Keep going at it. Sometimes you don't need to try and do too many things.
Yeah, it's a lot to do with discipline and patience, isn't it? I think patience plays a big part in first class, longer version of the game. He's still a little bit of shape there for Nyaku. 2 for 18 of his 9. He's been brilliant. Really good control. He hasn't bowled too many loose deliveries. They've had to work, batters have had to work hard against him. Still got 2 slips and a gully. Now there's that extra man in the cover compared to early on when they started this morning, when there were 3 slips and a gully and there was nobody in the covers. It's the real one change from before lunch. Here's the 2 slips.
There's plenty of cricket going on from in and around the world. We all know the Proteas are currently on tour in Pakistan, having bowled out the Pakistani team for 333, triple Nelson this morning. And currently the Proteas have responded with 167 with the loss of 3 wickets, still trailing Pakistan by 166 runs and 7 wickets remaining. While we take a look at other scores that with the games that are happening in and around the country. It is of course day 1 of the CSA 4-day series. Well, in other games we have Western Province who are batting first against the Dolphins, and they are currently at 108 for 2 with the momentum multiply Titans playing the Defabet Warriors, with the Defabet Warriors batting, and they're currently on 98 for 4. And obviously the big one, which is currently here at the Wanderers, we are currently at 68 for 5.
Lovely stroke here. Touch on the straight side. And Delano Potgieter has just clipped this over mid-wicket for 4 runs. He waited for the ball to come into his pad. Slightly too straight and full. So let's turn to it. He moves to 30.
Yeah, this partnership slowly but surely starting to be problematic. As we can see, these two have put on 43 runs together. They came together just before lunch and slowly but surely steadying the ship. Obviously, when you are in a spot of bother, you start, creating little targets. You go, if we can get to 80, from 80, 90.
Another beautiful drive, and this is a touch on the full side, on the offside now. So you can see it's a matter of patience. You spoke about discipline and patience, landing balls consistently in good areas, but here we go. Nyaku, who's bowled well up till now, has suddenly decided to try a little too much, and he's just beginning to search now. Instead of staying patient, this over, it looks to me like he's beginning to search. And as a result, he's got to straight and full, and now full and wide. 2 boundary deliveries that have been dispatched by Potgieter in style.
For a moment, I thought that was probably the 3rd boundary coming right along. Just managed to miss the ball and gets to the keeper. 42 overs gone. It's 76 for 5. Connor Esterhuizen and Delano Potgieter slowly but surely building this partnership. Esterhuizen on 13, having faced 3 balls. Delano Potgieter being the senior partner in this partnership, having scored 34 runs off his 59 balls faced so far. In fact, this partnership has reached its 50 partnership with the last boundary that was scored the previous over.
That short and pulled away. So now the boundaries are beginning to come. And just semblance of impatience here from the bowling side. This is a nice little session here, straight after lunch for the Lions. They've waited, and they've waited long enough. And every time the bowlers have drifted or bowled a boundary ball, they found a way to put it away. Connor Esterhuizen on that occasion. Lovely pull shot from him.
Tending to be a bit wayward. It is Tobile Hlatuka, fairly new in this division, still early in his career. You know, there are certain batsmen you know not to bowl the ball there. The likes of Esterhuizen. Anything short, they'll probably find at the boundary.
Yeah, that's another delivery drifting down the leg side, and there is some assistance still there for the bowlers. But you've got to land balls in good areas. You've got to keep landing it and probing away around about that off stump, top of off stump area. And they haven't done that often enough after the lunch break. One bowler who has done it is Rwanda Swat, but he hasn't had any support from the rest of the bowlers, unfortunately. So where does that leave the skipper, Vian Libber? He needs two bowlers to string together a decent little period, decent little spell here, because if he doesn't, the signs are looking ominous here for them. He doesn't want a big partnership developing. It's already gone over 50 here. And these two have the ability, both of them, the ability to go big, huge.
Yeah, they do have runs under their belts this season.
And they've got big runs too.
They've got big runs.
Esterhuizen has got 175, he's got a 200. Delano Potgieter has also got, well, he's got a 99 coming off the last game. He was run out on 99, unfortunately. And then the game before that, I think got a 160. Not out when Lions declared. He was on about 160. So both of them have got the ability to bat big, so they're dangerous batters. And that's why it's so important that Reagans do not allow these two to get away out of the blocks. So once they go, it's going to be difficult to pull them back.
But I like how they're pacing their innings. They're not going for the big shots. They're not trying to go over the top. But if there's a bad ball to be hit and put away to the boundary, they'll definitely do it. But as for now, the singles that we're not seeing in the early session, we've seen more of those. We've seen more of the boundaries. Also, I think the wicket is now settled in, finding their feet.
Maybe change of bowling now from the caller drive end. Looks like Dean Forrester, who bowled 6 overs in his first spell this morning, and he only went for 2 runs, so it was a brilliant spell early on this morning.
Was just very unlucky not to be one of the wicket takers. Bowled extremely well, deserved to be rewarded with the wicket. But obviously captain now giving him the ball to say, just bring it back a bit. Seems like we're losing a bit of it.
Starts with the delivery down the leg side, which Potgieter has managed to find a little bit of bat onto down to the fine leg area. He'll move to 36. Esterhuizen is on a hard-working 18 of 87 deliveries, and that tells you a lot, doesn't it?
Yeah.
It really tells you about how hard he's had to work, absorb pressure this morning. Came in. Lions were in all sorts of trouble.
Slowly digging themselves out of that, problematic or troublesome period which they had earlier in the day. These two must be thinking, let's get to 100. That's the next target. And the captain is probably hoping that these two can stick around till tea, just to solidify and make things a bit hard for the Dragons. just another drop and a quick run. It's very important to actually keep the runs flowing, keep the runs and exchange. You know, don't let the pressure get to you.
And that's also why the left-hander at the crease is so important, because with Potgieter, we've just seen now in this over, 3 deliveries bowled. Potgieter, the first ball, 1 down the leg side, got a single, and Esterhuizen, the third delivery down the leg side. And because there's a left hand, right hand on strike every second or third delivery, bowlers have to keep changing their lines. They can't just settle into one area. Makes their life a lot more difficult. So Delano Potgieter plays a big role in this batting lineup. So does, of course, Dom Hendricks at the top of the order, but he was dismissed this morning. The skipper. Good bit of fielding.
Saved runs there. 4 of them. You talk about the left-right combination. It makes it very difficult for the bowler to settle into one line, because now need to keep changing the length when it comes to these 2 batsmen and the angle that you bowl into.
Good over from Dean Forrester, just 2 of it, 84 for 5.
Dean Forrester, very good bowler, very solid, very disciplined, bowls on the channel, makes it very difficult for you to score off him.
Beautiful delivery. This one really had Esterhuizen jumping. May have swung back into him quite late, and somehow he's found a way to just get it down to fine leg for 4 runs.
What did the umpire signal there? A bit of a dancing move from the official.
It's got a thick inside edge to it there, and wow. That one swung into him very late. Yorker. Esterhuizen fortunate to get 4 runs to his name and survive. And then again 2 straight, clipped away off his pads.
There'll be 4 more.
Really well played by Esterhuizen.
Lions starting to break the shackles and get ahead slowly but surely. This partnership is starting to be an irritation. Something that the Lions want and something that the Dragons are dreading at this point in time.
It's not the way you want to start the over. They just seem to have not got their combinations right here, their bowling combinations. And when one bowler has bowled well from the one end, the other end, they've leaked runs. And we've seen that happen straight after lunch. But with the Swat bowling really well at the one end, and then at the other end there were runs being leaked, so they couldn't bowl that pressure. And then when the Swat bowled a few overs, he got taken off. Then there was a few good overs, and again now, where Forrester's bowled 1 good over, Tuka immediately is conceded 2 boundaries of his first 2 deliveries. So it just hasn't been that consistent pressure being put on the batting side. Now, what is that? It's chipped up. Bowlers felt, or fielders felt there was something. Ball was hit in the air, but again, straightish delivery into his pads, and it's clipped away easily by Esterhuizen, but down to fine leg. It was quite wide now. He's kind of a backward square leg on the boundary. And it will change up now for the left-hander.
Slatuga struggling to settle in, and is so far 3.4 overs, has gone for 21 runs. Better delivery from him. Lions starting to free their arms.
Oh, that's a wide-ish delivery, and Potgieter had a little flay at it. He's fortunate he didn't get an edge, because it was so short and wide. He probably could have hit that anywhere and ended up just having a little fiddle at it.
You can tell from his reaction that he's a bit irritated with himself. He did not even have to play at that. It was wide, it was far. It was a ball that did not even deserve his attention, but definitely gave it a bit of attention. Must say this is a beautiful venue, the DP World Wanderers. One of the stadiums that will definitely have the matches at the 2027 Cricket World Cup that we're already looking forward to. No, it's 2 years from now, but surely people are thinking ahead. Can't wait for the Cricket World Cup. And obviously, plenty of cricket that will be between now and 2027.
Oh, that's a drive, and he's got a thick outside edge. Here's Esterhuizen. He's fortunate on this occasion. It goes into the gap because that ball swung and he wasn't in complete control of the stroke. But, well, we will get 4 runs nonetheless.
He flashed very hard at the ball. Takes the score to 97. The partnership slowly but surely growing. And if you had asked me before lunch, do you think the Lions would reach 100? I would have said no, but looks highly likely now.
This partnership is now with 72 runs. Wasn't a bad ball by Forrester because it swung away, induced the drive from Esterhuizen. He was in complete control. That could have easily gone to backward point of gully, easily. So he's doing the right thing. He's landing balls in good areas. You don't mind as a fielding side when you concede those type of runs, where runs go in an area where you are bowling, captain wants you to bowl. There's half a chance, you're creating something, you're forcing the batter to take a risk. You really don't mind those type of runs.
But also I love how Connor's playing on merit. Each and every delivery that he gets, if it's meant to be blocked, will block. If it's meant to be hit, it definitely goes to the boundary. You just need to exercise a bit of patience while you're building the innings. It's pointless to be throwing your wicket around in trying to chase runs or put runs on the scoreboard. You still have 3.5 days of play left.
The pitch is still pretty slow, because of the amount of moisture and the content of moisture in the surface. So you can see Esterhuizen actually advancing down the pitch to Forrester. And in a way, he's setting up the short delivery. He's almost like just advancing, taking a little forward shimmy, and saying to Forrester, if you want to bowl it short, by all means. He's getting well outside the line of that off stump, so he looks in complete control at the moment. There was one delivery that went for 4 in that over, apart from that good over, but even that delivery that did go for 4 was a thick outside edge. So another good over from Tiaan Forrester. 97 for 5 as the players will have a little bit of a drinks break, and definitely that hour belonged to the batting side. The home side, Highveld side here, DP World Lions. Esterhuizen 32, Delano Porgieter is on 36. This partnership is now with 72 runs.
Remember, these two came in together when there were just 23 runs on the board. Delano Porgieter on 36, not out after 6-7 deliveries, faced Conor Esterhuizen on 32, having faced the 99 deliveries. Now Ruan Desart has been the pick of the bowlers, going for 7 runs of his 11 overs, just taking the 2 wickets. Onkenyaku having taken 2 wickets and going for 27 in his 10 overs. Alfred Matoa was also in with a scalp earlier, having taken the 1 wicket of his 9 overs, going for 27. And Vian Lube, the captain, wondering when he'll bring himself in, just having gone, in fact not having gone for a run in his 2 overs that he bowled just before. So far it's been a good day. So this session we give it to the Lions. Say?
Yeah, so far that first hour, without a doubt. The wickets to fall. Joshua Richards fell when the total was on 4. Ondile Makwete when the total was on 15. Then Dominic Hendricks on 17. That was the total, Lions total. Salitswani when the total was on 20. Van Buren went when it was 25. So that's when these two came together, 25 for 5. And certainly had to work hard, but it's a wonderful part of 72, which is getting the Lions on their way. They're getting into their work, these two. They've done this before many times. So there's a few red flags for the Dragons. They want to try and find a way to break this partnership, but you just felt the bowlers there were not in control. It wasn't a good session from them. They didn't do their basics well. On their side, it's a pitch that offered assistance. We saw that this morning, but after lunch, one felt they were just searching for wickets instead of doing the basics well, landing balls in good areas and waiting. And there's enough in the wicket. Ball was still newish, but that certainly wasn't a good display of disciplined bowling from the Dragons in that hour. Now, they will be having a chat and a drink and maybe a few bananas or whatever it is that they tend to have these days, maybe some protein chocolate bars or whatever, but I'm pretty sure that chat is going to be around. How can we be more disciplined in this next hour, because we have to restrict the runs and keep pressure, dot balls, build pressure, and something will happen, you feel. But they haven't done it. They've done it in kind of little bits and pieces. It hasn't been from both ends consistently after lunch. Before lunch, they were exemplary, the bowlers. They really did bowl well, all of them.
Definitely had it on lockdown before lunch, but after lunch we've seen the Lions batsmen slowly but surely coming out of their shell, breaking the shackles, scoring freely from both ends, taking advantage of the loose balls that were bowling. The opening pair in the morning gave nothing away in Ruan Desart and Alfred Matoa. The likes of Tiaan Forrester also came in, gave nothing away. But now we see the Lions on 97 for 5, with the partnership being built here now on 72 runs as they completely start growing. But also it will be very interesting what happens in the next 10 minutes, because it's quite important having come off that drinks break, you need to now focus again. Earlier we saw a wicket fall immediately, a ball after a drinks break earlier in the day.
So it does look to me like there's going to be a bowling change from the golf course end. Kluti, who's bowled 2 overs, 0 for 5. He's back into the attack.
Bowled a couple of overs prior to lunch. Has the ability to bowl very quick, just needs to get his line right. Starts off with a very good delivery, moving away from the left-handed batsman. Elias seemed to struggle bowling on the leg side a lot, but with the left-right combination, that's a very good delivery for a left-handed batsman.
Rana Potgieter is right behind that delivery and in line.
Not trying to compare the two batsmen that are currently on the crease, but one thing for sure, they get in line and behind the ball. They get, when they play the ball, not a good delivery. Just going back to what I was saying, when they play the ball, they play it right under their eye. That's just how good their technique is when it comes to batting. Surely takes off lots of balls being hit, spending lots of time in the net.
Absolutely.
In fact, there are various conversations we can have about batting technique, what is important, hand-eye coordination, or getting your head right, or your very fast hands.
The one thing that's for sure is that as a batter, you need lots and lots of time to hit balls, to practice, to prove your technique. Batting is a very technical thing, and drifting down the leg side once again, and again being guilty as a lot of these bowlers have been post the lunch session. Not sure what they had for lunch, but they maybe want to rethink what their diet, because certainly the breakfast was good because they bowl well after breakfast, but after lunch just haven't found any rhythm and landed balls in good areas. It's a nice solid drive by Esterhuizen back to the bowler. That will be Kluti's first over after lunch. He bowled too early on before lunch, and not a bad over, just conceding the 1 run there. So if these two can string together a little bit of a spell, some sort of bowling partnership of 5, 6, 7 overs without conceding too many runs or giving too many boundaries away, I feel they can bowl a little bit of pressure and something's going to happen.
They just need to get the lines right and put the pressure on the Lions batsmen who have put on the runs on the board so far. This is the only notable partnership that you can speak of this afternoon or this morning here at the DP World Wanderers in the CSA 4-day series Division 1 game between the DP World Lions and Eastvaal, Renault, Northwest Dragons.
That's a very good single. Really good run, especially spoke about the left hand, right hander combination. Immediately, first ball of the over, Potty, they're just tapping this softly to mid-on and taking the single off the bat is immediately. So the running is positive, body language is positive. Yes, they've absorbed pressure from the bowling side, but every opportunity they've had to take the quick single and to hit the boundary, they've done it. It's been a very professional, brilliant clinical little batting performance here from these two Lions batters.
That's a better delivery. Bowling between 4th and 5th stump. And corner Esterhuizen obviously being a good judge of character, letting the ball go. You know, with the longer format of the game, you don't always need to look for the ball or look for the runs. Just wait for that bad ball, but get your mind right, your head right. He spoke about his batting stance, saying that he's batting on off stump almost.
Yeah, he's just advancing down the pitch a little to the bowlers, and that has got to be unsettling for the bowler running in.
Once again, advances down the track, maybe just trying to unsettle the bowler, making it difficult for him to pitch the ball or he must find a new spot to place the ball. You can actually see the middle and leg stump when he advances. Bowler, having noticed that he advances or moves to the 4th and 5th stump, he then bowls it around his legs, just like on the 6th stump, should I say.
Sun's out again here at DP World Wonders Stadium in Johannesburg. Oh, that's a good delivery.
Beautiful delivery.
Excellent ball. Excellent ball to close the over. Another good over from Forrester. It's just that one single to mid-on of the very first ball of the over. Have a look at the shape from him. They can keep enough balls in these areas. I feel that something's going to happen. Good delivery, and Esterhuizen got lured into it and eventually pulled the bat away at the last second. So Kluti needs to back it up for a good previous over, but there's 2 overs now with just one run or 2 runs each, and important that they start stringing dot balls together. The more dot balls they can string together, and maybe a couple of maidens, well, something is bound to happen.
Yeah, definitely takes the pressure back to the batsmen or the Lions.
Well played. That's 100 up for the DP World Lions from 25 for 5. They've managed to get this innings to 100 for 209 minutes, 292 balls, 16 boundaries, all of them 4s. Very, very well played.
And those boundaries just coming just after the lunch session, or just coming within the session that is currently period of play. looking at Akil Klute, he looks like a bowler that hits it very hard, hits the deck very hard. Just needs to get his line in order.
Four runs. Touch on the wide side, and Esterhuizen has got enough bat on that one. And he scarves this through the offside. Looked to me initially like a half a cover drive. He went into it and then changed his mind somewhere through the middle of that shot. But he's done well enough here to play this nice and late through the offside. And looks to me like he's adjusted in the middle of the shot somewhere. Oh, that's a beautiful stroke. It's beautiful. He's played this so late. He's allowed that ball to come to him and guided it behind point. This is really beautifully played.
So far, beautiful innings from Eastvaal. For the longest time was in the single figure mark, but now he's up the tempos on 36. I know him for a person who scores very fast, but this game he's had to apply himself, wait for the bat ball. That one not coming onto the bat as quicker as he anticipated it to be coming.
And another one in the same area, a little bit of width outside the off stump from Klute. And Esterhuizen again waits and plays this beautifully behind point for 4 runs. Now they did have a man on their deep point boundary, but they brought him up and immediately Klute's ball a little too wide. But Esterhuizen has just been brilliant the way he's played these 2 boundaries and guided them behind point. It's just the lateness and how he's waited for the ball almost to pass him and then just guided it behind point. So expensive over there for the Dragons. 8 off it.
A very deft touch there. You need to have very quick hands, good timing.
In fact, I think that may have been 9 of that over, because first run was a single and then 2 boundaries from Esterhuizen. 108 for 5, 40 of 111. Kone Esterhuizen, the Lange hit at 39. Beginning to look ominous, this partnership. It's now with 83 runs. Oh, there's a good shout. It's hit him low, but did he get outside the line of off stump? And that's what the umpire is indicating.
Just have to wait and see. Was that in line?
Yeah, he got quite far outside the line of off stump, and that probably saved him.
Yeah, kept very low also, that ball. I think was also caught up, trying to make up his mind whether to go for it or play the ball at the back foot. You only have a split second to make a decision when it comes to playing the cricket ball.
And then he gets a touch on the straight side, and this will be a couple. More so after good LBW shout. That's it. The disadvantage of bowling from around the wicket to the left-hander is that there's every chance that because of the angle you're bowling at, batter gets his front foot outside the line of off stump. It's very difficult to get an LBW from that angle. especially when swinging the ball back in. So I just wonder if Forrest is even thinking about perhaps coming over the wicket and trying change of angle. It doesn't have to be for a long period of time, but even if just change the angle, get the batters to change their alignment, their guard, those little things. I've seen a lot of batters, a lot of bowlers these days start around the wicket and stay around the wicket to left-handers, and they don't move from there. I just feel sometimes it's not a bad idea to just change that angle ever so slightly and come over the wicket for a few balls.
Also trying to cramp him up, but it does work. You've got a batsman that's on form, whether you cramp him up in that manner and still get his runs. Potgieter just has to deal with 2 more balls in this over, but it's been a very, very tight over from Forrester. What do you think was the conversation during lunch hour between these two batsmen, or the coaching staff and the batsmen?
Yeah, I think they would have been in this situation many times before. Partnership, as we see there, is with 85 runs. It's probably just about, let's just play one ball at a time and bat for as long as we can. This is hammered through the covers. Bullish delivery. Searching again is Forrester, but on this occasion, Delano Potgieter leans into it and crunches this through wide of mid-off for 4 runs. He's been exceptionally severe. Anything loose, full, or too straight. There we go. Keeps it so uncomplicated and really puts it away in style. So a great way to end that over. It wasn't a bad one up to then from Forrester, including a good appeal early on. 114 for 5. I'm going to make way for Waslam Kota, who's going to join you now.
Thanks, Hussein. What we're seeing at the crease right now is authority. Taking the game by the scruff of the neck, taking on the challenge, and now putting the pressure on the opposition. They're still not out of the woods just yet. A wonderful period immediately after lunch where in an entire session they added 40 runs and lost 5 wickets in the post-lunch period. That first hour they scored 60 runs without a loss, and certainly now the partnership in the ascendancy. 89, once again Potgieter and Esterhuizen putting an important partnership together for the Lions, and much needed because they were in a critical position at 25 for 5, went to lunch at 40 for 5, and now a partnership of 89 has given them some semblance of comfort. But I must say that in that hour that I'm talking about, Bali, all of the bowlers that bowled in the first session were again swung around. And I think Vian Libbe was looking for some way through to see who of these guys can actually find their way. The ends were also changed. Forrester coming in from the call-it drive end to try and see if he could make anything out of this pitch. And I must say that the batsmen have been absolutely fantastic. And the fact that Potgieter has played in the manner he has allowed Esterhuizen to bide his time and then come into his own as well. And we've just seen that he's improved his run rate. Whilst it's not that important, he has certainly hit the boundaries when it's mattered. Early on when he was consolidating, this is an important point to make, is that there were certainly balls in hittable areas. But he just bided his time. He wore the opposition down. And here's the advantage. And I was talking about it before lunch, that good to see young players now put into this difficult position and to see how they come through it. And so far, out of a score of 10, he certainly scores a huge 6. And if he can push it through to 3 figures and take his team to 250 plus, certainly it will be 10 out of 10. Esterhuizen has been fantastic. Potgieter, just as usual, makes things look much too easy.
So far, these two batsmen have really applied themselves very well after lunch, having come together just prior to lunch, like a good 30-40 minutes prior to lunch. But 2.5 hours later, they're still together, now building a solid partnership between the two. You speak about Corner Esterhuizen, who first got there and needed to build the innings, and it was not about scoring as many runs as you can, but making sure that you don't lose wickets. Delano Potgieter got on with the business on the other end, and slowly but surely catching on to him. Delano Potgieter is currently on 45 of 79 balls that he's faced, and Corner Esterhuizen on 40 in the 117 deliveries that he has faced. And continuing from this end, the Collet Drive end, is Dean Forrester, who's bowled very, very well up to so far.
They're probably thinking to themselves, and you were speaking to Hussein about what would be the discussion at drinks between the fielders, the fielding team. And one of it may be that, listen, chaps, what we saw happening in the morning session, the pitch has almost changed in character. The ball is much older. The sun has certainly beat down on the track itself. And we chatted so much, or I did so much, about their discipline throughout those 30 overs in that first session. But now it demands a lot more from them, a little more skill, a little more deft field placings, and to try to pry the batsman out. When the pitch doesn't help that much, you've got to find a tactical way in which to try and make a breakthrough. And this is when experience in captaincy and some of the bowlers actually come through, and which is much needed. Again, he's pretty tidy with the ball, is Forrester. But what we've seen happen since lunch is the odd bad ball in the over. And when you've just gone for 2 or 3 runs with a 4 in it, it's suddenly 7 and 8 and 9 runs and over. And it doesn't read too well. The run rate is still 2.2. That's no matter. We're in the first day of this 4-day clash. But that does begin to tell a story of some sort. At one stage, it was 1.2 runs and over, so they've doubled that. Oh, that's gone.
That ball certainly took off.
I thought for a moment that the ball was on its way to the boundary, but either the keeper or the slip got his hand to it. And that certainly stopped the speed, or stopped the momentum of the ball carrying all the way through.
Definitely took off, thanks to the first slip, who saved 4 valuable runs, or should I say 4 valuable extras. It was definitely going to the boundary. The way the ball just took off just shows that there's lots happening in that pitch. The sun may have baked it down, but over the next few days, it's going to get much quicker as the day progresses.
Yeah, fantastic stop there by the fielder at first slip, Yanaman Malan. And that's not easy for a slip fielder to stop, because you need keeper's gloves to do that, but he did an excellent job. Got up there, made sure he got his hand to it at least. And he was in a position to obviously attempt that, but because he's at least a good 2 meters behind and perhaps wider of the wicket keeper. So that's been a feature of their morning's play, of the play so far. Fielding has been out of the top drawer.
Still a bit of movement there. I see Dean Forrester getting movement, getting the ball to move away from the right-hander. So there's so much happening in the field right now. There's so much in that pitch that you can't say you just need the ball. You can do so much. As a batsman, you also need to apply yourself. You cannot just play reckless cricket shots.
Yeah, this is the time when one of your bowlers can bowl good quality swing. You actually give them extended spells because they keep a control on one end. Another good delivery, this time slightly closer to that fourth, fifth stump line. And a good carry through still. 52 overs complete, that's good carry through. 116 for 5.
52nd over. Partnership continues to build up between the two. It's now worth 91 runs. Spoke about the run rate. Earlier in the day, it was lingering around the 1.1, but now it has doubled because of these two at the crease currently. Slowly but surely building the confidence of the DP World Lions. Obviously, the next target for the two batsmen would be, let's make it till tea. Let's try and survive till tea. But not just survive, put on a bit of runs on the board.
Up, down, left, right.
So Klute continues from the golf course end. Just eased through that offside. On the up, always plays with a slightly cross-batted, he always plays with a slight cross-bat, those drives. But he plays it so effectively. And he's another one of those left-handers that you won't see that much of footwork. A lot of the hands, the arms coming through and producing those type of strokes. There's a perfect example of that, at least a half a meter away from his front foot, and he's just thumbed that through the covers for 4. I was talking earlier about the fact that he has this ability to score boundaries and then also nudge the singles, and he's a difficult batsman to actually keep quiet, keep in check. And I said earlier, he's not unorthodox, but he just has this uncanny ability to pick up those runs. I love the way he unfurls those little turns to the leg side of his front foot and somehow finds the gaps. And if you watch that field right now, there's a short mid-wicket, a square, sort of a forward square leg adjacent to the umpire, trying to, in fact, exactly stop that single from happening. That single does take Delano Potgieter to yet another 50, and it's come in fine, fine style.
Definitely an 8th first-class 50 with 5 centuries to his name. Batsman not so long ago, a game or two before, scored 100. Is he setting himself for another big one? We'll just have to wait and see.
That's his 6th 50 to go with 300s. And really well played.
Very good innings from the two batsmen currently in, slowly digging the Lions out of trouble, and that's what they want.
There you see those two fielders in position on the leg side, trying to deny him that single to just avert the rotating of the strike. So with this partnership now on 97, just one wide slip in position, a gully, and then a host of fielders on the leg side, 4 altogether. Again, he does play into that area. Libber does the fielding. End of over 53, 122 for 5. And this has been just fabulous to watch, because you wondered at lunchtime that how will the Lions batsmen come out and face the rest of the music, because until lunchtime at 40 for 5 and 30 overs, with all of the top order back in the hutch, you just wondered what's in store. And what we saw was batsmanship of high character between these two. They haven't put a foot wrong. I heard you say to Hussein earlier that there was a drop catch by Herman at the wicket. Well, we both thought so, but the replay then eventually did confirm that there was no touch. It was just one of those fabulous deliveries, a number of good deliveries that we saw in that pre-lunch session. But since then, these two have been in complete control, as the partnership would indicate. He continues to get just a bit of that movement through the air, and able to get it off the pitch as well is Forrester.
And also, Connor, advancing down the track, you can actually see his leg and middle stump when he's playing Forrester. Is he trying to, you know, minimize the away swing as soon as the ball is pitches or bounces?
There's a firm drive, but pretty straight, well fielded. Forrester has been bowling without any luck. He's certainly been so impressive. Into his 12th over, none for 17. And he's the type of a bowler that a captain would be tempted to say, you're going to have an extra 2 or 3 overs in your spell, maybe even bowl as many as 10, because he's very easy run to the crease, good strong follow through as well,
and good deliveries too, just like the previous delivery that has been bowled. But as a captain, is it wise to actually let your bowlers bowl a good 10 overs on the trot when they are not getting wickets?
Well, when he's holding one end up and the wickets are not falling, well, I mentioned this just as I came on air, that in that session between lunch and the first drinks break, he tried all of his 6 bowlers and none of them showed any semblance of picking up a wicket. So what you need to do is to keep the pressure on one end and try and pry out the guys from the other. I also made the other point that suddenly when things dry up from a wicket's point of view, you've got to try and find a way to get through these batsmen, to try and break them mentally in some way or the other. Maybe more of liver on the one end, just to give himself a 3 or 4 over spell, and try putting fielders in strategic positions, knowing where the strengths of the 2 batsmen are, try to get them to hit into that area and pick up wickets. Now, I'm also very curious, I've mentioned this already earlier, that Esterhuizen's trigger movement is rather unusual. It's either back and across, or there's a slight shimmy forward, but both his feet actually go off the popping crease. If we had a side on camera, it would have been more graphically exposed to our viewers. But we'll keep a keen eye on that just for now. He stands with his back foot on the popping crease, on an off-stump guard. There you go.
Beautiful delivery.
Double step forward, and the beating of him was clearly on the length that Forrester found on that occasion. Beat the outside as well. Yeah. Maybe having a little word with Esterhuizen, saying another coat of varnish would have helped me for sure. You see that step forward?
Yeah, spoke about it, that he leaves his middle and leg stump exposed as he moves forward. Like you say, he stands outside the popping crease. I just think it just tries to minimize the away movement, especially from Forrester, the way he just gets the ball to move away from the right-hander.
There's a lovely story I can tell you about Shukri Conrad's dad, late Dickie Conrad, one of the great batsmen of the SECB era, of the golden age of South African Cricket Board of Control era. Kluter continues from the far end. He was certainly one of the best in the late 60s and right throughout the 70s. And he used to come up against Solly Chotia, a lanky bowler from Nigel who played for Transvaal. And because he also had this, he was a prolific batsman on the back foot. Shukri's dad was absolutely prolific. I remember seeing him score a great 100 at Natalspruit on the eastern part of Johannesburg. I'll come back to that in a moment.
Would that be
down the leg side and 4 more runs to the left-handed Potgieter. 4 runs, that takes them to 54, and the partnership over 100, 101, coming off 137 minutes, 198 balls, which just shows that it has been a pure graft. 17 fours in that, and 6 extras. Potgieter's contribution 54, Esterhuizen 41.
It's been a beautiful partnership. Well done to the 2 batsmen. Surely the coaching team or the batting team right now and the coaching staff are a bit relieved from where they were earlier in the day.
Yeah, there's another indication of how easily you find runs on both sides of the wicket. So 102 is the partnership, 127 for 5. Yeah, so Solly Chotia used to bowl with the late Hussein Ayub and the late Tiffy Barnes and Hussein's dad Abu Manat. They were quite a quartet of bowlers. And Solly Chotia always had the number on the great Dickie Conrad. Because of that back and across movement, he invariably found a way to actually hit the leg stump on more than 2 or 3 occasions. And Dickie Conrad actually talked about the respect that he had for the Transvaal attack. And he says that's why it gave him so much of pleasure that his highest score was against the Transvaal attack. 170 it was. So yeah, when you talk about exposing that leg stump, maybe Forrester and Kluter should be eyeing that. That's too far down the leg side. And he just looks skyward knowing that it's not working for me today.
Yeah.
What's going on?
Probably asking himself, what was that?
Well, when that tends to happen, I mean, I know even coaching some of the youngsters, and you know, they're generally wayward. There isn't this rhythm to the way they approach the crease, and then when they get into the gather and deliver. I was speaking about the fact that the hand, the front, the bowling hand needs to come through at most times outside of your left leg as you're following through, and that gives you the indication that you're bowling a more or less straight line. If your hand is flailing, that's when you're going to be all over the show. So just tighten up the arm, make sure that the wrist is nicely cocked, and just maybe concentrate on a good rhythm, and then when it starts working, exploit the areas on the pitch.
He just needs to find the right area. Let's start there.
That's
bit
much
of
better.
a slower delivery.
55 gone, 128 for 5. So they've bowled 15 overs after lunch, and 68, or is it 78? It's 78, 88 runs have been scored in the last 15 overs, and that's a clear indication of the quality of batsmanship that we've just watched in that short period pre-lunch and post-lunch.
Looks like a bowling change. Alfred Mutua was very handy this morning. Opened the bowling with Ruan de Swart coming back from the Colette Drive end. Captain hopefully will give him the last 20 minutes before tea. Is hoping to break this partnership.
Straight drive, and that's going to run away for 4 here at the Wanderers. Well played, just closing the face of the bat on impact and playing it straight through. Lovely drive by Esterhuizen. So his good form continues, and more importantly, his I think what's on display today is certainly his temperament. Digging his team out of a deep, deep hole at 40 for 5. good close-in camera there to keep an eye on his feet.
Good delivery there, good response. Having gone for a boundary the previous over, previous ball, probably saying that was a loosener. Here's the real ball that you've been waiting for.
Well, I would perhaps look at it the other way. Alfred's now under pressure. His session just after lunch was not as good as his opening spell, and went for 4 of the first ball. The same thing happened here. So that one outside the off stump is more of a defensive delivery. That's much better because that's closer to the 4th and 5th stump line. But you've got to always, as they say, you've got to forget the previous delivery. You have a plan in mind. As he makes his way to his mark, all he's thinking of is the next delivery.
One thing about Connor is that he's sure of his off stump. As we look at his guard, it's really at the off stump, so he can afford to leave the ball.
That's much better. Attacking the stump.
Nearly falling over. Good delivery.
I'm just trying to recall that in the spell of bowling that we've seen in the 55 overs, there were perhaps 2 short deliveries that were actually played to the offside. One went for a boundary that's of the bet of Connor Esterhuizen. So what they haven't is they in such a, I just get the feeling that they're in such a frame, a disciplined frame of mind that perhaps they haven't thought of the odd shot ball in between. They've had long leg, backward or backward square leg or long leg for a long time throughout the day's play. Nothing has gone in that direction because there haven't been too many short balls. Here's another straight drive, 2 fielders after it. Always tough at the Wanderers. The ball always seems to be running away from you.
Very
bit
good
of an
stuff.
inverted, like an inverted saucer. The ball running downhill, always a challenge for the fielders. End of 56th over, 134 for 5. And the partnership, 109, as you can see on your screen.
Partnership keeps blossoming, giving confidence and hope to the DP World Lions. Connor Esterhuizen just 2 short of his 50. I didn't see the Lions getting to this point prior to lunch or within the first hour of play. The Lions were in tatters, but now look like a side very respectable so far.
Under normal circumstances, if you lost sort of wickets in periods and see yourself at 134 for 5, you still say, okay, this is fine. But to have been 40 for 5, they've absorbed the pressure in the most admirable way you can think of. And now I was just talking about maybe looking to bring in the spinner to try and just change the tempo. So the captain bringing himself on again from that golf course end. We'll keep an eye on the field. We'll let our viewers into that very quickly. Out of your picture, I can tell you there's no one on the boundary apart from a deep fine leg or a deep backward square leg for the sweep shot. You've got an orthodox mid-wicket, a deepish, wide, long on, and then a deep, very deep mid-off, short extra cover, a deepish cover, backward point. That's the field. 2 close infielders. As you can see, under the helmet it's square, forward short leg. And Kyle Prince at slip. In fact, it's Onkenyaku at slip. Misses an opportunity for a sweep shot. It was drifting down the leg side.
Very rare.
Yeah, it looked to me like he was being careful in trying to execute the shot. Instead of really having a full go at it, he would have dispatched it towards its scoreboard, perhaps even for 6. But he's set for the big one now. He's Delano Potgieter. Looks like he's clicked his elbow.
Yeah.
Yeah. Tough fellow, this. Quicker ball, nudged away.
Just gives him time to fix his elbow there and relax a bit. Interesting number that he's chosen, number 66. Wonder what it signifies.
Certainly not born in 1966.
Were numbers your thing in your past when you played?
Absolutely not. I used to only just worry, and Hussein will tell you whether I'm betting it, whether I'm opening the betting, or whether I'm at number 9. That was the only number that bothered me. Most of the time, fortunately, it was as an opener. It's always good to be a wicketkeeper in your team as well. When they look around and they can't find another one, you know one thing for sure, you're not going to be dropped. So, yeah, that's the story of my career. Thank you very much. You can underline it. Forcing shot there, but only as far as deep mid off. End of the over. A tidy one from Libba, just one run coming off it.
The first runs of his 3 overs that he's bowled so far. Very, very tight. Has bowled very, very well. Has given nothing away.
Yeah, what I'd like to say is that has he brought himself on to maybe give his seamers a bit of a break? Because whilst he's doing that, he's not necessarily a truly frontline spinner, but he does definitely turn his arm over, and he's done that at international level as well. He should really be looking for some way on his end to try and get a wicket. He did have a forward short leg in there and a slip, but that's in the hope of maybe getting something right. Obviously, there's not so much of turn on offer, and that is asking much of Libba. But as a batting pair, you look at that bowling change, and you think to yourself that literally we are in control here, and we can't give it away.
Yeah, looking at that deft touch. Stopped there at 4th slip. You know, you look at Delano Potgieter, he's a batsman that's on form. He knows where the fielders are, knows how to play the ball.
Full toss, beautifully driven, wonderful balance, really another effortless drive to the long on boundary. And Matoa, who was in fantastic rhythm in his opening spell, 6 overs, 3 maidens, 1 for 11. He's certainly been a very different bowler after lunch.
Would also be interesting to see how many on drives or off drives have gone for boundaries, especially off Alfred Botoa's bowling. Just seems to, you know, be over pitching, and that's why the batsmen are taking advantage and just playing straight down the pitch, and anything that goes beyond the fielder here at the Wanderers in the high foul, it's definitely going to go for 4.
That's a much better delivery. What tends to happen is when you get punished, you get a bit loose, then suddenly that the single-mindedness leaves your head, and it starts getting clouded with a whole lot of stories. He just needs to just knuckle down and, as I said, worry about the next delivery. That's better.
A touch a bit slower than the other delivery that went to the boundary, or the deliveries that have gone to the boundary.
Well, that was a full toss, and I think it's a good thing you picked up that when he's now suddenly looking to get his rearrange and reorganize his line and length, he's decided to just go in there almost as if he was doing net practice to just start hitting the right lengths. And that's possibly what you just picked up with that slightly slower delivery there again. But in good control, and you can see that that was slightly slower. It was airborne for a while off the bat of Potgieter as he looked to hook it to the onside.
And surely Esterhuizen saying to him, mate, we've got tea coming up in 10 minutes. Let's try and just relax and make sure that we get ourselves into tea and the team into tea. We've done well so far.
Oh, it's a beautiful off drive. Doesn't even bother to run. This is just a wonderful display of batsmanship from Delano Potgieter, and showing all of these bowlers here now exactly what it is like to bowl to a batsman of class. Anything that you overpitch or you short with, anything loose, and it goes for a boundary. I'm trying to work out how many he's hit in this innings of 64. My feeling it's probably about eight boundaries. So 64 to him, 143 for 5. Esterhuizen now on strike on 48.
Well, surely between the two batsmen and the coaching staff, they're both happy with where they are right now. Delano Potgieter being the senior batsman in this partnership.
The one thing you learn about when you've watched a lot of first class and international cricket is you never rest. If the minute you find yourself complacent and that you're very happy, 3-4 wickets fall very quickly and you're all out for 180. So I can tell you what the coaching staff and the likes of Hashim will be telling the rest of them as we watched him run through for 2. And that is 50 for Connor Esterhuizen. A beautifully crafted 50, that's what it is. Coming off 139 deliveries, and that's his third first class 50.
If you look at the wagon wheel, 50 runs, Connor Esterhuizen having scored 8 boundaries, 181 minutes, 139 balls.
Now that our scoreboard is working here at the Wanderers, we can pick up all of those little tidbits of stats to share with our viewers. So both batsmen now past 50, the partnership past 100. Certainly in the ascendancy here from a partnership point of view, but no time to relax. You use the word happy, you can't be happy. Both of them have to go for big scores here. And I was about to say to you when Connor plays that little nudge to the onside for his 50, was that the likes of Hashim and them will tell you that when you're looking to set yourself for a big score, you can never be satisfied. And it is batters with that kind of a mindset that actually go beyond the 150 and the 180 and the 200 mark.
It's very rare. We know we got a very big one not long ago. In fact, both these batsmen got big runs not long ago in these...
2 weeks ago, yeah.
2 weeks ago in the CSA 4-day series.
Yeah, Connor Esterhuizen's 203 not out. I think ranks as the 5th double 100 scored by a Lions player. There was one triple century. Can you guess who was the scorer of the only triple century in the history of Transvaal and Lions cricket? Let's just tell the one tip I'll give you: right-hander, opener. That's 2 tips. Make it a third one as well. Captain for a long time.
Captain for a long time, Temba Bavuma.
Nope. One more guess. Remember I said opener. I don't think Temba's opened in 4-day cricket.
No, he's not opened in 4-day cricket. Sure.
Stephen Cook.
Impressive.
Yeah.
Very impressive.
All his numbers are very impressive. There again, Delano just showing that where others would play it straight towards mid-on, he has this ability to get the bottom man into play a little more exaggerated, and then the ball is played wider of the fielder at mid-on, and they run away for another pair of runs. 66 now to the left-hander.
Plays off the V. Betting coaches will always talk about the V. It will be interesting to see the number of runs that is scored in that V.
Bali, I'm going to tell you that he actually plays in the W, because he plays square off the wicket on both sides, and that's why I was just describing that particular little nudge to the onside. Immediately they look to block that area because he's so prolific in that area, that what you are also seeing now as he turns us off his hip for a single is the captain now plugging gaps where runs are being taken very easily. And that means there's a defensive mindset that is now entering the mind of the captain, perhaps the rest of the fielders as well. And as a batsman, that's the type of things that you look out for in the field, to tell you that you're in control and you should not be throwing your wicket away.
Now, the beauty of what you've just showed me, I've now imagined the W or the M that is happening as he's playing.
You know, when we were youngsters, we weren't really coached, so we watched much, and we watched some of our senior batsmen, for instance, like Hussein's dad, Abu Manak, and then my cousin Munir Saleh, who both of them played for a long time together in club cricket and provincial cricket, and they were the ones who shared some of their knowledge. A lot of it came from just watching a lot of cricket, first-class cricket. We used to even come to the Wanderers to watch Currie Cup cricket. And that was the grooming ground. And we were always told that it was, you needed to get your bat onto the front foot with the pad, bat and pad together on the front foot when you're defending, get nicely back and across to make sure that you're leaving the ball well. And you almost grew up with a defensive mindset, and then to try and increase the tempo. And I mean, since the likes of Virender Sehwag, and before him the two West Indian openers in Gordon Greenidge and Desmond Haynes, Graham Gooch to a large extent for England, I mean, these guys were exceptional. So whilst we watched international cricket and we watched domestic Currie Cup cricket, I must say to you, end of over number 60, 148 for 5, Esterhuizen 50, 67 to Delano Potgieter, partnership now 123. Yeah, that Barry Richards used to be this technically correct batsman, and on the other end you'd be watching the likes of Graham Pollock batting. And I'm not making any comparisons, but if you watch Delano Potgieter, you won't see the bat get too far near the pad, especially when he's playing the stroke for runs.
Yeah.
If he's blocking, you may still see that. And Graham Pollock used to be very, very much like that. I mean, he was very tall, he used his height to great effect. And clearly one of the greatest batsmen that the world had seen in that period. I mean, a dominant batsman.
It goes back to the conversation I was having with Hussein. Is it the hand-eye coordination, or is it about the eyes?
Hand-eye coordination, head in position. I think as long as your head doesn't fall over and that you're not overbalancing or underbalancing, and you aim where you're looking to aim your strokes, you will get it right, because we've seen it in the modern game. The likes of, as I said, Virender Sehwag, who literally had very little footwork. And then you had the left-hander on the other hand in Adam Gilchrist, who was a swashbuckling player, and he was one that you couldn't hold down. I mean, on so many occasions, when Australia were in trouble and him coming in at number 7 would turn the game completely. And generally bowlers didn't know then where to bowl to him. And that is because his hands came through and his balance was perfect.
So I may also bring in a name like Michael Bevan too.
Yeah, Michael Bevan wasn't a swashbuckler. He was more of a nurdler and a nudger. And he was very much like the Delano that you're seeing here, who picks those runs on the offside and on the onside into the gaps. That would be very much the game of Michael Bevan.
busy player, busy body.
It's a good name you realize because there's a video out about the way he played, and there's an interview with him, discussing exactly that what made his game, why was that the strength, and why was he able to do that so often. And he did say that, if I remember well, that it wasn't a conscious thing, but he always felt, and from his junior days, he was always this responsible player. So, change in field, shot outside the off stump, backs away, and out of not an innocuous delivery, but almost you would feel out of a nothing shot, he's able to back away, punch it down towards the boundary, to take himself and Connor Esterhuizen very comfortably into the tea break. 152 for 5 after 61 overs. And the partnership, a hefty 127 unbroken. And clearly there'll be a lot more smiles on these two batsmen's faces as opposed to what may have happened at lunchtime when they went in pretty glum when they found themselves at 40 for 5 at that stage. So here we are, the scorecard tells a tale of its own. A decimated top order, and then Esterhuizen and Potgieter with 50 and 71 to their names have batted in exceptional fashion here, and clearly a lesson to learn for those who are watching on how to knuckle down and concentrate under really tough circumstances. And just 7 extras in that score of 152 for 5. And all of them, you have to say, as far as the bowling is concerned, as we watch those stats come up, that they tried manfully, that they continued to look to see if they could make inroads after lunch, but that didn't happen. And 2 sessions have gone without a wicket falling. 2 sessions and a bit, I might add, as you can see from the economy rates, that they've all been pretty tidy. But those 5 wickets that fell in the first innings are those 5 wickets that you will see now, alongside Deswat, Matawa and Onke Nyaku. As I said, they all tried manfully on a helpful pitch with still a bit of bounce and swing on offer. But it was all about the batting in that post-lunch session that certainly dominated proceedings. And for us here at the DP World Wanderers Stadium, it has been a privilege to watch. Join us again in another 15 minutes.
So tell me, these Proteas, are they talented?
Yeah.
Fierce?
Yeah.
Dynamic?
Yeah.
Do they have the passion?
That is an outstanding catch.
Yeah.
Is ambition a part of this team?
Yeah.
Do they look unstoppable?
Yeah.
Unbreakable?
Yeah.
Unafraid?
Yeah.
Will they win the Cricket World Cup?
Absolute class from Laura Volkvar.
Oh, that's out of here. Oh, just like that. This is thrilling. It's a shambles all around.
This is unbelievable. This is fantasy cricket.
Join the charge. Support the Proteas women on their journey to World Cup glory.
Yeah.
Lights.
The stage is set.
Camera.
The shortest format, the biggest throw.
Action.
Lovely shot. Oh, bullseye. It's taken.
Izano bukela amanina ihlala iqakamba. And remember, entries free.
The Hollywood Bets Pro Series from 4 October to 15 March.
Remember those blissful long summer days? Bright smoke drifting across the stands. The hiss on the grass banks. And the thrill of getting your hero's autograph? Remember when we came together for more than just cricket? For the rivalries, the banter, and for those moments that brought us all to our feet.
Sensational catch. Right out of the stadium.
What a shot that is.
Remember that feeling? It's back. Every team, every format, from the fire of the T20 Challenge to the battles of the One-Day Cup. The intrigue of the 4-day series and the brilliance of the Hollywood Bets Pro Series.
Boulder.
This season, it's time to make new memories. Book your ticket to the best of South African domestic action. Head to cricket.co.za for all the details. With hometown pride on the line. Uzanawe. So tell me, these Proteas, are they talented?
Yeah.
Fierce?
Yeah.
Dynamic?
Yeah.
Do they have the passion?
That is an outstanding catch.
Yeah.
Is ambition a part of this team?
Yeah.
Do they look unstoppable?
Yeah.
Unbreakable?
Yeah.
Unafraid?
Yeah.
Will they win the Cricket World Cup?
Absolute class from Laura Volkvar.
Oh, that's out of here. Oh, just like that. This is thrilling. It's a shambles all around.
This is unbelievable. This is fantasy cricket.
Join the charge. Support the Proteas women on their journey to World Cup glory.
Yeah.
Hi, my name is Dominic Hendricks and I am the captain of the DP World Lions Red Ball team. I think number one, we had a great campaign. We didn't lose a game at home, and I think that was one of the keys to our success last season. The thing that impressed me the most was that we sort of won away from home quite a few times, and yeah, we were highly competitive throughout the campaign. The final was a heated affair. Unfortunately, we couldn't win that outright, and we had to settle for a draw. But I think the big thing was that we managed to get 20 wickets in that game, which was special about the final. To me personally, it's a massive honour. Number one, I think we've done some good things over the last couple of years in terms of our team and our Connor, Josh. Those are sort of the leadership guys to sort of carry the momentum that we had from last season and try and get us off to a good start come this Thursday.
And a good afternoon and welcome to the third and final session of day one in this CSA 4-day series, a game between the DP World Lions and Eastvaal Northwest Dragons. It's been a day full of drama, with the first session being won by the Dragons, taking the 5 wickets and restricting the Lions to just 40 runs. Hussein?
Good afternoon to all our viewers. The lead, well, they're on 152 for 5. It says the lead there, but yeah, that's what it is. First innings, 152 for 5. The field is now spread. It's a kind of semi-defensive field now compared to this morning. But that was a really good session. You've got to say that session between lunch and tea belonged totally to the Lions. The Delano Potgieter now on 71. And Esterhuizen on 50. Both of them had to work really hard from 25 for 5. They've got their team to 152, and the partnership is worth 127. A valuable one. This is neatly clipped away. There's 2 men square out on both boundaries. A deep point back on the boundary as well as a deep square leg. And Bali, how was your little break? So you had a long chat with Aslam Kota there, so good to keep tapping into all the experience.
Most definitely. One thing I told myself was that I'm going to milk you guys of all the knowledge and all the experience as much as I can. With the opportunity that has been given to me, you guys make commentary very easy, especially on this channel. You see the likes of Akil Klute, who starts the bowling this afternoon immediately after tea. Wonder what was being said.
Tries a short ball, but it's way too high and down the leg side. So he's bowling from the corner drive end. Now, after tea, it's 1 for the over. The umpire will be signalling. He's a man back on the hook as well, even for Delano. So he has a look. And Delano Potgieter. So the man on the hook at the deep square leg boundary is quite on the boundary. It's probably about 15, 20 meters off the boundary. It's quite a long one down there. Let's see how many overs left in the day. 37 overs still to go. It could be a long 37 overs if the Dragons don't get a breakthrough pretty soon.
Yeah. Delano Potgieter setting himself up nicely, probably thinking of that big ton, big 100, just short 29 runs, and hopefully he'll be there at the end of the day.
There's the top edge, but oh no, it's not a top edge. We're so high up here, we've got a bird's eye view, but that's gone straight through to the keeper.
Looked like they touched something.
I must say, from where we were sitting, I thought top head straight over the keeper, maybe gone for 4. And, well, it wasn't too far away from the glove. And another short ball. So there looks to be some little intent here. Now, this one is caller wide. There definitely is an intent here to perhaps maybe, and I see fielding teams go through this at times when there's a partnership. You know, like, let's maybe try a little bit of a short ball burst here at the batters. Put 2 men out, square the wicket, one on the cut, one on the hook, both on the boundary, and have a go at a few of the short balls and see how he responds. And then there's the full one which gets driven to mid-off. So double bluff, he bowled a few short balls and then tried to see if he can get the full one, maybe get the better with his feet stuck in the crease. Didn't work. 154 for 5, 62 overs bowled.
Interesting that during the interval period, you had Dragon's coach Alexandra coming out with Alfred Motoa, having a serious conversation, probably looking at the mark and trying to get him to focus once again, to say, in the last 2 spells that you've had, you haven't been hitting the mark like you were doing earlier in the morning. You just need to focus again. Looks like Ruan de Swart with a beautiful opening spell this morning. Has only gone for 7 runs in 11 overs and has taken 2 wickets. The first being off Josh Richards, caught and bowled earlier in the day.
Oh, that's a beautiful delivery. That's got through Esterhuizen, probably between bat and pad, but now you can see the Swat is happy with the delivery, but not happy with the outcome. Oh, that's gotten straight through.
Yeah, started off like this earlier this morning. Maybe same will happen. There's a delivery, I remember very well, that just went through between the bat and pad. A couple of deliveries later, he got the scalp off Josh Richards.
That's driven for 4. He's gone a touch on the full side, but this is a well-controlled drive by Esterhuizen. He's just leaned into this one and opened the blade just enough to get it wide of mid-off.
Esterhuizen making use of that loose delivery, which there haven't been many today, especially from Ruan de Swart. He just capitalized on that and puts it to the boundary.
Very often on the high veld, you'll find early morning, there's a little bit of movement, there's a little bit of moisture in the pitch, especially the first morning of a 4-day, maybe even if it's a test match. Always something happening on their first morning. So very often you'll find teams in trouble early on. You'll find 3 down, 4 down for next to nothing. It happens a lot. And that's why you'll number 5, 6, 7, that extra all-rounder in the side becomes vital, because they can certainly dig teams out of trouble and get you to some sort of decent total, or maybe even a good total in the first innings. Then the pitch does tend to flatten out after lunch and tea later on, as it did today. Oh, it's another glorious drive from Esterhuizen through the covers. Again, Ruan de Swart is just searching a little. He's trying to get it a touch on the full side, but Esterhuizen is advancing down the pitch towards the batter, almost inviting him to bowl a short ball. And going like, if you want to bowl it, I'm coming at you. I'm coming down the wicket. He's got that little shimmy down the wicket, and he knows the pitch is not quick enough, and the bowler's probably not quick enough for him to really trouble him. And they don't even have a man out of the hook, although there's a fine leg who's quite square. I think as a bowler, not to win the bowler, be too happy to be driven through the covers twice in an over. That's what's just happened. So 63 overs bowled, 162 for 5. The Lions from this morning being 25 for 5.
Once again, Connor Esterhuizen stamping his authority in the early overs of the third and final session of day 1 here at the DP World Wanderers. We're talking about that shimmy that he just does, stands just right at off stump, and by the time the bowler gets to the bowling mark or gets to the popping crease, he's already moved a touch down, just to say, if there's another batsman, it'd probably think he's about to double step. Just that movement, that slight movement just seems to give him an edge.
This is beautifully played by Delano Potgieter. It's a short delivery from Klute, and while there's a man back on the hook, we saw a few short balls in the previous over. He started with a short delivery here as Klute, but it's a soft one. If you're going to bowl short, it's got to be quick and it's got to be above head height. It can't be that sort of gentle short delivery which Potgieter easily got on top of and controlled it. He did well in front of square towards the player's dugout.
Beautiful delivery as a response there. Pace, took off. That's the type of delivery I think he should be focusing on and bowling. Looked like that Sunday or Saturday cricket gentle medium pacer where the likes of me and you would probably be playing after lunch.
Yeah, look, I mean, he's a medium pacer. He's not the quickest, and he can bowl a short ball, but if you are going to bowl it short, you've got to almost make the batter take a risk. You want to get it just a little above the eye line, maybe over his, well, being a left-hander, over his left shoulder, and force him to try and find a way to control it, because that's a difficult ball to control. It's below, maybe chest height. I think most batters won't really struggle to put that away and control it, and Delano Potgieter did that quite beautifully. He got good technique, he rolled the wrist, hit the ball down, and picked it early, so he hit it well in front of square.
Sun coming really out. Thought that would be rain later in the day, but looks like we'll get a full days of play.
It certainly looks like it. So just after lunch, a little bit of cloud cover, but not for too long. I think as the partnership grew, the sun also came out to watch.
When you're in the Highveld and talk about rain, people will say, if the rain is coming from the Vaal side, from the Vaal area, Sidibeng area, just know there's lots of rain coming. If it's coming from the west, within 30 minutes you'll be back on the field again. It's just one of those things. They still need to be proven.
Yeah, we're so used to our afternoon Highveld thunderstorms. They tend to come here from the south over Soweto, Lenasia area. Solid drive, and it's stopped. Got something on it, did Klute. Saved a definite 4 there. So 5 of the over, 167 for 5.
Can actually walk off and rub it. It's a good thing it was the end of the over. Ball was hit very hard. And Connor Esterhuizen doesn't just nudge the ball. When he hits it, stays hit.
Wonder if it's a good time to get a spinner just from the one end. I feel like with these two batters, just trying to get through a few overs. You're now at 64 overs. If they can get as quickly as they possibly can. Now, Eden Pacer spinner get through to 80 overs. Maybe just be thinking about that new ball, that second new ball, although it's still 15 overs away, but certainly want your fast bowlers. And you just want to be thinking one step ahead. So you want your fast bowlers, like particularly Rowan de Swart. You kind of want him nice and fresh for that second new ball. But yeah, at the same time, you also want to try and pick up wickets now. It's so important that they find a way to break this partnership. But tell you what, these two batters are looking extremely comfortable at the moment. The pitch has definitely flattened out. It tends to happen after lunch and especially after tea here on the first morning of matches.
Especially when the sun is all out, directly baking on the entire ground, just makes the view extra beautiful. Didn't look like I was sure where the ball was for a moment there.
That's what you certainly can't fault him from a lack of effort. He's running in, hitting good areas most of the time. Previous over, he tried a few searching and tried a few balls, maybe a touch on the full side, but I think both these batters are looking to come at the bowlers now. I think they've absorbed the pressure this morning, and now they're looking to be a little more on the positive side. Almost as if to say, okay, we're going to start taking the attack to you slowly now. What they've been really good at for most of the day is every time there's been a half a chance to put a ball away. Both these batters have done that.
They've not missed on anything that was given away to them.
Ooh, there's a good ball. There's a wonderful delivery, and they're appealing. They feel that something is, the ball has touched something here. There we go. Have a look at the expression. He is exceptionally disappointed now. Rowan de Swart. Potgieter was in two minds. He played and then pulled the bat away. And they feel that this, I think that's bat. I don't think that's anything else apart from bat, because the ball was so far away. In fact, I tend to think, it looks to me like that may have actually come off the face of the bat. It looked like he was trying to pull the bat away, and as he pulled the bat up, it came off the face of the bat, went through to the keeper, and you can see the disappointment. Let's have a look at the slow-mo. There we go. That looks like it's... It looks like it's a roll off the face of the bat as he's pulled the bat up. Also, it looked like there was a bit of a deflection. Like, when you look at the line of the ball, it looks like the ball changed direction as it passed the bat. Because as he pulled, the pad was certainly nowhere near, so it definitely could not have been paired. It was quite wide outside off stump, and then the ball, as it passed the bat, it changed direction. But as Delano Potgieter looked like he wanted to pull that bat away, the ball may just have rolled off the face of the bat.
Looked like it touched something.
It looked like it changed direction. Well.
Unfortunately for the bowler, unfortunately for the batsman, it's just one of those.
That is a big decision.
It is.
Of course, we can't be 100% sure here. We're just going on what we can see and what we have available to us. This is a foolish delivery and driven through the offside by Connor Esterhuizen, and he'll get 4 more. So just to rub salt into the wounds and really make them feel even worse. The Dragons bowlers and fielders.
These two have played exceptionally well just prior to lunch and even after lunch, and they still continue.
So umpire Arno Jacobs had a big decision there. And of course, Arno Jacobs played for Northwest. He played himself for the Dragons. So, yeah.
From his playing days to officiating days. Yeah, that's a really, really big decision.
See how slow that ball's coming through to the keeper. It's certainly not flying through quickly. Dug in short, and it's tennis ball bounce. It's floating through to the keeper. But that's more or less the height you want it, though. You know, if you are going to bowl a short ball, even if you can't get the pace you want on it. Ooh, there's a good ball. There's a wonderful
we spoke about,
delivery.
and everybody's convinced. The bowler's convinced. The keeper's convinced.
Yeah, 4 runs, leg byes. You know, it's very hard, especially if you thought you had your man. Next thing is keep scoring runs. Very, very sore spot there for a moment. Like we say, from where we're sitting, it looked like a deviation, looked like the ball changed directions. And for the man that's down there, who has the final say,
yeah, he felt he didn't, and his decision is final. So, and you know, I mean, that's the other thing is that, and I think I saw this over the last year or two, where, you know, and you know, every game is important for every player and every team. So, you know, when I say sometimes important games, I don't mean that the other games are not important, but here you have a game that are kind of log leaders, top of the table clash. Big decision, big player, batting, and wouldn't it be great to have access to some sort of technology for those type of decisions? And there is a third umpire available. We've got access to YouTube, and I just wonder if that is possible at some stage, and hopefully we'll see that soon. I know we see that at international level, but if
given away to them
at all possible. Yeah, let's have a look at this. You tell us. There you can see that little deflection. Ooh, there's
Here
a
we
good
go.
ball.
Immediately.
There's a wonderful. Everybody's up. The keeper's celebrating. The slips are celebrating. And the bowler's celebrating, and they can't believe it's given not out.
One thing for sure, it was a very tough decision for the umpire. He just has a split second. So, yeah, benefit of the doubt goes to the batsman.
Got him. So now they celebrate, and Delano Potgieter now plays a loose shot. Foolish delivery from De Swart, but he gets his man and over later. And he celebrates. It was driven straight to mid-off. I'll say this is probably a loose delivery after a long time. He's been so composed. There's Delano Potgieter, and perhaps maybe he was a little bit rattled by that decision that was given not out, whether it was just the energy, whether it was all the disappointment, or whether it was a genuine edge, we'll never know. But perhaps he was a little bit rattled, and very often batters can get rattled by those type of things, because up till now he was looking so calm and composed. But there we go. They pick up their 6th wicket to the Eastvaal Northwest Dragons, and Delano Potgieter goes for a very, very well played 76 of 122 deliveries.
Yeah. 177 for 6. Finally they break this tough partnership, which was worth 142 runs. They've been toiling in the sun. They've done almost everything to try and break this partnership, but finally it comes to an end. With 32 overs still left in the day, these two have managed to pick up the run rate, actually from at some point from 1.1 to now 2.7. This brings in somebody who can also hold the bat, who's got a couple of hundreds. The name of Bjorn Fortuin has played much of his cricket here in the Highveld. Seen him a couple of times, even last season he was that extra batsman for the Lions. Whenever he was called upon, he would score those runs when needed, when asked to. Played very well so far this season. If we look at his average and his stats for the year, or since he started playing cricket, or should I say his professional cricket, he's played 57 matches, 81 innings, his highest being 183 against the Warriors, the Lions against the Warriors when they were still playing in Potchefstroom, has an average of 30 and has a 600s and 650s, so he can hold the bat very well.
Yeah, indeed. He's got 600, 650s at Division 1 4-day cricket level, and that's an excellent record. He's with an average of just over 30, more than handy all-rounder, and of course, fantastic left-arm spinner. But many times have we seen beyond 14, and now that was an edge, and I'm afraid that's gone down.
Beautiful delivery. Rohan de Swart, as you can see, very unhappy with what has happened. Could have been 2 and 2.
Yeah, let's have a look. And Ruben Hammond is behind the stumps. We praised him earlier this morning, but that's a genuine edge. Has gone just to his right hand side, and he's found a way to fumble this one, and he's grasped it. And unfortunately, he's Rohan de Swart cannot believe it. Felt like he had a wicket and over a go, and now another one, genuine edge, beautiful delivery.
Like we always say in cricket, 1 brings 2, 2 brings 3. Could have been.
Yeah, and what a good time as well to pick up a couple of wickets, because you pick up a few wickets here and then that new ball's due at 80 overs. You can just wrap up the tail, pick up 1 or 2 more. Connor Esterhuizen becomes a big wicket now. But certainly beyond 14 is somebody who you also want to see the back of quite quickly, because he has the ability, no doubt, to bat for a long period of time.
And quite early in his innings, while he still doesn't have his foot movement going, it's quite easier. It's much easier. It's much advisable to actually get him quite early, as you spoke, that he can stick around and for a very, very long time. Not just stick around, but add the runs to the scoreboard.
And he's off the mark. He'll keep the strike as well. We'll be on 14.
Takes it 178 for 6 after 6-7 overs. New partnership. Surely the Dragons are thinking, let's wrap up. We got rid of the 2 batsmen, or one of the batsmen that was giving us a headache. Try and contain Connor that side, and we bowl to the new batsman. That is probably the strategy right now. Spoke about trying to get as many overs as you can at this period, and we even spoke about spin bowling. Would spin be effective in these conditions? Because you look at the lineup, seems like they've picked only 1 spinner. If there would be another person that would turn that ball, it would be a makeshift off spinner or spinner.
Yeah, I think a spinner probably, on day 1 of a 4-day game, it's not going to have a big role, but it's probably just to give the quicks a break and maybe just tie things up at one end. because there's definitely something in for the quicks. It's ball's still swinging, there's still a little bit of nip around. It's a bit slower because the ball's a lot older than it was this morning, so it's not, nipping around as it was this morning, but there is still something in there for the bowlers. And I think as a bowler, you still want to bend your back and still run in and hit the deck hard. You don't want to be floating balls up. I think this is a good partnership from a bowling perspective. You get both Forrester as well as the Swat bowling together in tandem. I think that's probably, if I look at the bowlers that they have on offer, guys who have just bowled good areas, good lines and lengths, these two probably can really squeeze and bowl pressure, have that ability to do that. Esterhuizen, he's really look composed, comfortable, organized.
So far having a very good season, start of season, with a good couple of innings. That big 100 would have boosted his confidence. Now this 50, digging the Lions out of trouble from where they were, and now looking at the score, it looks a bit respectable. And also the bowlers probably thinking, I also want to have my chance, I want to wrap up. Everybody believes that when the tail comes in, can get your wickets.
Well, they've still got a way to go, because there's still, after this, Swanepoel still has to come, and he can definitely hold a bat, a more than decent, capable batter. We spoke about it this morning. The Lions have a long batting lineup. We saw Sipamla in the match against Titans bat for about an hour, maybe even longer. So he stuck around, even though he's not considered by many as an all-rounder. But he did do a really good job in that second innings against the Titans. They'll look for two here, and they'll probably get it. Good running, positive, aggressive with the running.
And also, I think Connor's saying there aren't too many batsmen left. Let me try and get as many runs as I can for the team. Bjorn Fortuin just signaling to the change room, not sure what he's asking for. Now looking at that feet movement by Corner, do you think it's his way of having to deal with the outswing that Forrester's bowled, or some of these players have been bowling very well?
Yeah, I think it's an interesting little movement he's got, because what he's really doing is getting into the channel of the bowler and forcing the bowler to change his line. The bowler has two options. He can either go a little wider, in which case it just becomes an easy leave, or he can come really straight and see if he can trap him LBW, in which case he opens the leg side up. So, yeah, it shows a level of confidence, I have to say.
But also the way he thinks as a batsman, how he applies his mindset.
Frosty, why are you leaving that piece of paper
many
behind
of these
you?
bowlers are bowling away.
Why are you leaving that piece of paper behind you?
He's managed to squeeze its way between the slip cordon. Played nicely with soft hands.
One thing about Bjorn, he's a batsman that niggles, moves around a lot. He's always looking to score, get a single here and there when he can. And that's what makes him one of the good all-rounders. He's always looking to get a run. I think the word that I'm looking for, he fidgets a lot.
Heard a few oohs and ahs there from the fielding side, and slip cordon, probably feeling that half a chance. Maybe Esterhuizen didn't quite middle that one. .66, eyeing another 100.
After this over.
Looking at this game situation, do you as a skipper then set targets to say if we can get to plus minus 220, 230, looking at the score? Or would you just say, guys, just bet on and let's see where we can get?
Yeah, you probably got to keep betting. I think you may have some sort of target in mind when you start the innings, or maybe as you go along. But I think generally you just want batters to keep going and get as big a first innings total as you possibly can. I mean, you don't know. Potentially a batter here could still get 100, maybe even convert it to 150, and then you end up with a really big total, But yeah, I think sometimes assessing the conditions, captains and coaches may go like, I think 350, 400 would be a good total, but I don't think many teams would be thinking about that too much. You just play it as it comes. In 50 over cricket more, you'll have those type of targets in mind. I mean, so often, and we've seen now in the last few games where, for example, the Lions played at Western Province and ended up getting a 500 odd total, Very much doubt they would have had like 500 odd in mind. So generally, if you go like 350, good first innings total. But once you're in and two batters are in and somebody gets a big one, you can push that to 400, 500. Then you're commanding the game. Doesn't mean you've secured it, but you certainly increase your chances of winning it. Definitely not losing it. He's bowled well, the Swat. Brilliant energy, good control, nice shape away from the right-handers most of the time. He's bowled well to Potgieter as well, because he's dismissed him, and there was that one decision that was given not out by umpire Arno Jacobs, which everybody was convinced that it was out. But Potgieter didn't last too long after that, because over after that he chipped one, or hit one, drove one straight to mid-off.
Potgieter must be mad at himself, probably thinking you definitely convert at the position that you were in. You should have converted. I guess just a loss of concentration. That slight loss of concentration has cost him his wicket and broke the partnership, only for the Dragons to be relieved to see his back.
He's gone too straight here as Forrester, and to the new batter, probably just a little too ambitious, getting way too straight, clipped away. Good balance shown here by Bjorn Fortuin. He's got enough of this to clip it in front of square for 4 runs. Have a look at that. Really well played.
Definitely a Bjorn Fortuin shot. He's not going to miss out on that. Very strong off his legs, especially playing on the onside or leg side. I just like how he's not in a rush. He knows what needs to be done, having scored those that boundary previously off the last ball, and there's one that is being bowled out just outside. He could have just reached out for it and try and cut it for 4, but instead he's just let it go.
Forrest is into his 14th over now, not for 27.
Really bowled well. Just unfortunate not to pick a scalp of any of the batsmen that we've had go back to the dressing room.
Was that Rohan de Swart giving his keeper a hug there? We're just consoling him after that drop catch. You go like, don't worry, chin up. It's always good, because I don't think anybody any fielder or keeper or anybody drops catches on purpose. They try their best, and those things do happen from time to time, and it's always good for fielders, particularly the bowler, to go up to the person who dropped the catch, just to motivate him and just say, listen, keep going, next one will come.
And also, if you drop a catch, sometimes it just can turn things around for you, can just ruin your entire day. With that being said, we'll welcome Aslam quarterback onto the commentary box. Aslam?
A quarterback. What's a quarterback?
A quarterback? The guy that I just welcomed.
Okay, I heard quarterback, so I thought you were talking American football. No. But if you're saying quarterback, I'm very pleased to be back. Only disappointed that during my break, Potgieter's innings came to a close. More importantly, the 152-run partnership has given these guys a semblance of respectability in that score of 190 for 6. You guys were talking about what would they be happy with. 250 at an absolute minimum, 300 would be great if you consider, or when you consider, they were 25 for 5.
Change of commentary for you, and a change of bowling too.
Tell me more.
We've got the likes of Mathaku or Hlatuka coming back. He's bowled 4 overs so far and has been unlucky, having gone for 21 runs. Bowled during the period where the batsmen that were in the previous...
Well set. Yeah.
They were well set. They were hitting anything that was loose.
So it's Nyaku that's actually operating, just watching the scoreboard and also our strap. It's a good thing that they trying him from the other end, because you need to do that when there's a quiet period, when no wickets are falling. So even when you try your bowlers, and even if you know one of your key bowlers, like De Swart for instance, picked up his 2 wickets previously from the golf course end, that you sometimes persist thinking that it will work for the bowler. But it's just good to switch them around as well, especially with a well-set partnership, to maybe just change things around and give the batsman something to think about.
Johan de Swart has really bowled very well, especially from the golf course end. We saw him earlier bowling from the Collet Drive end, but nothing came to fruition for the Dragons. But seems that end seems to be working for him.
Yeah, all 3 falling from that end. During a test match, I remember one of the recent test matches which I was doing commentary, there was no doubt that the one end there was lots of lift and bounce, and the other end was almost as if you were playing on another field. And the captains obviously realized it on both teams. And if I remember well, out of the 40 wickets that fell, I think at least 32 fell from the one end. I mean, what am I saying? From the, yeah, that's right, 32 of the wickets that fell from the one end. And that often happens in the longer version, of course, because there's time to assess those things. And whereas in limited overs, the bowlers are limited. They can't bowl more than 10 overs or 6 overs, whatever it is. And that does become a problem then. But in the longer version, you allow the bowler to exploit the facilities and extract much more out of it than you would anticipate happening from, say, the opposite end. Nyaku continues to bring the ball back in sharply. Not as sharp as he perhaps was able to get the ball to move early this morning, or in fact during that entire first session. And for those viewers who are just joining us, 40 for 5, 25 for 5 it was, and 40 for 5 it was at lunchtime. And if you do get an opportunity to rewind and watch this again, then you really have to see the dismissal of Mitch van Buren, bowled by Nyaku with one of those sensational in-duckers. Really, it's been good absorbing cricket. I mean, we saw a very tight and a session where you saw a big-time collapse with the first order, the upper order, and then a wonderfully characteristic partnership of 152 between two guys who you feel should be in this middle order for the Lions for the next good 10 years. That's a great stop. Diving to his right, the fielder running wide at cover to finish that over. So Esterhuizen remains on 69, 193 for 6.
Well, certainly saved 2 boundaries of the last 2 balls. One was hit straight to the short cover. The other one, where the extra cover had to run a bit and dive to his right. Definitely saved good runs for his team. But so far, the pressure now going back to the Lions. They just want to consolidate and make sure by the end of the day that they are still there. It will be very important for a batsman like Connor to still be at the crease when the day ends, and hopefully you know, for Bjorn also, but also thinking long term, new bowlers coming due in 9 overs that also want to utilize and give their opening pair, the likes of Alfred Motoa, who I spoke about with was saying that during tea the coach had a chat with him.
Some good ground fielding we've seen for most of the day, apart from the one chance that you and Hussein were talking about earlier at the wicket. But they really have fielded well. You can't say that they haven't that they haven't been competent in the field. I think their all-round game has been good, but that partnership certainly nullified the early inroads that they had made. And talking about Matau, I mean, it was good to see Craig Alexander with him actually at the pitch and asking him where he feels his struggles were and how to correct them. Hopefully that talk was good for them. Interesting field set as well here, with just a wide slip and then 2 gullies in position. The previous delivery we saw the ball being jabbed down towards those 2 fielders by Bjorn Fortuin. He's taken a bit of a knock on that outside of the pad.
Must sting.
Yeah, absolutely.
Probably gonna need a rub later tonight when he gets home, when he gets to the hotel.
Forrester continues.
You know, with that being said, Bjorn seems to be a batsman that plays a lot of his back foot. As you can see, he's sitting in his crease, especially with the 2 deliveries that were bowled before that ball hit him on the thigh pad. He's been sitting at the back, has just played his runs. The ball every time goes to the gully area, around the gully area, and now he's sitting back and here's a ball that is bowled fully, which he should have dispatched for 4, but because he's sitting back,
yeah, I hear what you're saying, and I also think that there's maybe a point to make there, because I'm trying to think back, and I've watched him for a number of seasons now. I also saw him score a swashbuckling 60 odd, and then remember there was a great 100 that he scored against the Titans where he turned the game around and then picked up wickets there as well to win the game for the Lions. But he's one of those that doesn't fully commit himself on or go too full and far forward on the front foot. He's almost just plays halfway, so you generally see him play on the up, but we'll keep an eye on that. So not too much of commitment as you would see there as far as the footwork is concerned. He does get in line. Have another look. That's a very good ball. Coming wide of the crease, Deon Forrester. And as you saw with Fortain, just a half sort of prod onto that front foot. Straight to the fielder. I must say that whilst we announced the end of the over, 72 complete, 194 for 6, that I find that to be quite an interesting field set in that slip cordon. A wide slip, call it 1.5, and then 2 gullies. When the ball does go between those gaps that are on offer, it can become quite disconcerting, more so for the bowler, unless of course Deon Forrester has asked for it. And it's also not as if we've not seen it before.
they've kept that slip cordon area busy for most of the day with that odd gully / fifth slip, but first, second slip have been there for most of the day.
So Nyaku now continues, and as he's done for most of the day, for most of his spells, kept it very straight on the testing length. 14 particularly, who's just come in, will need to be wary of the one that comes back. And then the one that he moves away, he does use the seam so well that there's an extra bit of bounce. I almost feel like he deserves a whole lot more.
That one just off the pads, just went off quickly, and a good take by the keeper, who I think has had an exceptional day except for that chance that he dropped.
So 26 overs remain, play goes up till 5:30. So still an hour and 15 minutes to go. It's a forcing drive here by corner Esterhuizen, but straight to the field at mid-on. Was he looking to play more straighter or maybe wider to the right of the fielder at mid-on? Pretty deep set, so he would have had an opportunity to get round to it either way. But corner feels he's well set now. I think he's probably spent about close to 4 hours at the crease already.
And Kwana's got an area of shots. He's got almost every shot in the textbook and plays it perfectly. There isn't a shot where you can say, I'm not too sure about it. Very talented young man. Peter, I didn't get to see you when you played.
Oh, no. He would have... I retired about 23 years ago.
That was the last time you played a bit of cricket?
Yep. I was one of those doer opening batsmen. And if you know the history of Jeffrey Boycott, a lot of my buddies used to tease me that you like Boycott because technically correct and found it very difficult to hit the ball off the green, so to speak. So yeah, that was my style of batting, but I used to hold up one end and always faced a new ball. From the time I was a young teenager, played for Transvaal under 15, and then missed out for Transvaal schools and under 19, but played for Transvaal B. Oh, that's a very good ball. He's clean bowled him. That's the one I was talking about earlier, that you've got to watch on that delivery. And he's just looped this ball in at a fuller length and beaten for all money. So Bjorn Fortuin's innings comes to an end to a bowler who's deserved another wicket.
Goes for 9. He's been there for 32 minutes, 26 balls, and just having scored 1 boundary takes the score to 197 for 7. 3 more scalps, and the Dragons would have had a good day on the field. As much as there will be runs on the board, but anything beyond or below 250 in your first innings for a bowling team, if you had won the toss, surely it's not a bad thing. It's not a bad toss to lose or bad toss to win. As long as you've gotten them just below 220, 250.
But as I've said, you know, the thing is, when you're at 25 for 5, and you get anywhere around 250, at a minimum you'd be pretty happy, and 300 you'd be ecstatic because you've got something to bowl at. But with that partnership having been broken now, you get the feeling that these bowlers are still on top. I'm quite certain that they're relieved with not just the 1 wicket that broke the partnership, but even the second one, because Fortuin can certainly be a batsman who can hold his hand and score runs pretty quickly once he sets himself up. He also has this habit of throwing his bat at deliveries and scores runs very quickly. He takes his chances when he plays. So he's the type of a guy you want to remove quickly, and that's exactly what Nyaku has done. He's picked up 3 wickets. He clean bowled Mitchell van Buren, and then he got the wicket of Richard Seletswane, who was caught at the wicket. Excellent delivery that was. And then a Yorker length delivery sees the end of Bjorn Fortuin. So that brings in the left-handed Beyers Swanepoel, a much vaunted all-rounder, brought up here to the Lions. Much expected of him. Most feel he's on the fringes of international cricket.
Share the very same sentiments with the most that you speak of, but very interesting backlift that he has there. Seems like a batsman that just is ready to hit the ball. If he gets to see it properly, he will definitely, if it's there to be hit, he will definitely hit that. You look at the first ball that is already faced.
Powerfully built, wonderful all-rounder, has a good track record. Oh, it's a very good delivery there. This guy is a class bowler. He's able to bring the ball sharp back at the right-hander, and as we see there, to the left-hander as well. And as I said to you earlier in the day, as we watched this delivery to end the 73rd over, is that you observe and appreciate a bowler's skill when he can do that to left-handers and right-handers. And Onke Nyaku continues to impress with his outing today. Swanepoel, debut 2019-20, 22 matches, 65 is his top score, with 450s to his name. But I think it's in the bowling department that everybody's excited. 95 wickets in those 20 matches, 6 for 30 his best. 2 10-fers, 7 5-fers. That's stats of a wonderful player. Akile Akil Klute into the attack now.
He's running, he's given it his all.
Yeah, into his 11th over, none for 14. Him and Forrester have really tried hard all the way through. Maybe not the best, not in the best of rhythm, Akil Klute, but Forrester has been exceptional, but unlucky. Well, if Esterhuizen can turn this great start and innings into another milestone triple-figure score, he's clearly one of the players in domestic cricket that's knocking the door for international cricket. And I'm sure he'd be one of those that will be disappointed that the 4-day series will come to a close with the first half being complete after this round of fixtures that we're watching.
Yeah, he's really done himself well this season, but obviously in the past, that big 100 that we keep talking about, the big double 100 that we spoke about earlier, really put his name out there. And since the start of the season, we've seen a couple of hundreds. It's been a good season for the batsmen. I've seen a couple of hundreds, the likes of Lesiba Mwebe, Tshepang Ditole, Conor Esterhuizen, you know, the many other hundreds that we've seen so far. Looks like coach will have a headache.
Well, that's exactly what the coach wants. He wants the guys at the bottom in the domestic cricket to be knocking that door down, and it's all about making sure that the likes of Tristan Stubbs and the rest of the youngsters in the national squad to continue to play well, because these guys will eventually supplant them, and that's not what you want once you are in the international fold. So it's good to see that. That's a wayward delivery. Klute really hasn't been at his best. And it's a healthy position to be in as far as batsmen in form are concerned. I mean, not in the squad for this. I mean, in the squad for this 2-test series, but hasn't played in both. Zubair Hamza is the other fellow in fine form. Finished the season right on top last season. Has got 100 to his name already. So in this season, and he's the type of a player that you can earmark for, a recall into the international setup. End of the over, 74 gone, 198 for 7.
Aslam, talking about the players that are not on form, since we are the Test Champion trophy holders, does it mean that there is more pressure on the players that are currently within the setup to actually perform and maintain the performance that they have had in the last 12 to 24 months? Because there's always a couple that are outside and knocking and want to be part of that setup.
Now look, there's always pressure. I can tell you right now that some of the guys in Pakistan, they well past sunset there. In fact, it's maybe somewhere closer to 8 o'clock at night, and or 8:30, and they'd be watching. They'd be tuning into YouTube and Pitch Vision, watching these guys play. And I'm quite sure that they'll be watching the performances of the likes of Esterhuizen and others around the country. It's good to see that there are hundreds being scored in the top order.
And obviously for the convener of selectors, good headache to have also for the coach to say, who do we bring in, who do we give a chance? But at the very same time, pressure to the players that are currently in there that are not scoring, which is what you need. You cannot have players that are complacent, that know they've got their place within the side.
I think international cricketers are very aware of the fact that they can't be complacent, unless of course you Jacques Kallis and you've already got 3,400s with another 10 to go. But that's a rarity. You don't get that often. And I think the other point to make is that the bubble has burst after obviously 10 test match wins in a row, including the World Test Championship. I still feel that there's a slight jiggle to the squad. They're still building towards the domestic tour by England and Australia next year. There's still a series against India, not long after the series against Pakistan is over. So a lot to play for, a lot to play at. But you also see that, and if we can get the scorecard of the South African innings today, it was good to see that Tristan Stubbs was, given the confidence by the coach again, and he retained his place in the team, and was sent in at 1 down, and he's batted really well in tough conditions. He's not out 71, no ball caught.
Yeah, Onkenyako struggling with overstepping there. He just needs to maybe measure his run up again and look into it. Has bowled a couple this afternoon.
Well, you've been too demanding. It's a good thing you're not a coach. Because Onke will say, that was this effort delivery that I tried. And no wonder I overstepped. I haven't bowled that many no balls. Be kind, man.
I'm sure in your playing days you've had a couple of players who have an answer or response to everything that you'd ask for. As a coach, as a player, as a skipper.
Well, I will say that, as you grow up as well, you tend to understand how to handle players. So yeah, there were times when bowlers were just overstepping and couldn't get it right, and you had to swap ends, maybe have a chat with them. But let me tell you, Mr. Libber and Craig Alexander will be very, very pleased with Onkenyako's efforts here today. He's bowled beautifully.
With that being said, at 200 up, after 74.5 overs, Lions are 200 for 7. It's taken them 326 minutes, 459 balls, and we've seen 34s or 30 boundaries, no sixes yet.
Around the wicket to Swanepoel, using the width of the crease, dips one in there, maybe aiming for a Yorker length delivery, angling down the leg side. That will end the over. 200 for 7 after 75. Well, talking about that, 14 fours from off the bat of Delano Potgieter, 66 runs in boundaries. So I would maybe assess that with you, and knowing that he faced 130 balls, possibly therefore close to 3.5 hours. There was a long period where they just consolidated, and that's why you didn't even see the rotational strike until he settled in. Once he got, I think, closer towards his 20s, hit 2, 3 fours, he then started playing his normal game. But it's fantastic to see that there was a high percentage of boundaries, yet he had knuckled down and consolidated the innings. So that's also a point to make to youngsters, that if you're a boundary hitter, they come to you. You will get the chance to exploit that part of your game and expand it as well when given a chance. But at the same time, make certain that you can also short and wide. That's beautifully played. Lovely way to get off the mark in his first game at the Wanderers by Swanepoel for his newly adopted team. Yeah. So I think that's an important point to make, that when you look to assess the innings and you see a high percentage of boundaries, yet he was there for 3.5 hours, faced 130 balls, then that's an admirable innings. That when you got the loose deliveries, you put them away. And when you needed to consolidate for the sake of your team and the position that they found themselves in, tells you that there's a great head on the shoulders of Mr. Potgieter. And every time you see a bit of success, then you try and analyze it as a player as to why did that actually happen, and that file it into your edge found, and that's the end of Swanepoel. Klute finally gets amongst the wickets, bouncing delivery. He seems to love the cut, maybe early on in his innings, and eventually Herman does pick up that catch.
Bear Swanepoel goes for 5 runs. Had been in the crease for the last 14 minutes, just having faced 10 balls, and just before that we saw him scoring a 4, the first 4 to be hit by him here at the DP World Wanderers. With that being said, the team is taking a drinks break just to recoup and come up with a strategy for the final hour, with play scheduled to stop at 5:30. Still 23 overs left in the day, still much cricket left.
Well, you hope that at least from a Lions point of view, that they'll be able to occupy the crease for all of that, because if they do, and still around tomorrow morning with a well-set Connor Esterhuizen, if you can farm the strike intelligently, make sure that he helps Sipamla along towards the close of play, then let's just say they add another 25-30 runs today, and tomorrow morning they will get to that 250. But there's the scorecard, the summary of it. Potgieter 77, Connor Esterhuizen still there on 72. And then, as you've just watched, Bear Swanepoel caught by Herman of Klute for 5. And that's the 8th wicket that has fallen with a score on 205. And the new ball imminent. I suppose with 2 wickets to take, they'll probably grab that new ball to try and just keep the advantage in their court.
So far, beautiful bowling figures from Ruan de Swart, who's taken 3 for 18. Onkenya Kutu is one of the pick of the bowlers. Finally, for Akil Klute getting a wicket. So great day so far for both sides, where we have had a fairly balanced cricket game, where in the morning you had the likes of the Dragons working away with that session. After the lunch we had the likes of the DP World Lions batsmen Connor Esterhuizen and Delano Potgieter commanding their position as batsmen, and both getting to 50, with Connor Esterhuizen still on the crease this afternoon. And obviously after tea things have changed a bit. The Dragons are just picking up 3 wickets in the last hour or so. Things changing again. So it's a fairly balanced game.
Yeah, 53 runs for the loss of 3 wickets since tea. 152 for 5 they were after 61 overs. With a partnership that was pretty well established at 127 unbroken, and finally broken with a score on 177, and since then we've seen 3 wickets fall. And the Dragons must certainly feel now that when they open up the one end, that they very much back into this game. So at the crease, Luther Supamla, who in recent times has been a rather valuable night watchman, and here he comes in again with just under an hour's play left in the day. Beautiful sunshine over Johannesburg for most of the day's play, and it's turned out to be a very pleasant day for cricket. So Klute in again to the new batsman. He plays powerfully, but the ball scoots off the outside edge for a single.
Luther Supamla has been in the Proteas setup in the past, having played in the CSA a 4-day Division 1 series. He's played since 2017-2018. He's played about 12 matches, 15 innings, with 7 not outs, just 132 runs, with the highest being at 36 for him.
Oh, that's a firm looking drive. That's a beautiful stroke. You've got to take and latch onto these opportunities when they are offered. And Esterhuizen produces a beautiful drive for 4, 210 for 8 after a successful over from Klute.
I wouldn't want to be hard on Klute. he tends to bowl a bit of that loose or one or two loose deliveries.
Ones and the not so good ones. And consistency really is all about, that's what it's all about. Oh, that's found the edge of the new batsman. That's the end of Luto Sipamla. The end has been opened up and Hlatuka has picked up his first wicket. Good low down catch. And that's the end of Luto Sipamla. He's out for 1, 210 for 8.
Just the first delivery having been brought on after a long while. That is Tobile Hlatuka getting his first wicket for the day. Luto Sipamla just being in there for just 6 minutes, going for 1 run, having faced 2 deliveries. Just came to say hello and goodbye.
Good catch there by Herman. Low down, ball stayed down, covered good area to get down to it quickly. So Sipamla's done with.
Surely as the skipper is probably thinking, guys, you two may have to bat the opening pair, get your mindset ready. Looks like we're going to be coming in the next 10-20 minutes if we can get the last batsman out quickly.
Sia Plaiki is the last man in. I don't think the pitch will change too much in character overnight. It will be undercovers for obviously most of the night, and then it will be pulled at around 7 o'clock tomorrow. Probably see the heavy roller over it, and then you'll also get the groundsman that will cut it down to the set size or length.
Yeah.
So they'll work on it in the morning. And I reckon this is going to be a very, very interesting contest on this wondrous pitch, given the fact that the Lions bowlers have been in good form. I think it's going to be a good contest because the Dragons have certainly shown over the last little while that they have a penchant of scoring big, and they've done it on a few occasions this particular season.
Plaiki here.
The Warriors have scored 461 for 8 versus the Tuskers, and then that 491 for 8 versus the Titans was their highest ever. And their previous highest was achieved in 23-24, 484. Interesting with all of those stats, Juan van Tondre is the only player that has actually got 100. And that was versus the Lions. So that's the season. So let's see how it goes. For them, he's obviously not in the team. One of those that have been left out. I'm not sure if he's left out because of injury.
Yeah.
So can Sia Plaiki hang around here?
Sia Plaiki made his debut in the 2022-2023 season. Has played 11 games with 16 innings, 5 not outs, with only 78 runs to his name in his career, with a 24 not out. So no 100, no 50 to talk about in his first class career as yet. But as you can see, he comes in very last.
So you can tell from those statistics that he's primarily a batsman, a bowler, and that that's his job. But can he hang on here along with Esterhuizen? Be a rather sad situation if Esterhuizen doesn't get to that milestone. But I'm still certain that he'll take lots of heart from this performance on a testing wondrous pitch right through the morning's play. Oh, lovely delivery. Just beats the outside edge.
With the umpire signaling another no ball. It's an effort delivery, you say.
Yeah, but this is Slatuka.
Slatuka.
It's
Slatuka.
not, it's not.
Onke Nyako.
It's not Nyaku, yeah. It's a good thing that no ball didn't hit the edge, because there would have been a great amount of disappointment. That would have been the last wicket falling. But it was a wonderful delivery nonetheless. Given the stats that you've just mentioned right now, to ask Siya Plaatje to just rotate the strike and make sure that he gets Esterhuizen to face. Oh, he just lost his rhythm. And I say that because now you really do feel that Esterhuizen needs to. I'm sure he tried with Sipamla and Swanepoel, but them being dismissed so quickly means that he has to change his whole approach. And we'll get to see that after this delivery, I think. Nope, he doesn't want the single, and that's exactly what you want. So end of the over, 211 for 9.
Well, with that being said, obviously as a batsman, that could have gone for a run. That could have been my run. Supposed to be, it could have run. It could have been the team's run.
No, I think this is the right thing to do. Esterhuizen has to definitely, as I said earlier, he needs now to shepherd his team into a decent score. He needs to make sure that he watches the field set. I'm hoping that once you off your screen right now, the two batsmen are in the middle having a mid-wicket conference, and in it I'm sure it must have been, if there's a chance for two, let's run it.
Yeah.
And let's look for the gaps. Now it's interesting that there's a widespread field. That's 2 ways to, oh, beautiful drive, on the up, through the covers for 4. As sweet as ever from off the bat of Esterhuizen. And I say that because there's a deep square leg, then there's backward square leg. We've got a long on who's a little wide, just under us here. Then you've got a deep extra cover, just about 10 meters off the fence, a deep backward point, also about 10 meters off the fence. One lone fielder in front of the wicket on the offside, just out of your picture to the left, in a short cover position. So if he finds the gap nicely, on this occasion he won't, he'd be able to run the 2. And what Libber wants out of this is a single, so he can bowl to the tail ender. Another look at that gorgeous looking off drive of Esterhuizen's bat on 76 now. Now asking the question, what will they be happy with, is gone out of the window, because now anything gives. And whatever you get is almost a bonus. He's taken a bit of a blow to his bottom hand, the right hand.
Yeah.
So Klute getting a bit of awkward bounce, or was it Esterhuizen getting himself into some sort of a knot?
Big boy.
Took that blow. How does he go about it now? It's really well bowled. So he'll be counting the balls. There's 4 gone in the over.
Yeah, with that last...
They're all coming in now to try and save the 1. So all those fielders that I mentioned are coming off the boundary into orthodox positions. Just the long leg remains deep on the boundary, and in fact the deep square mid-wicket is trudging rather lazily back to the boundary. Those are tired feet, I can tell. He's on to 84, 86 in fact.
It is, especially the ball flies here in the high felt. If it's hit very well, it's definitely going to fly.
1 ball remains. Does he find the single in a gap somewhere? It's gone for the big hit and it's dropped. The fielder at mid-wicket has a fantastic attempt, diving to his left. And that would have been the end of Connor Esterhuizen. He ran for the big hit. And on a day where the fielding has been exceptional, here's another look. He's gone for the big hit. Just out of picture. In the end, that's a good stop because that would have gone for a boundary. But if you ask Mr. Klute, he'll say, not Klute, who's bowling up there? Hlatuka, he would have preferred the wicket, of course.
Yeah, unfortunately for Mikhail Prince.
Earlier in the day, he took a wonderful catch at slip. Well,
Yeah.
that was a booming drive, and it needed quick reactions, and you needed to have just good soft hands when ball met with his palm. So Plaiki now, how does he handle Hlatuka? That's how he'll do it. Well, he certainly came off with the ball in the last match, 7 wickets, and his 5 wickets for 24 was the key to them, to his team winning that particular match. 5 for 64, pardon me. Now he'll want to show them that he's pretty capable with a bat. Can he help Esterhuizen along? I'm sure he'll do his best.
That's all he needs to do. Just watch the ball and make sure nothing hits the stumps or nothing creates a chance of getting a wicket.
Two slips and a gully for Hlatuka. He does get that disconcerting bounce, as you've seen with the wicket that he picked up earlier. That of Sipamla. Well played. 3 very good defensive strokes. I'm sure that little walk down the pitch from Esterhuizen was 3 to go. 3 balls left in the over. Obviously, if he finds a single, that'll be good. Oh, he's got the edge and he's going to run away for 4. It's high over the slip area. Hung his bat out to a short delivery outside the off stump. And as far as the Lions are concerned, they'll take that boundary and see up like it too.
Yeah, didn't just find a single, he found 4 runs. Very fortunate for the Lions and fortunate for Siaplaki there, just flying off the sleep cordon on top of those fielders in the sleep cordon area.
It was very short, that's why when he did get the edge, it was going to carry over the top of that slip cordon. Well left. Thumbs up from Esterhuizen, the non-striker.
Just one more, buddy.
Yeah, they'll be counting it down. Partnership worth 15. 210 for 9 when these two came together. Oh, that's really well played. He's handled this over quite nicely. He profited with 4 runs to get off the mark. 225 for 9, and that after 77 overs. And not be a bad time with 79 overs gone. The captain comes in to just turn his arm over to literally buy the wicket of even Esterhuizen. Because he's handled all of the seamers with aplomb right through his innings. He hasn't put a foot wrong. He's been exceptional in the way he has crafted this innings. There's no other way to describe this innings. Crafted to perfection, 190 deliveries, almost 5 hours at the crease. Oh, that's very short outside the off stump from Klute. And he went for the big shot there. There's a deep backward point just off the boundary on the offside, and then a deep extra cover also off the boundary. Long off is off the boundary, the captain liver. Long on the fence, deep square leg on the fence, backward square on the fence. Where does Esterhuizen find the runs here? Oh, this is a bad delivery, and it's beautifully put away. That will take him into the 90s. One loose delivery, and he's picked it up so beautifully for 4. I wonder if Akile Klute should actually be bowling at this stage, at the time when they're really in search of a good wicket. He's dished up a number of rather poor deliveries, and it has allowed Esterhuizen to pick up runs. In the previous over, a glorious drive through the covers, and then a 6, and yet another 4 early in this over. Now he goes for the big hit, and it's going all the way. Watch the umpire, and he signals a 6. That is a clean hit. Marvelous hands here from corner. Esterhuizen takes him to 96. And maybe on cue now to introduce Hussein back into the commentary position. Mbali has just left us.
Thank you, Aslam. Some glorious batting here from corner Esterhuizen. It's making life really difficult for the Dragons bowlers. What are your thoughts on some of the tactics that they're employing at the moment, particularly when bowling to Esterhuizen?
Well, that's exactly what I pointed out to Mbali maybe 2-3 overs back. That goes for 4, and that's a century for corner Esterhuizen. Even I will stand to applaud what has been one of the glorious innings, one of the finest we've seen in a long time here at the Wanderers. And Esterhuizen continues his magnificent form. 194 deliveries for his 100. And what a deserved century this has been. Perhaps we'll take more satisfaction out of this than even his all-time best of 203 not out. Because he recovered his team from a very precarious position. And Akile Klute on this occasion has dished out 3 poor deliveries to assist corner Esterhuizen, and more importantly, the Lions to get 239 for 9.
Well, he continues as Klute. So now, oh, there we go. Now is that out?
And
that's a brilliant bit of fielding here. Absolutely marvelous. And they were looking for one, so you can't really blame Siap like he's trying to get to the other end. So Esterhuizen can get on strike. That probably was the conversation in the last 2 balls. Let's see if we can get, Connor can get on strike at the other end. They're looking for the quick single. He's left the crease and perhaps just maybe gone a yard or 2 too far. That's a marvelous bit of athletic fielding from Klute to close the innings. And how big and important will that run out be in the context of this game? Because I tell you what, if this continued for another half an hour or so, Lions could have easily really turned the game around. The momentum changes. Esterhuizen gets another 20, 30, maybe 50 runs. Who knows where this they could have ended up close to 280, 300, who knows. But anyway, they needed something special to close that innings off. And Akile Klute, even though he couldn't deliver with the ball right towards the end there, but you've got to give a marvelous round of applause to that man walking off the field there. And his teammates applaud. And so to the few spectators here at the TP World Wonders, it's been a spectacular innings. That's his third 100, though, in 3 consecutive matches. He's batted superbly.
I think in the last one he didn't.
No, he did. He got a 200 in the last game.
Was it the 200?
Yeah, he got a 200.
So that's the
So
scorecard.
Connor Esterhuizen, 100. That's the one that stands out. Not much to speak of at the top of the order. And Delano Potgieter, 77. It's really just two batters that got into double figures. The rest are all single figures. And managed to get them to 239 for 10. What was that partnership with us?
152. Well, that's a very peculiar scorecard. It's an amazing one. No other batsman got into double figures. In fact, the extras did 100 for Conor Esterhuizen, a quality even innings that I will remember for a long time. Delano Potgieter, one of my favorite domestic players, once again delivering when it mattered most, 77 of 130, and two key protagonists to get their team to at least 239, just 11 short of that 250, which I thought they'd be more or less satisfied with. But now with, just looking to see how many overs are left in the day, it's going to be an interesting passage of play when the Eastvaal Renault Dragons come out to bat. We'll see the bowling figures in a minute, and they've been impressive throughout the day for most of the bowlers.
Yeah, so 3 wickets for Rohan de Swart. I must say he was really the pick of the bowlers for me. He challenged outside edge, inside edge. He was unlucky with one of Delano Potgieter. Many out there thought it may have gone through to the keeper for a catch. Nyako was good as well. 3 for 36. He also bowled beautifully this morning. Matoa bowled nicely in his first spell of the morning, but then after lunch, just couldn't find his range. And then Flutie and Latuka picking up 1 each. Matoa this morning picked up the 1 wicket. And I think that was the wicket of Wandile Makwetu early on this morning. So 239 all out, just under 80 overs. So there's something in the pitch. Even now towards the end, there's still something there. That was really 2 wonderful bits of batting skill and determination, and showing huge courage, I thought, both these batters. Conor Esterhuizen and Delano Potgieter managed to put that partnership together just to hold the innings, because if you take Esterhuizen's knock or Delano Potgieter's knock away from there, or both of them, I tell you, Lions in a real pickle. There was something in it this morning, there was something in it throughout the day. It's just after lunch where one thought that the Dragons bowlers got it wrong. They couldn't find their lines.
That's what it's all about. And you try and analyze it as players.
They continues. There we go. Looking for the quick single. Oh, there we go. Now he's brilliant bit of fielding. Brilliant bit of athletic fielding. As I said earlier, I think you can't really fault Blakey for trying to get to the other end, because that was the plan. He's trying to do the right thing. Perhaps maybe just the extra yard or 2 he went too far.
Yeah, and the other thing is the umpire has to go with his instinct, because there's no DRS available, because generally in situations like this, the umpires almost always opt for the third official to decide. But when it's a direct hit, generally umpires would always rule in favor of the fielder. But I must say, given that scorecard with just 2 scores over 50 and no other getting to 20, none other getting to 20, this will remain in the memory banks for a very long time. I must say this was a quality innings. This was a very studious attack throughout the day. And as you say, Hussein, that the quality of that partnership. I mean, when you say there's something still in the pitch, even with the older ball, that maybe is the point that underlines the quality of that partnership, because they were able to see through it and play the bad balls. And there was another point that I made earlier, 14 fours, that's 66 runs in boundaries out of 71 that Potgieter scored. So that tells you that he hit the bad ball, and then he consolidated when it was really necessary.
Oh, that's a very good
ball. Nyaku picking up wickets. A heavy roller chosen by the visiting team.
The other thing to think about, if you had to this morning go to the Dragons and say to them, would you take 239? If you had bowled the Lions out for 239, would you take that? I suspect they may have taken it. They may have gone like, actually, that's not too bad. We'll take that, because we feel we can score maybe 150 more than that. We back ourselves, and they've been playing good cricket this season. So I think taking all things considered,
that's what it's all about.
yes, I think the Dragons, the situation, they had the Lions in at 25 for 5. That's
that's found the edge.
a wicket of Sipamla that you just watched there. All things considered, they probably would take 239, but having Lions 25 for 5, they probably would be thinking, oh, maybe 100 too many here.
Yeah, benefit of the doubt goes to
But,
the batsman.
I reckon the pitch will probably flatten out as well. We've had a bit of rain.
Got him.
That's the wicket of Delano Porgita. Duan de Swart eventually getting his wicket.
Transvaal under 15.
Over before that, there was what looked like
out for
a genuine edge
Transvaal schools and
who
under
actually
19,
came off the
but
face of the bat
Transvaal
and went
B.
to the keeper and was given
Wow,
not
that's
out.
a very good ball.
It was the wicket of Bjorn Fortuin. So 239 for 10. Now how big a score is this, and how in the context of the match situation, all happened pretty quickly because a lot of wickets fell very quickly, but with 3 and a bit days still to go, this probably sets up a nice interesting game, because a bit of work here to do still tonight, because how many overs are left in the day? About 15, 16? 16 according to the scoreboard, which means there's an interesting little session here that the top order batters.
Well, by the time they come on, I think there'll just be exactly 25, maybe 23 minutes to play.
I doubt we're going to get the full 16 overs,
So
because we're just having a look at the shadows to our left hand side. You can see on the screen just below that DP World Lions logo on the screen, and just you see as the players walking on, you know, and that shadow lengthens pretty quickly this time of the evening, and by the time that gets onto the pitch and covers the pitch, umpires already then be looking at their light meters, and it starts to get pretty gloomy and dark. And then they may go like, okay, do you want to bowl spin? If you bowl slow bowlers, we may stay on for another over or two. But by then, they kind of it's a matter of time before they kind of head off. So I don't know. Maybe we've got another half an hour. I reckon at most, half an hour with the fast bowlers bowling maybe 8 or 10 overs. Can the Dragons batters see through 10 overs without losing a wicket? Because the Lions get early inroads here and pick up a couple of wickets, 2 or 3 wickets tonight, then they're really in the driving seat. So important little small mini session here remaining at the close of day 1.
Yeah, in fact, more importantly, I think Hussein, they will be looking to, just stamp their authority early on. They need to pick up those wickets, so the pressure on the batters that are coming in is going to be quite telling, and how they deal with this 20 minutes, 25 minutes is going to be very interesting to watch.
Yeah, that's the one thing about being an opening batter, top order batter. This is probably the most uncomfortable part about it, is having to come out towards the end of the day, and you've been on your feet in the field most of the day, and then have to come out right towards the end and see through a little small session towards the end.
Well, Connor Esterhuizen spent 4 hours and 43 minutes for that innings of 100 not out.
Second.
That's what it's all about.
So,
15.
Yeah, benefit of the doubt.
And now
Continues.
on the glove of schools, and
Klute.
will play for the next few minutes.
Got him. Oh, there we go. Now he's
some of his mates for a high quality inning. We get so used to watching international cricket and describing all of those guys in the way they play, and then you get to domestic cricket and you get innings of this quality, and you realize that it's worthy of a great mention, and even maybe a few write-ups. I'm sure you'll see overnight and tomorrow morning.
Yeah, so he got 175 against Western Province. Esterhuizen, and then last week he got a 200.
203 not out, yeah.
203 not out, and now 100 not out. So my word, is certainly in some type of form at the moment. Must say I was a little surprised, although there probably are good reasons. Perhaps maybe one of them being that the team was already selected, but that he didn't get into that SAA side at least. Connor Esterhuizen, I know he played in the emerging squad that went to Bangladesh earlier this year. So he was in that squad, and you know, with the form he's been in, probably should be getting a look into that SAA team pretty soon. 200, another big 175, another 100. Some blind form he is in at the moment. So there's a little bit of delay at the moment. I'm just trying to see what that's about.
Well, they haven't bowled a ball and they're looking to change it. So umpires Lathan and Arno Jacobs. I don't think they were bowlers in their time. So the ball.
There's a new bag of balls coming out.
Yeah. So this is the first, Hussein.
Yeah, I mean,
ball hasn't been bowled and they're looking to change it.
Normally the new box of balls, or there's a choice of balls given to the bowlers before they get out. But having said that, I mean, I think the bowlers were out there in the middle batting, weren't they? So I don't know if the third umpire had that opportunity to offer some balls to the skipper before they got out.
Well, this is taking precious time out of the game because they'll want to get in a good number of overs this evening.
Yeah, so it looks like it's going to be Bayer Swanepoel. The new ball is now speedily getting to the top of his mark at the golf course end. You see his where he is running in it. There's shadows from some of the trees, from tall trees behind the memorial stand, the golf course end. So I'll wait and see how much time, how much of play we'll have left.
You see Mfwepe, the batsman in the number 10 shirt, alongside Ruben Herman. The scoreboard has Mikhail Prince as the opening batter, but we'll get confirmation as far as all there. It's been corrected. So Swanepoel for Swanepoel and the rest of the team.
Yeah, that's a great start for the Lions, and that's exactly what the doctor ordered from their perspective. But you've got to feel for the batting side here. You've got to feel for Ngope, who's on his way back, having just faced two deliveries, found the edge, and the edge that carried, and then, as you say, a brilliant diving catch in the slip cordon. So now will be Yanaman Malan. Lots of international experience.
Well, that's a great start. Having wasted time choosing another ball, they'll be pretty happy that they've picked up a wicket with the new ball. With just two deliveries out of that. Yanaman Malan steers this quite nicely, will get off the mark. Quality player, but has flattered and deceived. He's obviously made the international setup and did play well there, scored a number of centuries, but a career that has rather disappointing, he himself will admit, because I think in general most of the watchers have enjoyed Yanaman Malan in his career. So Mikhail Prince faces his first delivery outside the off stump. Good lift in bounds, and it carries through to Connor Esterhuizen.
Yeah, talk about batters who are in form. I think Ngope has been in decent form himself. He's in the 3 matches so far. He's got 100. I think he had a 60 or 70 odd one of the games as well. And then the batter at the other end, Ruben Herman, he's got back-to-back hundreds in the previous game at Newlands. He got hundreds in the first and the second innings.
Well, in that match, which they beat Titans and they scored heavily, he got 99. There was 2 scores of 90s in that particular match. Ngwepe got 99 and 91 for the captain, Vian Libber.
Yeah, so Ngope's got, I think he's got a 100, he's got a 99, and he's got a 60 odd. So he's been in some decent form. So awkward little passage of play here for the batting side. Yes, they'll be pretty pleased to bowl the Lions out, but I can tell you the opening batters would have been thinking, oh, maybe just stretch this out.
Oh, beautiful delivery. Got the ball to nip back. You can actually see that ball hitting the seam and move the movement there as well. So 1 for 1 after the first over.
So it is. There has been a little bit of an error with the caption. It's Mikael Prince. It is Mikael Prince at the other end, who's batting at the other end. It's not Ruben Hewan. So it was Ngope batting with Mikael Prince, who's at the other end. Sipamla, Luto Sipamla is marking his run at.
It's actually Malan who's going to face now, because he did hit that single into the cover region. So 2 right-handers at the crease, and Mikael Prince has got 102 50s to his name with a top score of 142. I'm sure you've got Malan's figures there as well, Hussein. Lutho Sipamla loosening up. In very good form. He's found his fitness again now. It was great to see him in the previous season complete it, and also walk off with some accolades and awards.
Yanaman Malan's got 611 50s in Division 1, average of 34, highest of 200. Rocks against Knights in Bloemfontein, 40 matches. So he's played a lot more first class matches. You add all the other first class matches, but it's 40 Division 1 games.
Well, they used the heavy roller after a good bit of sunshine on it. So there will be good bounces. We saw in that one delivery, in that Swanepoel over, that cut back appreciably. Nusa Sipamla certainly is no mug with the ball in his hand, does generate good pace. His bowling has certainly improved in leaps and bounds. Made the choice of coming up here to the Lions. This ball scoots off the outside edge. It's running away towards that vacant third man area. Richards gets there in time, rolls the ball in, and they complete 3 runs. You were selected at one stage, Hussein, when Yanaman Malan actually made the one-day team. And I think he was also in a rich vein of form in domestic cricket, and I remember saying to you that why doesn't this guy get a call up in the red ball game for the South Africans? And the word, of course, there around was that he's a fine player of seam, but not so adept with spin. So are we going to see a resurgence of the Yanaman's career here?
Certainly a really elegant, talented player, no doubt. And his brother Peter Malan also still playing at Boland. And they're different. Their styles are different, aren't they? Because Peter Malan's more solid, slow, more of a banker. Yanaman Malan's more flair, free-flowing, very strong offside player, square on the offside.
Mm-hmm.
To open the offside up.
Oh, that's very nicely played. Just strays in line and put away by Mikael Prince. First boundary of the innings. Lovely way to get off the mark. A bit of a freebie from Lutho Sipamla. They will have learned by observing that partnership that It's very important to leave the good ones here at the Wanderers and profit on the not so good ones. Keeping an eye on the clock, 17:16. Oh, beautiful delivery.
Oh.
That's beaten him neck and crop. He wasn't too sure where he wanted to play that. They just hung in the air for a while, a little fuller of length, and a nice way to finish the over. 7 runs coming off it.
Oh, he's fortunate not to get an outside edge here, and that wasn't too far away from off stump either. Lovely delivery, got it nice and full, squared him up, and you can see that ball late swing away from the right-hander. And just tried to go too square on the onside there. It's a wonderful bit of bowling from Luto Sipamla. He erred by getting a touch too straight the ball before that, but you can see he's attacking the stumps, and at this stage of the day, you don't mind that too much as a captain.
So Swanepoel back in action and gets the ball to jag back and into the chest of Janneman Malan. Getting good lift is by Swanepoel. Broad-shouldered, not the tallest of fast bowlers, but he certainly gets good lift. An unusual number on his back, 135. He bowls 135 plus, I reckon.
As a batter at this stage of the day, that's what you want. You don't mind the bowler bowling a few wide balls outside off stump. Just leave them. Leave as many balls as you can till the end of the day's play. So the message here to the bowler is see if you can force the batter to play every single delivery. Every ball at the stumps. Ask a question of every single delivery.
That ball just runs away to the third man area. And that's what will happen at the Wanderers. If it does take the thick outside edge, if it beats the inner cordon, will run away for 4. So Janneman Malan profits with a boundary as well. I think the important thing there was on impact, was saying his bat was at an acute angle, so which meant that it wasn't going to carry to the slip cordon. 3 slips and a 5th slip, or a fine gully. Well bowled on a better length. The value of a good in-swing bowler is sometimes undervalued in the modern game. There's always this emphasis of the good away swing bowlers who pick up the edges. But these are the guys who make life very, very difficult because they're in at the body.
The thing about Swanepoel is I think he's got the ability, and I watched him last year when he was playing for the Warriors and they played. He does have the ability to swing the ball both ways. So that's one of the reasons why he's picked up. Oh, this is an edge. That's the inside edge. And it's carried. A diving catch to his left-hand side by Connor Esterhuizen. And he's held on to it. And my word, now they are in deep trouble. Are the Dragons. And the Lions are on an absolute roll here. Has a little push at this Janneman Malan. Previous delivery of the outside, thick outside half of the bat going for 4. And this one having a little drive, wide outside off stump, ball swinging back, nibbling the inside edge. And that's certainly a wonderful catch.
Excellent catch. Absolutely excellent catch. Low down. He reached out wide for it. Just the previous delivery you talked about, that's how you need to play. Early on to leave the ball, especially if they're wide. This time he reached for it, just hoping that he'll get it into the gap. Takes an inside edge because of that in swing. And they'll be very disappointed in the manner of his dismissal. But that's 12 for 2. Swanepoel has a great start at the Eastvaal Wanderers Stadium for his new province. 2 wickets for 5 runs in just his second over. And suddenly 239 looks a tall order. Another look. He's just looking to maybe push it into the cover region. But the ball jagging back just that wee bit picks up the inside edge. The captain could have chosen a night watchman to come in here, but Vian Libbe has arrived at the crease. The captain has, with his team reeling at 12 for 2.
Probably not a bad thing. Probably not a bad thing to have a left-hander coming in, just to the bowlers to change their lines up. Oh, that's a quick delivery. So Vian Libbe averaging 27.52 at Division 1. 400s, 10 50s, 1,844 runs. He's played 41 matches. Over bowl, 13 for 2. Good start for the DP World Lions. And they're all over the Dragons like a rash at the moment. It's about survival for the batters out there. Can they survive till those shadows cover the pitch? And once that happens, the umpires may well be getting the light meters out. So I'm hoping that happens sooner rather than later, as quick as possible. Get off the field, put their feet up and prepare for tomorrow.
Well, we're saying really it's this time of the evening where you need to maybe have a change of gloves or fasten your shoelaces and make sure that you don't face too much of the bowling for some gamesmanship. 3 slips in the gully, a staggered slip cordon as you can see there to the left-handed Vian Libbe. Oh, boy, that ball has cut back. How close was that to missing the off stump or hitting the off stump? Yeah, 183 runs, 91 top score, an average of 36.6, 2 50s. And that's Vian Libbe so far this season in the 3 matches that have been played. That ball just jags off a length. Hits the bottom hand of Vian Libbe.
It's interesting, Libbe, on that occasion, he advanced down the pitch. He actually walked at Sipamla. Let's have a look at this. This is actually quite interesting. At this time of the day, where he's looking for survival, have a look at this. He's actually advanced. He's down the pitch, coming towards the batter. I wonder what the thinking is there. Maybe take the LBW out of the equation. Maybe force the bowler to change his length. Trying to get into the bowler's head. Ooh, now that's close to off stump. Leaving on length rather than line, because that's gone straight over the top of the stumps. And not by a long way too.
3 excellent deliveries from the Supamla. Those 2 that shaved the outside of the off stump, or almost did, were quality deliveries. It's good to see control from a fast bowler bowling around the wicket early on to the left-hander. It can't be too easy out there for Libbe and Prince. That's a lot straighter and just pushed to the onside. Talana Potgieter under the helmet. $17.25. 4 balls have been bowled in this over. I expect that there'll still be 1 more. It's been a terrific day's cricket, no doubt. Oh, he lures him into that front foot drive. The ball hits the pitch and just swings away. Maybe if it's held its course, it may have taken the outside edge.
No, he's gone for the big booming cover drive.
I think that's more nerves than anything else. Because once you judge the delivery, especially at this stage of the evening, and the innings itself, that when you see it's offline, you're just going to leave it. You're not going to commit the bet. But clearly, lots of butterflies there for the captain right now. That's better. I'm sure that's what he said to himself. It's a very good over from Luto Sipamla, but it's Bayer Swanepoel who's made early inroads here and making his presence felt for the Lions. As Hussein was saying earlier, Kwebe in decent form. Batsman has got 200s and 18 50s to his name. Removed earlier. A very good catch by Mokwetu at second slip, and then Esterhuizen taking a quality catch. Oh. Well, Mikael Prince thought that ball was actually on his way down the leg side towards the fine leg fielder. So we saw quality fielding with the Dragons fielders. And now we've seen two quality catches as well from the Lions. We've seen some excellent bowling right through the Lions innings. And now Swanepoel putting on a fantastic show here right now, making life very, very difficult for the openers. He's picked up the 2 wickets. And in a contrasting day's cricket, we also were privileged to watch 2 superb innings, including the 100 not out from Conor Esterhuizen and Delano Potgieter's quality 71. Three balls remain. Oh, that's a good drive. Just leaned into this one, did Mikael Prince, and plays a quality looking on drive for 4.
Yeah, that is a glorious stroke. Balance is good. Weight going down back to the bowler. Yeah, lovely stroke. Full blade of the bat.
Just stood up on that drive. Beautifully timed. Absolutely brilliant positioning. Superb balance. Quality all round. I think even Swanepoel would have enjoyed that. Two balls remain, 17:29 on the clock. We keep an eye on the umpires. So there's the other one that you talk about, Hussein. The induckers, and then this one that just sways away from the right-handed batsman.
He's picked up a lot of wickets over the last few seasons as Swanepoel.
Comes wide of the crease. Another good looking stroke by Mikael Prince. Gets into a very good position, given that Swanepoel does have that ability to bring the ball back. So maybe he's just seen enough from the one end to make sure that he gets in line and plays it well. End of over number 5, 17 for 2.
Yeah, and just to elaborate on Bayer Swanepoel and his statistics, is in Division 1, he's got 95 wickets at an average of 18.50. That's
and you'll see that he made his debut here in 21.
Pretty phenomenal.
2019, and he's played 22 matches. So that is fantastic. I mean, 22 matches, 95 wickets. That's a rich haul. So Sipamla starts the 6th over. A little bit jabs down on this one to keep it out of harm's way. So for once, I'm glad that the weathermen got it wrong, Hussein, because I had a jersey, I had a big raincoat, because it can get pretty cold up here in the commentary box at the Wanderers. And it's just been a very pleasant day's cricket. Or a pleasant day all round. Wonderful physique, Lutu Sipamla. It's a beautiful action. Nice and tall. Probably just stands at about 6 foot. It was good to see him come back after. Remember, he had 1 or 2 games that were really didn't go his way. He was punished, and then to make things even worse, picked up an injury.
Oh, that is another one that's so close to off stump. He's left a few deliveries that.
Let's keep an eye on the back foot of Lubber here.
Making another shave of varnish, another coat of varnish on that off stump. You could say a good leave, I reckon.
Yeah.
Because he's judged this, he's watched it carefully. He's watched it all the way. So he seems to know exactly where his off stump is. And I think we'll give him the benefit of the doubt. That's a really good leave.
Yeah, he's seen a few of them. And that's why I said keep an eye on the back foot, because if it's in line, then he's in control. He knows where his off stump is. And he's actually standing on an off stump guard. A little closer to the stump, pitched up maybe a meter or so further up. I was just asking him, was it going down the leg side? He knows that when you're bowling that straight from around the wicket, an appeal generally is turned down by the umpires unless it's very straight on the back foot. Well, it was a good attempt at, but unfortunately didn't get it on the right line or length, because he had those number of deliveries that came back, and then just try and fox the batsman into a false stroke, like getting one to maybe hold his line or maybe even sway away from the left-handed batsman. Got it wrong on that occasion. That's well left, well judged. And do they turn for the dressing rooms? Not yet.
I think umpires will first have to get a light reading of the light before that can happen. Because there's still 10 overs left according to the scoreboard. And if the umpires feel the light's not good enough, then they will have to get the light meters, get a reading, and then if they use a particular reading to go off the field, that's probably the reading they'll want to keep for the rest of the match. But they're not looking at I haven't seen them. Have you seen the umpires take the light meter out yet?
No, not at all. Generally it's brought out by the third official, and that I haven't seen that happen. So Swanepoel into his 4th over, 2 for 9. Can he make it a 3-for to end the evening? Jags back quite a bit, in fact too much.
No, that ball has nipped back quite a bit, and probably going to be missing leg stump. Vian Lubbe did play his cricket here at the Lions for a while, and then made the move across to Northwest. Mikael Prince, originally from the Western Cape. Oh, that's a top edge. And where's it gone? It's gone straight over the keeper's head. And he's got to get 4 runs for it. Mikael Prince, 4 fortunate runs, you have to say. He played a pull shot, but that could have really gone anywhere.
That certainly hurried in onto his bat. He saw that it was short. The shot was perhaps on. But there's always that extra bit of bounce which you need to judge at the Wanderers. So he's dealing in boundaries, is Mikael Prince. More exposure at the Wanderers for Bear Swanepoel. Going to make him a tough opponent against good quality batsmen. Really bowls a heavy ball. He does. As you say, the shadows continue to lengthen. In fact, they're almost just about 20 meters off the offside boundary as you see it on the screen. So where he was coming out of the shadows and bowling into the sunshine, it's all happening in the shade here at the Wanderers. Yeah, that's what you need to do.
Well, I'm surprised. In the previous over, Lubbe got hit on the thigh pad, just above the thigh pad, and he rubbed it for a second or two.
Yeah.
I think of many batters who would have called for the physio, taken his pad off, thigh pad off, everything off.
Yeah.
Oh yeah. To find a way just to stretch this little session now, so don't lose another wicket. That's well played, nice and tight, nice and solid. 21 for 2, 7 overs bowled. So now the light meter will be coming on. See the third umpire there, as you said. Muslim has been walking out with light meter, and umpire Anna Jacobs has called for it. So walk out to the middle and then take a reading. It does get, I must say, once that sun dips behind the grandstand, it does get pretty gloomy.
Well, the overhead light is pretty good. Clouds are very high. It's a bright sun. Unlike what we see at Kingsmead and Durban, because of the high mountains going towards the hinterland, it does take away a lot of the light. And sometimes on a clear day, umpires call it off in Durban, and that is the reason why. Here, you're right, the trees certainly on the western side of the ground are very tall, but I think generally, as long as the overhead light is good, so he's taken the first reading, or about to take the first reading at the end of this over. And will set the benchmark for the rest of the match, and they will have to, because from what I actually saw, that there was going to be rain about. Little Sipamla continues to hit that mark, and getting disconcerting lift off this lively pitch, making life very difficult for Vian Lubbe. And the batsman, on the other hand, is playing as if he's expecting that ball to come up and hit him on his arm, or on his hand at least. So the shadows here at the Wanderers about to score a boundary of their own. He's about to clear the ground. Hashim Amla, on the other hand, probably making his 20th walk around this huge outfield. Well judged by Johan Leber on that occasion, because you continue to expect the ball to come back at you. The fact that he's betting on that off-stump guard allows him to just judge the bowler from a right arm bowler from around the wicket well enough to be able to judge the leave and when you can commit the bat. Short and pulled away quite nicely with a good heavy bat on that. Into the gap, they'll complete 2 runs, and that's the captain off the mark. There haven't been too many of those short balls to deal with, so in the end, well judged, hit into the gap.
Good leave to finish the over from Libber. 23 for 2. So now, will they take a reading? I must say, out there in the middle, probably is getting quite gloomy now. Even though on the eastern side, the scoreboard is still bathed in some sunshine, and that eastern stand, the yellow stand to our right hand side, there's still a bit of sunshine there, but out in the middle, it's looking pretty gloomy now. Let's see what the umpires are doing. 2 batters.
The right thing to do, obviously, from the Lions' point of view, is as soon as the light meter did come out to the middle, almost predictable that the spinner would come on.
And that's what's happening now, because Bjorn Fortuin is immediately warming up, marking his run. He's going to be bowling, and I just wonder if they'll get another spinner from this end or not. You can see if they can maybe sneak out 1 more wicket.
Ninth over of the innings, spinner into the attack. He's an attacking spinner. Bjorn Fortuin doesn't like it when batters score runs off him. Very aggressive cricketer. Looks like they're going to be going up to 6 o'clock. Presently the sun's setting at about close 18 minutes past 6. Oh, pushed him onto the back foot. A few more fielders around the bat would certainly do. Captain himself is at first slip. Short extra cover, a shortish straight mid-on, and then a deep mid-on beyond him. Captain has asked him to move over now. Potgieter to silly him off under the helmet. He seems to want to smother the ball, Hussein, then instead of just trying to ease the ball back onto the ball. There's clearly lots of pressure out in the middle. 23 for 2. having dismissed the Lions out for 239.
It's all about survival. He's certainly not thinking about attacking or playing any scoring shots at the moment. It's just purely about surviving the next ball.
It looks like that is the end of day's play. 23 for 2 at close of play on day 1. And they trail by 216 runs to the Northwest Dragons, with Prince on 12 and Vihan Liver on 2. But it has certainly been a day of great contrast, where the first hour and a half was totally dominated by the bowlers, and the Lions found themselves at 25 for 5, tottering really against some fine bowling. Real disciplined attack it was. And then Esterhuizen was joined by Potgieter, and the two of them shepherded the innings through to lunch, and they added another 15 runs to go to lunch at 40 for 5. And that was after 30 overs. And then in that period post-lunch and towards tea, they added another 70 odd runs, and in fact 112 runs in fine style. And they went into lunch in a more comfortable position at 152 for 5. The partnership was 127, in fact, to be exact. It went up to 152 and it was eventually broken, and there is the scorecard that tells the story. 239 all out after 79.5 overs, highlighted by a quality innings from Connor Esterhuizen and beautifully supported by Delano Potgieter, the only two batsmen who got beyond 20 or double figures. And then there was good bowling from Swart and Onke Nyaku, and then support as well from Matau and Latuka. The Eastvaal Northwest Dragons, 23 for 2. Beya Swanepoel picking up 2 quick wickets, that of Lesibe Ngwepe and also Yaneman Malan, both well caught behind, and now see them trail by 216 runs. So that is the end of day 1 of this fascinating contest. It's a match that is contested by 2 teams high at the top of the log, and it will all be about who will look to maintain that spot. So you can join us tomorrow morning. Hussein, a final word from you before we close for this evening?
Yeah, thank you, Aslam. It's been a wonderful day's cricket, and thank you. I enjoyed commentating with yourself and Mbali today. And I think it's set up for a result, certainly, because a lot has happened when you have 12 wickets falling on day 1. Certainly look like there's a result on its way. So 2 teams were at the top of the table, fighting it out. 2 good teams, good sides, good players, some quality cricket we saw today. So it's been good, and to all our listeners, viewers all around the world, wherever you may be, please join us tomorrow morning. We will be ready for day 2.
Thanks, Hussein. See you Thursday, and we'll speak to the rest of our viewers tomorrow morning, hopefully with clear weather and good cricket as well. Until tomorrow morning, thank you very much and goodbye.